Welcome to Noob D&D Dad, where I'm going to talk about my son's campaign and his first few sessions. All right, so I am running two different D&D campaigns as a noob DM, and as I've said before, I'm having an absolute blast. So in DM session 10 of my son's campaign here in the Dragon of Icespire Peak, I almost TPK'd his party. That stands for Total Party Kill, and that is a mandate that I have from my wife. You will not kill our 8-year-old son in his first D&D campaign. So it got very close. Very, very close. But before we get there, I want to get you caught up to how he's doing in the rest of the campaign. How did we get to this point? So my son was very, very eager to get started playing, and I was too, honestly. But I didn't really know what I was doing, so the character creation part took kind of a while. So luckily my friend that had played, 3.5 a lot was there. Well, I think he's played 5e. So anyway, he helped us through, but it did take a while to get started. So my son was like, when are we going to start playing? And it's like, hey, we are playing. Like, this is session 0. So that's my bad that I wasn't quite up to speed on building characters. I feel like I've gotten a lot better now, like messing around with D&D Beyond, and also just using the characters and watching them level up and looking at all the stats and where they came from and where the bonuses come from. So I think I could build a character a lot faster now. So that was he was able to go through some noob DM growing pains with me, and he took it like a patient 8-year-old champ. So I mentioned this in a previous video, but I knew right from the start that I wanted Mount Hotnow to be a massive volcano, and I wanted it to go off, and I wanted it to be significant in the plot. And I really wanted to see how these guys would react, and kind of doing a little bit of self-analysis here for a minute on this volcano. So that's me. I did wildland firefighting for 6 years, and when this Maui wildfire happened, it really affected me because of watching how poorly everything was managed and how so many people lost everything. Some lost their lives. And the terrifying part was how, because I was just like binge watching all this footage from Maui and of people trying to escape. And the thing that really got me was that people didn't know what to do. They didn't know which way to run. Do I stay in my car? Do I jump out and hide behind the seawall? Like, what do I do? Like, there was even people that just avoided the fire on foot. So I realized that people don't know what to do and how to watch fire behavior. And I guess I was became obsessed with putting it into a D&D game where I'm like, I want to put some super scary fire situations on people and just see how they react, if the wind shifts, if fire starts surrounding them, I want to see what people do. So I tried to get my vet campaign. I tried every time they used a spell with fire, I tried to have the fire spread as quick as I could, but they always put it out, and they put it out in a very competent way, so I had to had to let the fire go out. But right off the bat, I wanted to have a roll for a special event where every day I would just roll, or periodically I would roll, and once it added up to 60, I would have the volcano go off. And so that's what happened in this campaign. But before the volcano went off, I didn't want it just to be just a totally random event. And so I had there being just deep rumblings, kind of like earthquakes, that I would just describe as happening, and then they would stop and look around what am I supposed to do? What's the DM trying to make me do? But really I'm trying to just be the earth is rumbling, something's happening. I also had one of the shops, I think or maybe it was just a tavern or something. I had it be totally not totally flooded, but a foot of water inside the tavern. And so they walk in the tavern, and people are still just sitting at tables, and there's still a bartender, but there's a foot of water. So people are just sloshing around it, and then they go sit at their table, and they're just feet are underwater. And I did this with no explanation whatsoever. I just wanted to show that geologically, something serious was going on in this town. I mean, I know this town's like 60 miles below Mount Hot now, but I just really wanted there to be like a precedent for something happening, and you'd be like, oh, all these clues leading up to it, like, could have possibly been like hints if you knew what you were looking for. Oh my gosh, I had an idea just now. So I recently did like a presentation, we'll just say that, in a military class about Grindavik in Iceland and how they're having volcanoes. And their volcanoes are very different because it's like, instead of just like a cone blowing up, it's like a bunch of cracks and then lava coming out of the cracks. I just realized that could be a really cool tool to use, because up till now I've had just Mount Hot now exploding like Mount St. Helens, and then have a little bit of lava flow, like destroying the forest and possibly some of Neverwinter. But I think if it serves the plot, I could have some fissures open up and just have like lava coming out. That could be kind of cool, like little micro events that they could have to deal with. I like it. So this was my first encounter that I invented, that when my son and my friend in their party were on their way down to the Dwarven excavation, because this was their first quest. Well, before we get to our first quest, I decided to have some people called Ravagers be competitors to this party. And I think I got this from Bob World Builder. Forgive me if I got it from someone else, but I think I got it from him. So there's a another adventuring party called the Ravagers, and they wear like red leather. And they were also at the job board. And so they picked one and were leaving. And then my friend was like, hey, what did you guys pick? And then they were like rolling for persuasion and conversation skills and everything. And he ended up asking them to switch with him. And I was just like, you dog, I think you're just trying to stretch me, because I told him when he was the DM for the 3.5 campaign, I was like, hey, I'm going to try and just like push everything, like the limits of exploration, like kind of just like make you have to just create the world and respond to all my choices. So I think he was trying to get back at me for that. But so anyway, one thing came to another, and they ended up switching quests. It's because I really wanted my son and my friend to go to the Umbridge Hill quest first, because it's very simple. So he switches them, and then on their way down, because they did something else in town first, but then on their way down, or this might have been when they went and did the, no, I think they went to the excavation first. So then on the way to the excavation, there's quite a bit of like open land on the way down there. And so this is the one that I modified to put in the veterans group. But right here with my son's group is where I first did it, because I wanted to tie the dragon in. And so in the middle of the road, I basically had 2 orcs that were just like totally frozen, and they were like this, like a dragon had flown over and just like iced them, and just wanted to see what they would do. And my friend, I think, wanted to leave them because he's like, these are orcs. These are like killing machines. Like, let's leave these. But I had them be really skinny and just be carrying like bags. And so my son wanted to de-thaw them, or thaw them rather. Anyway, so they thaw them. I can't remember what conversation they had with them, but they essentially like helped them and sent them on their way, like released them from the ice. And it was like, wow, that was a very kind thing to do. So I was like proud of my son that he made like this choice, because I just put it in front of him. I was like, what are you guys going to do with a couple of frozen orcs? You could do anything. There's so many things you could do, but they chose to help him. So when they passed Umbridge Hill, I had them, because they passed right next to it on the map. So I had them see the two guys like sneaking up along this rock wall up to the manticore that was harassing the lady in her tower. And I'm not going to lie, I really wanted them to join those guys and help, because 4 people against a manticore, I think, would be a great number of people. But they're just like, nope. And I think my friend could tell that I was like trying to be like, hey, go over here. And he's like, no, we're going to keep going. Like, that's their quest. Like, we're not going to bug them. We've got our quest. I was like, all right. So they leave, these 2 guys like sneaking up on this manticore. And I was like, these 2 guys, I think they might need help. Now, I don't remember every single detail of the Dwarven excavation because it was a little bit ago, and I'm trying to get you caught up to the current sessions. But one thing I remember, and I think my son will remember forever, is the ochre jellies. These little tasties right here. So while they were fighting them, I was having a lot of fun describing the icky sounds they make, and the splashing, and the exploding. And so as these guys were trying to kill these ochre jellies, I was talking about them getting burned and crisped and pieces falling off and stuff splatting. But what finally happened is my son got like a torch or something, and he just like shoved it into it, and it was like it was like kind of boiling like inside of the ochre jelly. And then he took his staff while his one hand was holding the torch in the ochre jelly, and it was like burning. He then took his staff and just like hit it, and it just like popped, and just little burning bits of ochre jelly flew all over the dwarven excavation temple. And one, I'm very proud of that because I think that's very great imagery. And two, my son was so proud to kill an ochre jelly in that manner. So I actually ended up shortening the dwarven excavation quest for my son just because there was only 2 of them. So I just brought it down a notch. I brought in some of the rooms. And that seemed like a really good choice. But one thing that one of my subscribers commented that he did with his kids, he had the dwarven excavation have like a basement and have more stuff down there where there was like a captured girl or something and they had to release her soul or something. I don't know, but that is so cool, and I'm totally going to copy that in probably another place. Now, because this person said this in the comments, sorry, I don't remember your name, but thank you. I think I totally just want to add a basement to every place now. Now, I may be getting the exact timeline of all of these events a little bit out of order, but that's not my purpose is not to give you an exact step-by-step every single thing that happened. I'm just trying to give you an idea of like the things that I've been putting them through as a DM, some of the choices they make, but then also kind of my rationale behind what I'm doing, and also the mistakes I make and the things that I think I'm doing that are fun. So at some point, speaking of giving them a choice of what to do, I have this old lady stuck in the mud. She's like tripped and fallen into a mud. This is in Phandalin. So I really like to just have things going on in Phandalin that they can interact with. And this lady's stuck in the mud, and they're just like, look, we could stop and help every single person who needs help. But they decide to leave it. They leave her. And this comes up later after they've gone on their quest, and they come back and they go shopping and they buy some cool stuff. And they're all excited about what they bought because they made sure to buy weapons that they're proficient with, because my son's a wizard and my friend is a sorcerer. So they got light crossbows and they got their little bed rolls and they did all the shopping things, and they're so excited. So I have them come out of their shop, and this is on a different day. And just a little bit out of town is this lady in distress, and there's some orcs like bullying her. And so they're like, we've got these new weapons, let's do this. And so they use their new crossbows and all their new weapons. And my son was so excited when like he rolled like so high, and I just had the crossbow bolt like hit him right in the heart or hit him right in the face. He was loving that. And he'll tell me, he's like, you remember when I shot that orc right in the heart and he just fell over? And I was like, yeah, I remember that. But it turns out this lady, her face was still covered in mud. She had been like out wandering, and now these orcs were bullying her. And so then they kill all the orcs and they go rescue her. And then my son's like, all right, we need to go back. We need to go get our reward. We need to go get another job. And my friend's like, hey, you're the one that's, what is my son's alignment? Chaotic good? Is that an alignment? And my friend is chaotic neutral. Yeah, that's right. And so my friend has to explain. He's like, look, like you're the one in the party that's supposed to be making good choices. Because my friend goes and helps this old lady, and I think she gives him some gold out of her purse, but also I think she gives him like a sticky little treat out of her purse as well. So a little bit of a flashback. So on their way back from the dwarven excavation, I rolled for the dragon, and there's the d20 of where the dragon goes. Right here. So wherever you roll the dragon goes there, and the dragon eats somebody or kills something or fights, and it's supposed to run away back home if it gets 10 hit points taken away. And so on the way back, they saw the dragon like swoop down into Umbridge Hill and fly off with something. Anyway, so they got to Umbridge Hill and they made sure the lady was okay and they went back to town. Anyway, later they see these two NPCs, these red leather Ravager guys who had taken that quest and failed. They see them come back into town just like bloody and like with a sling and kind of like limping back into the inn. And I did that again as a trigger to see like, hey, are you going to go talk to these guys? Are you going to go check on them or what? Right. And they just let them go. Because my son wanted to go explore the ruins, which I talked about in the other video, where they found the feral teen, and now the feral teen is under the tutelage of the town baker, who I named Gothel, who makes really good bread. Okay, so I don't know where people are getting this. I don't know if it's from Baldur's Gate or from playing D&D a lot or what, but my friend goes to the shrine that's in the town and he puts a coin in there, and I have there be like a coin slot, and he puts it in, and you just hear this like at the bottom, like there's a couple other coins down there. And I was so proud of myself for the coin slot and everything. And I was like, man, if I can get this deity to do something for you, I'm totally going to. But the campaign has like the cleric of the place out of town. And then in the veterans group, my friend does the same thing. He's like, I want to go, there's a different friend in the veterans group. He goes, I want to go put a coin in this shrine. And I was like, okay, there's like a coin slot. So you put it in and you hear this little like, shh. And I added this little touch, and I'm so proud of myself, that after they drop a coin in, you hear this like little like tss, and there's just like this little like incense smell that comes up briefly. I just thought that was a nice touch. I was very proud of myself. So they finally make their way to Nomengard, and on the way there, again, there's so much travel time. I feel like it's a wasted opportunity if I don't stick populate the world that they walk through with something, right? And so I decided to have like a cabin that had just been like iced and collapsed, right? Like, remember, the dragon's around. It's not just, town role playing. And they bypassed it. And that's fine, of course, because it looks very run down. But the veterans group, I don't know if they're just such like video gamers or what, but I created same kind of thing. I made a cabin, like a crushed, iced in half collapsed cabin, and they're like, we want to check it out. And they go over there and they just went through it and they looked at everything. And it was kind of like when I'm telling stories to my little kids where I present the thing and I'm like, I don't know what's going to be here. If you go over there and look at it, like, I'm going to have to make it up. And so they really drove me to create what was in there. They're like, yeah, we want to go look at it. So then they went in and there was like a little bed and a little table, and there was a longbow under the bed, and it was all collapsed, and they were like really trying to see what's going on. And then I ended up having there be like a little cellar door in the back, and they went downstairs, and they were so interested in exploring. And they rolled like some insanely, and I know people have told me not to be like slaves to their roles, like have to get caught up in the excitement of it and overpopulate everything with overly good stuff. But I thought this was appropriate. I thought it was fair to their role, which was like a natural 20 or something for investigation. So they find the basement, and in the basement, it's like a prepper's food storage. So there's like lined with shelves, and there's just like tons of rations, tons of water skins. So all of them are just like stock up to their max weight on rations and water. And then in the very back, I have some homemade explosives. And this is in the veterans campaign. This isn't my son's campaign. So there's some homemade explosives that they find. And I did struggle a little bit with the stats of them, and it took a few sessions to get it right. And the vets even made fun of me for changing the stats every session. But at first it was 1d4 piercing. And then I'm like, it's also 1d4 burning. And then I'm like, to a single target. And then like the third session, I'm like, splash damage 5 feet. So these little homemade grenades, it's basically like a little leather pouch with a fuse in it, and inside is gunpowder and a bunch of like caltrops, like sharp pieces of metal, because I had them like open it and look in there, and so it explodes and just sends like sharp metal everywhere. So 1d4 burning, 1d4 piercing. And stay tuned for how my veterans. So one guy was like scoffing. He's like, "That's hardly any damage," and then the other guy was like, "Throw him in his bag, right?" And I think they just forgot about him. And I'll bring that up later because they ended up using them in such a cool way. So stay tuned for a more veteran group focused video for how they use those improvised prepper cabin basement explosives, because I think it's so cool. So they get to Nomengard and they're just exploring all over. Like I said, the veteran group is determined to kind of, I don't want to say speed run, but they're not obsessed with going in every single room. My son and my friend, they seriously want to go in every single room. And I could tell you a story about something they encountered in every room, but I'll just give you some highlights. So in their first encounter with the gnomes in Nomengard, they're like, "Hey, we're here to warn you about the dragon." And then the gnomes are like, "Well, we're worried about a shapeshifter." And then my friend's like, "Maybe it's a shape-shifting dragon or something." And like one of the gnomes is just like, "Ooh," just like peed itself because of that. And anytime I do anything like gross like that and my wife's nearby while I'm playing, I just like look over at her with a big smile and she's just like, "What are you doing?" And my son just loves it. He loves all the body humor I'm putting in here. Yes, peeing pants I deemed a highlight worthy to share with you. Anyway, there's like these little robot things, not robot things, but like clockwork lever action like machines that they can get inside of and climb around. And so they totally did that. They got in those and were just like riding all over the place. Now, there is a wild magic portion of Nomengard that I kind of did wrong because it says if they cast a spell of first level or higher, then the thing goes off and then these wild magic effects happen. But I totally was doing it when they were just doing cantrips. So like there was like so much wild magic stuff going on. I had to tone it down a little bit when I realized it had to be a level 1 spell. So me and my friend were pretty proud of my son on this part here. So they were crossing the bridge over here, and these things are like impassable, and there's like a little switch here to turn it off. That it says in the book that the gnomes use Mage Hand to like turn it off. And my son is like, "Well, let's just use Mage Hand." Like he came up with that, and they shut it off so that they could get through. And I was just like, wow, very inventive. It might be, we're speculating a little bit because he's playing like Minecraft Dungeons, and so he's got kind of that mentality, but I don't know, he's taking to it very well. But then they go in these like sleeping quarters, and my son's like, "I want to like rob their stuff." And it's like, dude, like you're chaotic good. Like you're not just gonna rob everybody. So I was just like, nope. I was like, "You're just gonna find bags of dirty laundry." I was like, no way. I'm not gonna reward you for robbing these guys. Like now my other party has like they're all chaotic neutral and has like a thief rogue. So yeah, it's gonna be different. But with these guys where it's like a wizard, I'm like, I'm not gonna turn you into like just like a filthy looter. So I had to kind of bring it down a little bit. And then if it did get worse, I'm like, you're gonna get like caught and in trouble. You know, in my head, I'm not like telling them this. Like I'm trying not to meta game with my players. Anyway, long story short, they have some interactions over here, more sneaking, more taking things, taking little inventions that were supposed to eventually end up being a reward. Anyway, they find their way back over to here, and the guards that were here they're like dead. There's just like a smear of blood because I really had to get the mimic, because it's a mimic they're fighting. And I rolled the dice to see which barrel it was in. Anyway, they fight the mimic. It's epic. It's bloody. And once the quest is over and they get their rewards and they become honorary gnomes. Oh, by the way, I have like there's like a little table on in Fibble Stibble and Dabbledob's study, and I always have these like little bags of like seasoned mushroom snacks, and they always take those. And I also had a little bag on the side of the throne for little mushroom snacks. And when you take them, they just make you feel like really like good and confident. It's just a little snack I invented. But when they're leaving Nomengard, I had rolled high enough for the volcano to go off. And so it's gone off while they've been inside of there. And so they go out and it's like dark, very, very dark. And there's just ash falling from the sky. And my friend, I don't know what he kept thinking it was, like some kind of really powerful storm or something. And I'm like, nope. But it's dark and there's ashes. And this is when they get back to Phandalin, and there's refugees and people begging, people sleeping on the streets, because clearly up north with Mount Hot Now going off, it's caused a big disruption. Like this campaign already has like disruptions in like the dragon kicking people out and the orcs running around and kind of messing stuff up. But now I've got like all these human refugees, and I just can't wait for this party to go north and just have to deal with this like desolation of volcano damage. But according to my idea I had earlier, based on the volcano that's going on in Grindavik, Iceland right now, where lava is just kind of coming out of cracks in the ground, like I think I might use that. Okay, so I rolled the dragon encounter dice again, and it actually came up at Nomengard as they were exiting Nomengard. And so the dragon comes out, and like literally the only place they can go is back into Nomengard. So they like run back in there, and they're like, holy crap, the dragon's here, you guys. And like I think I had the same gnome like pee itself again. And they're just like, what do we do? And like the dragon like lands like in this area, and it's like trying to get them, and they're like running around the halls, and they're like, oh my gosh, what do we do? And they were really stumped, and they decided that they would try and feed the dragon, because he's out there just like raging, right? He's destroying the mushrooms. I think he might have even destroyed the bridge. But they go and ask the gnomes like what they can feed the dragon. And these gnomes, like the kitchen gnomes, this is like their like food storage. I made it so they had already started like cutting and wax papering and like salting and storing the mimic meat. So on the shelves in their food storage place, they just had like stacks of like mimic meat. So they just like shoveled it all out there and just like pushed it, like unwrapped it and just like pushed it over the edge. And I think my son's character speaks dragon. I think that's one that he chose. So he's like, hey dragon, like here's some food, and just like shoves it off. And it eats it and leaves, right? Because that's the stats, is that if the dragon eats the food, it'll go away. So they fed it the mimic meat. I thought that was so cool. Okay, so I didn't tell you how they became honorary gnomes. So the king had a single growing mushroom that he took out, and he like squished it into a paste, and he stuck it on their foreheads. He made like a line on each of their foreheads, and he's like, you guys are honorary gnomes of Nomengard. And so I just thought that was like a cool touch. I also had the veterans group be made honorary gnomes, and the other gnomes like, I'm already a gnome. And it's like, well, now you're a citizen of Nomengard, like don't be a douche. All right, so my son's campaign, I feel like at this point has really taken off. I'm so excited the volcano's gone off. I'm excited that they've encountered the dragon like 2 times, and they're getting more and more cool items. Like they kept those little clockwork machines, and they actually took them back to Phandalin and sold them. But this video is long, and it's time to do another one. But you guys are super caught up, and now we're going to go to Axholm, which they've been for 5 sessions. And in the next one, I will explain why I let them go there at such a low level, which was a mistake. My bad. And we'll get you caught up to where they almost get TPK'd or total party killed. So yeah, this has been a Noob D&D dad, Noob Dadgum DM dad recap, and just some of my choices that I made. And so yeah, I'm gonna do another one where I talk about Axholm and get you caught up to them facing a friggin' banshee at a very low level. So if you like this kind of thing, please let me know. I really appreciate it. It's very, very helpful. And do all the YouTube things like subscribe and like and do comments, because that spreads the video further. So if you like this, maybe someone else will too. I'm having so much fun being a DM. My son is loving it, and he's getting better all the time. So yeah, let me know what you think, and I will see you on the next one. Thank you so much for watching. Bye. Noob D&D Dad here. and I just want to tell you about one of the sessions I just had with my son and my friend. They've been in Axholm for the last 4 sessions because I accidentally let them go there, being very underpowered, because when it came time to go back to the job board in Phandalin after they had finished the main 3 quests, I decided to just roll a d6 3 times for the other side quests instead of paying attention to what the book says, which is you need to kind of do them in order. You need to do them in order. So anyway, Axholm was the one that they chose because it sounded the coolest. So they've been there for 4 sessions because they're only level 3. And I never like to waste a good travel time. So on their way there, I rolled the d20 for the location of Cryovane the dragon. And it actually showed up to be at Axholm where they were going. And so they're like in an open field. And so they're exposed, and this dragon starts circling around. And so my friend's a sorcerer, and my son is a wizard. And they're like cruising through this field, and I tried to populate so that there would be like a little wall they could go hide behind or whatever, but turns out the dragon totally saw them. And so he starts doing like a dive, like he's like doing like swooping down and trying to get them. And my friend does like a Naruto thing and makes a whole bunch of copies of himself, which basically saved them. But my son loved this part so much. So the dragon is doing like a dive towards him to get him. And my son decides to just start running towards the dragon, because if he can get underneath the dive, right, as he's coming towards him, then the dragon can't correct it to go down as sharply as he would need to. And so my son loved that he was able to basically escape the dragon's dive. Anyway, they made it to Axholm. And I got this idea from somebody online, but I don't remember who it was. I've been watching a lot of really helpful tutorials, and I don't remember who it was. But I think they decided to have somebody like camping in front of Axholm. Anyway, so I have a D20 system for names that I wrote the alphabet down 1 through 20, and then since D20 doesn't go to the whole alphabet, the last, like a 20 can be like the last 5 or 6 letters of the alphabet. Anyway, so I rolled, and the names that I came up with, I had it be a father and 2 sons camping in front of Axholm. And so my son and my friend basically run up into the entrance of Axholm to get away from the dragon, right? And they come upon this older guy, like gray hair, and his 2 sons, and his name is Yance, and the 2 sons are Leaf and Errol. And they're veteran stat block, but I lowered their hit points a little bit, and I made it so they only have a heavy crossbow and a short sword instead of the 2 swords, the multi-attack, and everything. So anyway, so they go inside of Axholm. My son uses the spell Unlock or something to open the portcullis, which I was seeing other YouTubers saying like it's gonna be like multiple people trying to open the portcullis because it's so heavy. Anyway, so he used a spell and they got in, and I just had it making the creepiest noises, like you hear like screaming in there and like moaning, and there's like this awful deathly gross smell coming out of it, and they were like getting freaked out, and I had the NPCs get freaked out too. They're like, we don't want to go in there, we'd rather face a dragon. So to like really point out that it's scary in there. So the reason I put the NPCs is because I realized the error of my ways in that is way too dangerous for 2 level 3 spellcasters to go into this place. So they go in, and actually they slept. They did a long rest inside of the, like, just beyond the portcullis and before the wooden doors of Axholm, and they actually moved the campfire inside of that and slept there for the night. All right, it is such a lovely weather outside, but I should probably go inside. So they spend the night inside the entryway of this castle, and there's just all these scary noises. And anyway, so skip ahead to day 4 of Axholm. I'll go back because this is the one that we had just last night. So they fought a lot of ghouls, and I mentioned earlier that I made the ghouls more like dusty, so that when they hit them, they kind of break apart instead of like blood splash. And so this session we had last night, oh gosh, this is my map. You can't see it. I made this for them using Bob World Builder's map making technique. So anyway, they do all manner of exploring and ghoul killing, but I really just wanted to talk about the one from last night. So they go into like this skinny area that has a bunch of ballistas pointing through like little battlement slit things, and they go in there and they open the door outwards, and they're always very scared now when they open doors because I've done things to them, which makes me feel really proud. And so they all get all ready, and they get their I was gonna say blasters, but they get their crossbows up, right? And everybody in my world with crossbows, at least the good guys, they always have a sling on their crossbow, so that like you can shoot your crossbow and then just like drop it, and it'll, you know, kind of like if you have like a rifle, and then you drop your rifle and then you can pull out your secondary weapon. Anyway, so they go open this door to get into the place with all the ballistas, and I decided that I wanted to have some dead dwarfs in there that hadn't been turned into ghouls, just for like flavor and scenery. And my son later told me that he really liked this part. So they open the door, and of course they all have their crossbows and everything ready to go, and their spells or whatever. And I just had this dead dwarf like sitting against the door, like an old skeleton dwarf, right? So they open the door, and it just like falls backwards, like onto their feet, but it's like fully like armor, helmet, shield, and axe, and it's just like falls back, and it's like a skeleton. And so they start exploring this little skinny area with all these ballistas in it, and up to this point, I've just been using what the book says, the Dragon of Icespire Peak book, what it says about magic items, right? So they've been getting the magic items. At the pace of the book, but I started feeling like, one, I led them into a place that's like way too scary for their power level, and two, I feel like I've been giving the veteran group, so I'm DMing 2 different groups, I feel like I've been giving them more magic items. So I'm like, do you know what? I was so determined to stick to this book as close as I could, but I'm like, I'm going to give these guys a magic item. And so I had another skeleton of a dwarf warrior like face down, and I just described it, and then I like to just be quiet and see what they do. And my friend is like so not interested in more ghouls getting animated that he's like, we got to spread the bones around. So they're just like, okay, we're gonna kick these bones around, we're gonna spread them apart and like start crunching them. I was like, oh my gosh, that's like really dark. But I have them find a +1 silvered crossbow underneath this guy, and he has a satchel that has 20 silvered crossbow bolts. And they were so excited. They're like, this is our first magic weapon we found. And they were just really, really excited. And they're like, yeah, so you get +1 to your attack and +1 to damage. And yeah, they were very excited. And so my son took that because a wizard is proficient in a light crossbow. So he was so excited to have it. And so they were kind of in this little secure area, but there were some stairs. And my friend decided to YOLO it a little bit and just go up the stairs. And I have him, and he has a torch. And he starts going up the stairs, and you start seeing like gossamer in your face, like spider webs, and it's getting thicker and thicker and thicker. And this is a part that like I really wanted to do this description. I really wanted it to be where like the further they get into like the spider den is the webs get thicker and thicker, and it like slows them down and like sticks to them and makes it like they start feeling trapped. But he's like, nope, I don't like this. So he gets out his torch and just starts burning them all. And I was like, haha, it's gonna get somebody's attention. So he goes up into this like upper area, and everyone decides to follow behind, and he shines his torch up, and up like all around on the ceiling are these just like glowing spider eyes. All right, so if you look at the map, they were in A3, and then they went upstairs to A22, which is totally full of spiders. It's full of these guys right here. Ooh. So my wife asked me, she's like, how did you do that encounter without throwing up? Because I really don't like spiders. And I think I told her that the joy that I was having in grossing them out is, I think, what kept me from throwing up. So they all go up there, and there's all these like glowing spider eyes, like from the torchlight, right? And it's just like attack time. And the book suggests you do, what was it? It was like 3 or a spider per member. Let's just look at it. Okay, so A22, it says on the giant spiders, so 3 spiders plus 1 additional for each party member, but not counting sidekicks. And so I decided that Yance, Leaf, and Errol are sidekicks, so they don't count. So there's 5 giant spiders, and it just goes into battle mode, and these spiders have the coolest powers. All right, look at this. So they have a bite and a web shooting thing. And the way that, so I had just watched Ginny D's video about doing good battle stuff, and so I was like, okay, this is my chance to practice. Like, these spiders are going to be so dynamic and like tactical and interesting. So I had these spiders like climbing over the ceiling and like coming down and like using their web and using their bite and like backpedaling, and like I really thank her for that video, because I really was trying to make the combat like interesting and dynamic. And so what I would do when it's time for us, when it's a spider's turn to attack, right? So everybody rolls initiative, and each spider had its own initiative. So when it was a spider's turn, I had them, I number the characters. So I just put them like 1 through, well, there's only 5 of them, right? Because there's the 2, my son and my friend, and then the 3, the dad and his 2 sons that are there. So I number them, I assign them numbers, and then I roll a die, and that is the person that spider is going to attack. And then I roll a die, like a 50% die, if they're going to bite or shoot a web. And so depending on that, then they shoot a web, and the web restrains them so they can't fight. And so these guys are getting restrained left and right. These spiders are getting closer and closer. They're biting them. And like, it was actually starting to look pretty bad. I'm like, am I gonna kill everybody? And one thing that Ginny D said is that you need to adjust the combat so you don't wipe everybody out. So I started having some of the spiders would start attacking someone else, and it would provoke attack of opportunity. And so like my son would be able to do like another attack as they went by. Anyway, some of the highlights of the spider deaths are, my son was using like a frosty ray or whatever and like shot them, and like he blasted one in the face, and it like froze one of its eyeballs, and the eyeball like froze and like fell out of its head and like rolled across the floor like a marble, and then they like stepped on it and it squished out black stuff. So I know I said I toned it down for my son, but for whatever reason, like when it's like a creature instead of like a humanoid, I just make it so much more gory, and they love it so much. Anyway, they're chopping off legs and stuff as they're wearing the hit points down. And every time, so I had the main dad was like so mad because one of the spiders like webbed up one of the sons and then went and was like biting him. And like, I'm like, this guy's gonna die. Like one of this guy's sons is gonna die. And at this point, like they're part of the party. Like they've joined, and they tell my friend and my son, they're like, we trust you. Like we think you guys can keep us alive. Anyway, so this dad is like so mad. So he gets his short sword and he like slashes, and it cuts the spider's face in half like this and kills it, because it was like the killing blow, right? And like the spider was already like backpedaling, trying to get away, and so its legs keep twitching backwards, and it's like it like slumps down on the ground and it's like twitching backwards while its like split open head is like dragging on the floor. It's so gross. Oh, but I loved it. It was so fun. My son loved it. He's 8 years old, and yeah, I had some of the spiders trying to run away too, because they're just like, we're all gonna die. Anyway, I just wanted to talk about that combat, and that Ginny D's ideas were helpful. And these guys have been in Axholm for 4 sessions, to the point. So what they do is they go out and like clear a few rooms, and then they go back to a room they know is clear, and they like hunker down and do a long rest, because they would die. And so I realized that the normal milestone level up is not going to work, because they've been in the same place for 4 sessions. So after the spider battle, I had to go take my 1-year-old and go put him to bed. And I'm like, okay. And they're like, we're going to long rest right here. And I was like, yeah, and level up. And they were like, yeah, like we leveled up. And I was like, and I just kind of barely learned like how to use inspiration. And so I was like, you guys did so good in there, like playing as a team and like doing all your stuff. I was like, you guys get inspiration also. And they were just like, whoa. And they were so excited. My son's so excited. To go through and pick new spells, and they're like, he's talking about how he has a new spell that does like 3d8 damage, and they're like, now we're gonna be able to do more damage in here. And they're loving it. I mean, my friend has been playing D&D for 20 years, but my son, like, this is it. This is his beginnerness time, and he's loving it. And do you know what? I'm loving it. I'm having fun grossing them out with all this spider gore, and I'm having fun making it scary, like the ambiance of the building, like the air movement and the scary noise in the background. And like, it's just been so much fun to just take these very simple guidelines in this book here and just like expand it out and just breathe life into it. And it's so fun to see. I try as much as I can to just be quiet. Like, okay, here's the room you're in. What are you going to do? And just try to let the world react to what they do. And it was so fun. And so just, this was session number 9 for these guys. And so I've been taking notes on to go back and explain or share some like fun stories that they've done so far. But this one that I've been recounting to you has largely been session number 9, which is session number 4 in this Axholm castle, which according to this world is actually so normally they want to clear out the castle as the objective. Right here. Hang on, where's that? Axholm. Right there. So they want to clear it out because the town might need more, they might need to hunker down there if the dragon attacks, right? But in my Phandalin, well, for my son's Phandalin, Mount Hotnow has exploded in a gigantic eruption like Mount St. Helens. But I also want it to be more lava-y, like actually running lava. And so, but I think Phandalin's like 60 miles south of there, maybe further. But the point is, like, the sky's black. Phandalin is full of refugees. And at this point, there's like a tent city. Tents are lining the roads. And it's even more important for my son and my friend to clear out Axholm, because then Phandalin can expand into Axholm and like more people can live there. They can turn it into like a community, not just a place to hunker down, but like a new place to live. And I haven't told, well, they don't know this, right? Because I roll the D20 every time to see where the dragon is, right? Every time there's like a scene change, I roll a D20 to see where the dragon is. Right here. Right there, right? So that's all the different places the dragon could be. And actually, it's really funny. In both campaigns, in the veteran campaign and this campaign, my son's, the dragon is currently in Phandalin. And so when they get back from Axholm, like whether or not they have to leave because the Banshee's totally gonna like kill them, and they have to just come back later when they're stronger, or if they clear it out and they go back to Phandalin, like we're heroes, we're here for our reward. Like the dragon is either gonna, well, it'll be there, and like it's crazy. There's a lot of people that are like, there's gonna be the stakes of the dragon are gonna be increased for both parties, because when the vet group finally gets back to Phandalin, the dragon's also gonna be there, and I'm trying to decide if I'm gonna have the dragon have taken some things from the vet group or not. They'll be so mad. Anyway, so I can't even express. I'm having so much fun DMing 2 different groups, and my son's having a blast, and the vets are having a blast. Like they tell me so, which makes me feel good. And my friend's having fun too, and he said he'd let me know if I screwed it up. Well, thank you for watching. Thanks for listening to my story. I just thought it was so cool. I loved controlling these disgusting giant spiders, and you know what? I can't wait to swarm these army veterans with these giant disgusting spiders, because they're getting so powerful, right? Because they're all those different characters that I told you about last time. Paladin, warlock, half orc, half elf bard, gnome, rogue, goblin, sorcerer. That's my other party. That's the other party. And I just can't wait. I can't wait for the right excuse to just swarm them with giant spiders and, I don't know, web and poison them within an inch of their life. Like, I love it. So anyway, this has been fun. I'm loving this journey. This was session number 18. Yeah, session 18 total that I've DM'd. So 9 for the vet group and 9 for my son. And it's great. And I do want to say something about the support that I've gotten so far on this channel is like unreal. It is. My wife thinks it's so cool, and it's so motivating. So thank you everybody for letting me know, like talking to me in the comments. Thank you for engaging with me in like the YouTube things, like the thumb up and the comment things, like, because that actually I think that can share this fun with more people. So thank you so much for doing that. It really means a lot, and I can't wait to share more of this with you and just tell you more of the things that we've come up with and things that we've done as a noob D&D dad. So thank you so much for watching. Subscribe if you like this kind of thing, and I'd love feedback. So many of you put so much awesome DM advice, and I'm absolutely going to do my best to follow it. So any DM advice, here's a few questions I have. How often should I be dispersing magic items as they travel the world? Like, how often should they come across them? And another thing I was wondering about, crossbows, loading. The way I've been playing it is that when it's your turn, during a fight, you can shoot the crossbow, and then your next turn comes around, that crossbow has to be loaded. So you can spend that entire turn loading it, and then your next turn, then you can shoot it again. That's my understanding of the crossbow, is that it takes a full load. So whether it's the heavy, the light, or even the hand crossbow, in the book they all say loading next to it. So do you guys ever load and shoot as part of your 6-second turn? One thing I was thinking of doing is going somewhere where they can, maybe to the gnomes, where they can pay to have their crossbow modified to have like this like gearbox on it, to where they can, after they shoot it, they can like crank it and load it like a lot quicker, so that they can load it and fire it in the same turn, so they could fire it every turn in combat. I was thinking of having them go somewhere where they can pay to do that. Anyway, is that right? Like, is it take a turn to load it? I don't know. I'd love answers. So thank you so much, everybody. I'll see you on the next one. And everyone's been so amazingly supportive. It's been very heartwarming, and it's fun to see a lot of other dads DMing for their kids as well. So thank you so much, everyone. We'll see you on the next one. Bye. All right, noob D&D dad here, and this is the one where I almost killed my son's entire party. So stay tuned to see how I almost killed my son's entire party in Axholm in this quest. So it all started when I decided to try and be clever with how they find their way to their next quest. So they had finished the Dwarven Excavation, Nomengard, and Umbrage Hill. And so now it was time to go on to the follow-up quests. And I guess I didn't pay attention to this. After characters complete 2 follow-up quests, another 3 quests are added. Meaning, if they do 2 of these, then these will show up. But I decided, since there's 6 of them, because there's 6 of them, that I would roll a d6 3 times, and that would be the 3 quests that were on the board. Because I knew that this was kind of the end of our session, so that I would have time to prep whatever they chose. So I rolled the 3d6s. One of the choices was Axholm. They read all the other choices, and they decided they wanted to go there. And I was like, great, sounds good. And then as I was prepping for it, I was like, they were only level 3 at the time, and I was like, okay. I was like, this is the biggest dungeon in the whole book. I mean, look at this thing. It's huge. All the squares are just 5 feet. It's 2 levels. Now, I did already talk about their entrance to Axholm, where I decided to have 3 NPCs at the door, and also they got attacked by the dragon on their way there. But I had 3 NPCs camping at the door because it was heavy, freezing cold rain, which also I had them roll a constitution check to see how they could handle the rain. And they didn't roll very well, so they were their muscles were getting stiff, and they weren't doing great, so they really needed to get shelter. But I put 3 NPCs there to possibly be a voice of reason, to be like, you shouldn't go in there. But the problem was I also rolled on the D20 for the dragon, and it ended up in Axholm. So I maybe sealed their fate when I basically had the dragon chase them in there. And again, see my other video explaining the giant spider battle in Axholm, where I go over their dragon encounter at the beginning. Now, I did have a lot of fun creating the ambiance for Axholm, and I'm actually really proud of it. So I had it just be this deathly, stinky smell coming out of it, right? Because there's undead ghouls in there, and they're supposed to stink. And also I had screams being heard in there, and just various clunking and chinking and various noises. And one thing that once they actually got in, once they got inside and started dungeon crawling, or Castle Axholm crawling, there's a few things I did with the atmosphere that really creeped them out. So I still had moaning and groaning noises from the ghouls off in the distance, and echoes and scary noises. But I decided to describe the way that air fills in there, that it wasn't a constant moving air, and it also wasn't still. It was this uneven air. It's almost like the air itself was unsettled, that it would move a little bit and then stop and move a little bit. Not even it's breathing in and out or anything, just that it's this inconsistent airflow. And that creeped them out, and I loved it. I always feel good when I creep them out. And another thing I did is there's occasional time where it would be completely silent, no sounds at all, and that also creeped them out. But the more I read about Axholm and the more I prepared for Axholm, the more I was like, oh no, I'm going to kill my son. And I was talking to my wife, and she's like, well, maybe you can have somebody warn them and they don't go there. And I'm like, yeah, but it's still their choice. So I did a little bit of meta with my friend, and I was like, look, this could be really rough here. And so he got it in his head that they were going to kind of be careful, basically. So what his plan was that they would do lots of long rests. So they would make their way in. So this is the entrance, right? So they have to deal with the portcullis, which my son just used a magic spell on. And then they made their way through here. And then once they got in here, they would go room to room very cautiously. And then once they found a good room where they could kind of stop for the night, they would do a long rest and regain all their hit points. And my friend keeps saying D&D 5e is very soft, and maybe it is. But they would take a long rest, and then sometimes that would be the end of our session, so they'd have to come back next week, right? But they go out and they fight ghouls, and they fight those big mosquito things that were very, very gross. And then they go to a long rest. And so they're determined to do their objective, which is to clear the whole castle. And like I mentioned in another video, it's no longer just a place where they can seek refuge from the dragon. It's now a place where, in addition to seeking refuge from the dragon, it's now an overflow for Phandalin, because Phandalin is full of refugees because the volcano that went off that I added to the campaign. So it's very important that they clear all the rooms out. So they're going room by room, and they're stopping a lot. So I think this has actually been good. And I think I may have actually added even more creatures than are in the book because they keep resting. I was like, hey, let's keep going. So it's been fun hiding ghouls all over this place. Like, you've seen the map. Like, there's a lot of places that you can put stuff. Also, the book, this book is really nice because it just tells you where to put everything. So you could just follow that. But there's so many places to put things. And some of the ghouls, I have them just like burst out of doors and just be like, kind of doing the teeth on teeth, just like trying to bite them and stuff. And others of the ghouls are just kind of like, kind of like zombie mummy-ish. And there's this one ghoul that I'm really proud of where they were in this big room with 2 fireplaces in it that they were kind of decide to stay there for a night. It's like the barracks room. And they were all gathered around the fireplace, just like poking it with their like extendo stick to see if they could clear out the rubble so that they could have a fireplace so they could stay in this room, right? And they left the door open. And so I just have this ghoul like wander in and just like stand next to them and like also look up the fireplace. So it kind of came in by itself, and then they like attacked it and killed it and stuff. But I just, they thought that was pretty funny. Also, so that's this room. And they stayed there for a night. But if you'll direct your attention to A8, it's the privies. So this toilet zombie kill, spoiler alert, I put one on the toilet, made its way into our Christmas newsletter this year. And I show you a quote. Recently playing D&D with his daddy, he enjoys recounting how the monsters died to his mama, which leads to her asking questions like, Daddy, had you kill a monster who was on the toilet? Followed by riotous boy laughter. I'm so very proud of that. So I had them open the door, and there's a ghoul right on the toilet. And of course, now at this point, they're traumatized. So every time they open a door, they open it with like all of them in formation with their crossbows and like their little spell hands ready. And so they open the door, and this ghoul's like, "Mah!" on the toilet. And they all shoot it, and it just like breaks apart, and it just like its pieces just like fall into the toilet. Okay, some of the other ghoul things that I'm very proud of. So this campaign with my son, it's designed to be kid-friendly, right? Or at least mostly kid-friendly. He's 8 years old. So instead of the ghouls as portrayed in the book where they look a little more juicy, some of the artwork has them like a lot of juicy stuff. So really, I think the kills would be very gory. I turned these ghouls more into like mummies from like the 1999 Mummy, like where they like crumble and dust, and they might have like some soft tissue still, but mostly they like crumble and dust when they die, right? So like I'll have them bite them, and if their roll fails, like the I want to say zombie, but if their roll fails to bite, then I have like some of their teeth break off on them. And there was one really, really gross one that I was very proud of, but like something happened where the ghoul fell down, and the guy like hit it, and it chopped its jaw off. It like broke its jaw off. And so when it got up to keep fighting, it only had like one tooth left, and it had like a tongue, and there was no jaw. And so it was just like, like the tongue was just like wagging all over, making this really gross sound. And every time I did that, like, my friend at the table was just like, ooh. So it has a bite and claws, and it has this thing where you get paralyzed for a minute if something happens to you. And I was really proud of myself with how I like visually portrayed that. So they get scratched, and then if they handle the DC, the saving throw, basically like they hear their pulse in their ears, and their vision starts getting darker and darker, and it's like boom, 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 boom. But then if they pass the saving throw, then it like opens back up, and the hearing goes back to normal, because it's like they're about to be paralyzed. So I thought that was kind of a cool descriptor for that. Okay, so seriously, they've spent 5 sessions in Axholm, and I went in detail on the spider battle, and So this battle that I'm going to describe now is the next session after the spider battle. All right, quick note. These little things, these are ballistas, okay? And they can be moved. There's ballistas all over the place. And I keep telling the party, I keep being like, you guys, not like that, not like I'm like teaching them a lesson, but I keep being like, oh yeah, and there's 7 ballistas in this room, and they're on wheels, and they have ammo. You know, I'm just trying to be like, here they are. You can use them. So they are just making their way through Axholm, and weirdly, they're avoiding the throne room and the upstairs hallway. The throne room is where like the big daddy ghoul is, and the upstairs hallway is where the banshee is. So they're working room by room by room, and you know they're fighting ghouls and they're getting injured. You know, like they're not coming out unscathed. And a couple of things I have them find is I have them find that's not in the book. I have them find a hand axe because I think they're proficient with that. And also, I described a 6-foot piece of chain. I'm just like, this room has a 6-foot piece of chain in it. It's a little bit rusty, but very intact. And so they kept it, and I'm like, okay, cool. And so they've been like trying to find uses for it. So I thought that was interesting to just put it. So in addition to doing like morally ambiguous decisions, I also like to be like, here's this object. Like, does this interest you? Are you going to do anything with it? Okay, so finally, they make their way through here. But first, they stop in this room. And my friend rolls a natural 20 on investigation. And this room in the book is described as empty. But I was like, you know what? It's time. Like, you guys, I really haven't given them much. So I was like, okay, so natural 20. I was like, you notice there's a like rectangle, like possible secret outline on the wall. And so he tries to start messing with it. And eventually he just pushes and it goes in about 2 inches and stops. And then I'm just doing it like that. I'm like, okay, what are you going to do now? And so then eventually he slides it, and it pushes back and then slides over, and it reveals a 2 feet deep, 2 feet wide, 1 feet tall little place. And like, no kidding, as I was describing this, I was like, I don't know what's in here. I don't know what I'm going to put in here. But here's what I decided, because of, again, I don't remember the name, sorry, but one of the people in the comments said that I shouldn't overdo it, I shouldn't get overexcited, and maybe I should include a potion every now and then. And I was like, you know what? It's potion time. So I have there be like this old leather wrap, just kind of like flop, just in there, and that's the only thing that's in this whole little secret compartment. So he opens it up, and it is a red liquid that when you kind of shake it, it kind of glows, right? So it's a healing potion. And I wanted it to be kind of a special find, so I have it be a potion of greater healing, which I found in the DM guide. Okay, so then they make their way around here, and it's like stinking more and more as they come over here, and then this place is all full of ghouls, and they dispatch them, and it's very cool. And one of like the finishing kills of one of them, again, like they're very dusty ghouls, right? I think he did like a witch bolt or something, I can't remember, but he like zaps it, and I had it just, because this is like the finishing move, right? So I have it just like explode into like shards of bone and dust, and I describe it as like going down their shirts and just like getting on everything. So as from here on out, I'm talking, when I'm describing anything, I'm like, there's like the bone fragments are like itching down your clothes and stuff. So I'm just trying to just paint like just this like slog where the environment is literally like getting on them. And so I was very proud of myself for the bone fragments down the clothes thing. Okay, so that's this room, and it has like, it's like a religious, it's a ghoul den, and it has like religious stuff. So they get a little bit of treasure there. Potion of superior healing. So anyway, that's pretty cool. Little religious ghoul den. And then they go up these stairs, and right as the whole party is right here, coming down this hallway, I have her just slide out sideways. The banshee herself. She just slides out like floating, and she's like blue and white, and her hair's everywhere, and she's like very pretty. And then just like Ghostbusters 1, I have her face get like scary and evil looking, and she screams this deathly scream that's like, she says, "Get out of my house!" And that terrifies them. So I have them roll initiative, and the Banshee gets higher than everybody. And so the book tells you for her first attack to do this. Look at her. There she is. It tells you to do her horrifying visage. So these guys all do this horrifying visage, like Constitution saving throw. And two of the, because there's the dad and his two sons, right? And then those are NPCs that are joined them. And then there's my son and my friend. And two of the NPCs become frightened. They're just like, ah! And also, the three basically veteran fighters, where they just have like swords and crossbows, they can't even do anything. And so we'll get this in a minute. So now it's basically my son and my friend that are a sorcerer, or a wizard and a sorcerer, that have to fight this thing. So they get a couple shots off, a couple cool little zaps. But then when it's her turn, she's going to use Wail, and then she's going to retreat. But I'm also really proud of how I described when they're using their magic on her. So they do like I don't know the names of these things. It's like a little ball of, you choose which element and you blast it at it. And then anyway, they're level 4. So whatever wizards and sorcerers do. So every time they blast it, like her light gets dimmer, and you can see like if they zapped a certain part of her, like that part would go like orangey red, and her overall light would get dimmer. And so she had this like mocking attitude at first, like, "You're in my place, I'm gonna kill all of you." But then as she's getting hit with this magic and it's actually doing damage, like she starts getting this like confused and like even more rage. And then I have her do the Wail, which is like this deathly scream where she's like mad and sad and just like screaming at the ceiling. And I have it send out like this shockwave and everything. And then the results of the Wail happen, and it is nasty. And I maybe cheated a little bit in favor of their party because I have a mandate from my wife to not kill my son on his first thing. But watch this. Okay, Wail. The Banshee releases a mournful wail, provided that she isn't in sunlight. This wail has no effect on constructs and undead. All other creatures within 30 feet of her can hear her, must make a DC 13 Constitution saving throw. On a failure, a creature drops to 0 hit points. On a success, takes 10 3d6 psychic damage. Okay, there's 5 people in the party. They all fail their rolls. I keep letting my son, I let my son have multiple rolls. All the NPCs, they're just dropping. So they're dropping to 0 hit points and going unconscious. I'm just like, oh no, they're all going to be like, I was like, this is going to be, this is going to be so bad. And my son's like getting so worried, and he's just like, "Can I roll again?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I gave you inspiration because you guys did really well back there. So roll again." And he rolls again, and just, he's getting like 2s and 3s, and he's been rolling like natural 20s, which is why like all the death animations have been like so epic. And he's getting like 2s and 3s on these saving throws. I'm just like, oh my gosh, that's so bad. And he fails his 3rd one, and then my friend, so he rolls and it just fails miserably. He's like, "Oh, let's just say that was for one of the NPCs." And I'm just like really? Anyway, what happens is I let him roll again, and anyway, he finally passes. So the whole party is on the ground, unconscious, 0 hit points. So yeah, I fudged it a little bit so that my son, well, I mean, I did let him go. My son went to 0 hit points, and he was not happy. And I think and it was getting late too, so I think he was getting affected by like the scariness of the Banshee. But yeah, so you have the party all unconscious, all on the ground. But I was like, we got to have one person left, because one person can, go around and start helping people. Anyway, so he shoves the healing potion into my son's mouth, like lifts him up, plugs his nose, does whatever the thing you do to make someone take a potion, and it works, right? So my son's 0 hit point unconsciousness was pretty short-lived. But now the banshee went off down the hall, and I described it going down the hall as it leaves, the light, you see the light getting dimmer and dimmer, and then it just cuts off because it just turns left and goes through the wall into its bedroom. And I love watching them deal with this conundrum. They're like, we've got 3 bodies on the floor and they're unconscious. We got to stabilize these. Also, this banshee just went down the hall. And I'm just sitting there watching, like, what are you guys going to do? Are you going to... Here's what I didn't want them to do. I didn't want them to be like, all right, we better all recover and, we'll be back tomorrow. I really wanted them to chase it down. And my friend's like, we've already done some damage. They had done 34 damage on this thing. And he's like, we've done some damage. If we don't go get her now, like, she's just going to get strong again. And I was like, yes. So they basically, like, stabilize these guys. They, like, drag them over into this other area that only has one way in and one way out. And they put blankets over them, right? So they're, like, in disguise, unconscious. They're like, do you think they'll be okay alone? And I'm like... Anyway, so they drag them over to this balcony area. They leave them there unconscious, under blankets. And they give one guy like 4 hit points, and they give him the magical crossbow, right? So now you have 3 people with magical things that can go get her. And they run up to the first door, and they listen to it, and it's all like, raw, and they're like, nope. It's full of ghouls, right? So then they go to the next door down the hall, and they listen at the door, and she yells again, get out of my house! And my friend yells back, get out of our house! So they kick down the door, and she's in there, and she's just like, she's so mad. And they all roll initiative. She gets a 20, and they get not that. And this is where... So I had already kind of fudged it a little bit, right? So that one of the 5 could pass the saving throw. And so I have her go for the NPC, right? So she goes up to do the grab thing, which is like an insane amount of damage. And I roll, and it's a natural 20. And I'm like, this guy's gonna die. He's gonna die. And I sit there, and I'm just like, these guys are just gonna get walked over. And I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna reroll, right? Because I have the screen. So I reroll, and it's like a 12. So I start describing it, and I'm like, she goes to grab, and she like misses, and he dodges it. And then I'm just like sitting there, and I'm like, this is an NPC. Like, this is the time to show the cost of fighting a freaking banshee. So I'm like, no, actually, she grabs him and does a ton of damage. Yeah, here's the damage. +4 to hit. 3d6 plus 2 necrotic damage. Also, she's at 58, and they've done... Or she has 58, and they've done 34. And this guy's only at 4 hit points, and I have him at 30 hit points. So I roll, and it's huge. It's not max, and he gets down to like -21. And I paused, and I was like, oh crap, is this instant death? And I read the instant death section, and it sounds like the only time a negative number matters in 5e, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, is on that instant death check. If you go all the way up to their hit point max. So if I went to -30, then the light of his life is snuffed out. And but he went to like -21. And so I was reading, and I couldn't ever find anywhere where it brings up again a negative number, and that you have to bring them from negative. So anyway, he's zeroed out. He's destroyed on the ground, about to die. And it's left to these last 2 guys, and they do their best. And honestly, from 34 damage up to 58 is not too big of a thing with the weapons they have. And they do some gnarly weapons on her. They do this it's like a ball of an element that they shoot at it, and then he's got like his witch bolt. And finally they kill the thing, and its light goes all the way out, and it's like screams, and then it just kind of explodes, and I have this shockwave go through everything, and then it just seems a little nicer in there. So they defeated the banshee after almost being totally killed themselves. And now they have to get about the business of recovering. So now they are trying to heal, administer potions, drag bodies, get people comfortable, find a nice place to stay. And I sat there for a minute being like, because there's still some more ghouls, right? There's the big bad ghoul that has like a magic item. I'm like, are all the ghouls going to die because she died? And I was like, nah, they still have to fight everything else that they haven't seen yet. But yeah, so then they set about trying to find a room to go sleep in to protect these guys. So we're reading the rules and trying to figure out how they do like a short or they heal them. They get a hit point after so many hours pass by. Then once they have a hit point, then they can do like a short rest. Anyway, they get secured and take their rest. My son has to use what's it called? Hit dice to regain some hit points. So as a noob D&D DM, I feel like I did a pretty good job of making them feel like there was stakes, like very serious stakes, but also still having fun and having like a cathartic victory. And they really, really felt, I could tell that they felt like a cathartic victory when they destroyed that Banshee, and they were proud of themselves because they knew they were over their heads with the whole quest. And I'm proud of them too. I thought it was really, really cool. And I can't wait to wreck the military veterans group with the Banshee. It's going to be great. I can't wait to unleash the spiders on them, the Banshee. They get down, those guys get down to 0 hit points a lot. So anyway, all right. I don't know what else I'm forgetting, but it was so fun. And now, so then they had to go to bed, right? So now they have to fight the big bad ghoul. They've got to recharge and do some other things, but that Banshee fight was so cool, and I was so worried. I was so worried that I was going to kill all of them. They were all going to get to 0, and then some ghouls were going to come around the corner and just munch on all their heads. You know, obviously I can control it, right? The wife's like, don't kill your son. But at the same time, I'm like, hey, if he walks into a Banshee's area, like, might die. All right. Thank you so much for watching. I'd love to hear your opinion on this. And I've really, really enjoyed all the comments and the interaction. It's been incredible. So thank you for that. And please continue to do that. And yeah, I'll see you on the next one. Bye. Noob D&D Dad here. And I'm going to talk about the 11th session of my son and my friend's game and how I got them through it as a new DM. So we are doing Dragon of Icespire Peak. This is their 6th session in Axholm because I sent them there before they were ready for it. So they took a lot of long rests and lost a lot of blood. Here we go. All right, so they take a long rest over here in A23 because it has a working fireplace and because there's actually functioning cots in there and because it has a one entrance and it seemed like a good place where they could be safe because they've already cleared out all of this. So after their long rest, they go back over to the hallway where they fought, almost died, and killed the Banshee. You should watch that video if you haven't seen it. And they start clearing room to room down the hallway. So here's the hallway. So they go into room A26 first, which is the ghoul bath. So the ghoul bath is supposed to have like this big, like giant tub in the middle of the room, and it works. Like you can actually turn it on and it has hot water. So they kick open the door, and there's four ghouls in there just like around this tub with all these like gnawed bones in the tub, and the battle's on. So the ghoul has this really cool claw attack where if they fail a constitution save, they get paralyzed. The player gets paralyzed if they get scratched and they can't handle the constitution. So my son and my friend always arrange themselves and the NPCs in like battle formation before they kick open the doors. So they're in like a line and the ghouls start charging at them. Anyway, one of the sons of the NPC dad goes down because he gets scratched, and then the ghouls start swarming him, and the dad's all the way across the other way, and he's already engaged in combat with another ghoul. And I let the players control the NPC, these guys during the battles. And so they decide that the dad is like, get off of my son, because he's already like, he's like at 0 hit points, right? And so the dad like breaks contact with the one ghoul and just runs across the room, and which provokes an attack of opportunity. And they're like, he's like, I don't care. And he just like runs over there. And like, I have the ghoul. So the ghoul misses. And so the way that I describe it is the ghoul like goes to bite at him, and he just like elbows it away and just like keeps running over there to protect his son. And if he wouldn't have done that, since he was paralyzed, there's like all these, like they get critical and they get advantage. Like he would have been killed, like no doubt about it. So it's kind of a cool dramatic moment where he ran over there to save his son. So I like to take little notes and like draw. So like here's the room, and here's where the ghouls started out, and then here's where the team started, and then the tub, I decided that it would have turtle legs. just for like aesthetics. It's like, what would dwarves maybe have? I was like, let's do some big old like turtle legs, not like lion legs. It's like, let's do the tub up on some turtle legs. And at one point, my son shoots a crossbow and misses, and I have it hit the nozzle to the tub, and it turns on, and they're like, what? It works! And it's super hot, hot springs water. And so I have the room start getting like really, really humid because of all this hot springs water with a slight sulfur smell. And as they're killing these ghouls, and remember, I made these ghouls more kid safe, so they're just like more like, they're like more like mummies, like dusty, like you hit them and they just kind of break apart instead of like sloshy and gory. So as they're killing these ghouls and they're turning into dust, the dust is starting to get like sticky. And another thing I have, what happens when they kill the ghouls is, so the ghouls are obviously animated by some kind of like magic, right? So once they like do like a killing blow and like break their head or sever their spine or something, I have them turn like a lighter shade of gray and like crumble apart. Like the magic isn't holding them together anymore. So now the time and the wear of like time and just like rotting has caught up with them because the magic isn't holding them anymore, and I have them break apart. And then sometimes, and the party loves this, when they fall down, I have it go ding, ding, ding. And that's when my son is like, there's treasure, we gotta go find it. And it's like, no, you're in the middle of a battle. You can't go looking for treasure right now. But in their head, there's like, somewhere in the midst of all these ghoul pieces and all this blood, there's a treasure that they've got to find. So I'm loving using the random treasure tables in the DM guide. And so my son finds a moss agate gemstone, and then he finds a simple gold ring, because these ghouls were dwarves, and so I like to have there be some evidence of their past life. So there's a simple gold ring, and on that ring in Dwarvish it says Martha, but they don't know Dwarvish, so once they finally translate it, they'll see that it says Martha. Alright, so next I did something really disgusting that gave me the heebie-jeebies, but the reason I didn't gag and throw up is because I feel like I'm inflicting it on someone else, which brings me a little bit of joy. So you know that I like to have fun in these bathrooms in this castle. So at the end of the hall is another set of bathrooms, and so they go over there, and one thing the party likes to do when they're going to go through a door is they like to listen to the door, right? And so they go up to the door and they listen, or they put their ear on it, and it's like all warm. The door is warm, and the door's even like, the wood's like a little bit soft and maybe a little bit moist, and they just get so creeped out. And there's been times where they go check a door, and then they decided like what they're feeling or hearing is too scary, and so they actually go a different route and go do something else and then come back. But on this one, they decided to check it out. And as they push open the door, I have it like make like these snapping noises, like because it's breaking a bunch of spider webs. And I have the entire bathroom just full of spider eggs, like egg sacs all over the ceiling, all over the floor, and it's like humid in there. And like I'm trying not to dry heave while describing this, and my wife's like sitting on the couch reading it, and she's just like looking at me. She's like, "What is wrong with you?" She's like, "Are you like drunk with power?" And I just like hold up this book and just point at the master part, and I'm just like. So she's like, "What is wrong with you? That's so gross." And like my friend and my son are just like so grossed out, and they're like, "We gotta burn it." And they're sitting there trying to decide what to do. And then I have the egg sacs start like twitching and like ripping open, and like tiny black super shiny legs start to come out of the crack. And like at this point, like everyone in the room is just disgusted. Like me, my friend, my son, my wife, like all of us are disgusted by what have caused these players to run into in this room. And that just brings me so much joy. Like my wife is always, "Oh, what are you doing?" Because I did a couple like really gory kills with the ghouls, like instead of decapitating, like slashing through both shoulders and then the top half like falling off. And then like my son shot one right in the face, and it like imploded the front of its face, and then the whole back of its head like blew off. But it's like dusty, right? My wife's like, "What are you doing?" And my son's like, he's like, "I'm gonna dream about this tonight." And I'm like, "Shh," because she could hear him say that, and I'm like, "No, don't tell her that." Anyway, she's like, "What is wrong with you?" And I'm like, this is awesome. It's like, it's better than a video game because you can do anything. And so that's part of why I'm having so much fun being a DM, is because I'm like, yeah, I want this bathroom to be full of disgusting spider egg sacs that would make myself throw up, and see what they do. Like, I want to see how they react. Anyway, so they start casting spells and shooting fire and torching it. And I have, you hear them start being like, and like like as the egg sacs burn, like just like chunks are falling out of it, and as the fire's burning the egg sacs, I'm having there being little like pop noises. It's so gross. I'm so proud of it. This is so fun. So even though they've already killed like the big bad, the banshee, I'm still having them clear out the rest of the rooms. Like their mission is to clear the whole castle, right? And so they still have to clear all the rooms, and so they're encountering like these weaker enemies, but they have to. So they come across the sturges, like a whole flock of sturges. And my friend said something really funny. He said we can all one-shot them, because if we don't, weird stuff happens. And they didn't all one-shot them. So they one-shot a handful of them, but all the sturges started attaching to them, and I had one of them attach onto his neck and just start being like... And then another guy got 2 sturges, like one under each arm, and it's just like grossing me out. I'm like, what would be like the grossest way like this like big bat mosquito thing would attach to someone, and I just have it do that. And then like my son shoots one of them that's attached to somebody, and because it's already sucked their blood out, I have it just like pop and spray blood everywhere. And my wife is like, you're so disgusting, like what are you doing? And she said, she's like, why are you having the blood splat everywhere and get on everyone's faces and in their mouths and stuff? And I'm just like, I didn't say that, you said that. And I was like, you're making it grosser than I'm making it. Anyway, so it's just fun. I'm like, haven't you ever popped a mosquito and the blood goes everywhere? But they got attached, and fortunately they killed them before it was their turn again, because if it was the Sturge's turn again, then they would suck even more blood out, and these guys could get wrecked by these things. So they finally make it to the throne room, where there's the big daddy ghoul with more hit points and an axe. So they get ready to battle this big bad, like the bad ghoul who is the former king of Axholm, who has like, I have him wearing a crown and he has an axe. And they all roll initiative to battle in him, and my friend gets really high initiative. And let's see who got higher. Actually, he got really low initiative, but everybody was just missing. So it comes to my friend's turn. I think my son shoots a crossbow and just misses or something. But it's my friend's turn, and he uses a witch bolt, and he gets critical, and it does 40 damage, and this thing only has 40 hit points. So I just have him just like zap it, and it just like bursts into purple flames and just explodes. He just critical hits it. So like they're expecting like this boss fight, and they just eliminated this guy. And I have the crown crumble because I didn't want to deal with that. And they get the signet ring that opens the secret treasure box, right? And I made a judgment call on a magic item. So my son already got the cool magic crossbow, and I wanted to get a magic item for my friend. So I have the Ghoul King have a hand axe, and I have it be a +2 vicious hand axe, which is really, really cool. And so he was very excited to get that. And then the treasure box that they go get out of the secret room has a dread helm, which just makes their eyes grow red. Like, glow red. Like, is there anything else to that? Am I missing something on this magic helmet? I mean, and that's cool. My son's character already has red eyes, so there's no point there. But anyway, they one-shotted this ghoul with a witch bolt. It was so cool. So it's the secondary big boss, because they did a really weird route of exploring. So they ended up seeing the secondary big boss after seeing the other big boss. And I'm still really proud of how I had the Banshee come at them. If you watch the Banshee video, they walk up the top of the stairs, and like there's no pomp or circumstance. She just comes sliding out sideways from the hallway. Anyway, so they finally have cleared Axholm after 6 sessions where they were not ready. So they leave they leave the 2 sons in Axholm in the room that they slept over in, because they decide that once they turn Axholm into like a second colony of Phandalin, that's going to be like their room, like they're claiming it. So they bring the dad back to Phandalin, and as the players are coming up to Phandalin, they hear screaming and see people running, and they see the dragon flying around above Phandalin and doing like swoops. And that's where I ended it. I ended it on a cliffhanger, and they loved it. And it was so cool and cathartic that they finally beat Axholm and cleared it out. So all the refugees from the volcano in Phandalin will be able to go live there. So that is my 11th session for my son's campaign. Thank you so much for going on this journey with me as a new DM. If you like this kind of thing, then share it with people that you think would also like it. And we'll see you on the next one. Thank you so much for all the support and the comments. Let me know what you think of the +2 vicious hand axe as a find, as an impromptu find there. Okay, see you on the next one. Bye. Good morning, Noob D&D Dad here. And I'm going to tell you about session number 12 that my son and my friends group had, and highlights and DM stuff that I added to the Dragon of Icespire Peak, and a dragon encounter, so stay tuned. So in session number 12, the party's coming back from Axholm, and I had rolled a d20 for the, I was going to say the dinosaur, for the dragon to end up in Phandalin. So I knew that as they came back, they were going to encounter the dragon, and they left on a cliffhanger of coming up to Phandalin with the dragon circling around it. And after last session, my son was actually saying that he wanted to add another player or more players. And so he actually invited his 14-year-old cousin to join the game, and he did. And so we now have 3 human players and 1 human DM. So as they come back to Phandalin, this bad boy is flying around, shooting stuff with ice. People are running around screaming, and I decided that as their... Well, one, we built the new guy's character, and I'll go back and talk about that in a second. But I decided that as their initial group experience together, that they would encounter a person on the ground who had like a shard of ice stuck in them. And I was actually really proud because the little cousin decided to run over there and help them. And then our group was with them, and they kind of dragged him off the road because he was in the road like, screaming with this shard of ice stuck in him. And I had no idea what they would do with that because I was like, hey, you see a person on the road, like with this shard of ice stuck in him, like, what do you do? So I always like to see what players do. And the new player actually shot a fireball and melted the ice, and then I had it actually cauterize the wound. And then they dragged him off the side of the road so he didn't get stampeded by all the people running amok from the dragon attack. And I was like, oh, okay. And then they ran to go meet the Harbin Wester to go get money and see how they could help with the dragon. But let me go back in time a little bit to how we decided to do the character creation for the new player. So the new player wanted to be a fighter, which is a really great compliment to wizardy sorcery people. And he's an elf fighter, and he has like a background of like Eldritch Knight or something, so he can also do magic. But he was quite behind the other players because the other players were already level 4, had magic items, and had been through all kinds of adventures. And so to get him caught up, we decided to have him create his whole character, and then we would basically level it up to level 4 with all that entails. And to create his inventory to be like a realistic, lived-in adventurer, like actual inventory. I'm actually really proud of how I did that. So for my son's group, I was trying to initially just play straight out of the Essentials kit and not vary from it at all, kind of as a test on my part to see how good of a kit it is. And I've decided that it's passed the test. It's a great kit. Now we can just homebrew and add other stuff. So now I give the players this. It sits on the table, and they can use it, so they look up their spells and stuff in it. So I had him have his original inventory that a fighter would have. And then for his money, I had him go roll on a table this table I'm going to show you is becoming like one of my very favorite parts of this book. And truth be told, I have not read the 3 core rule books cover to cover, and I do feel a little bit inadequate for that. I really, really want to, and I've started, but I've just been selectively using them. So that's probably why I keep having questions. People are like, it's in there, and it's like, okay. Okay, so let's show you. So I have been loving the treasure chapter in this thing, especially the random treasure. So for his coinage on his person, I decided to have him roll twice on the individual treasure challenge 0 to 4 thing. So he got some coinage from here, which I'm loving this. This is so much fun. I also like to use this on finding treasure after killing monsters. And then I was going to decide to have him roll just once on the treasure hoard challenge 0 through 4 on this one. But he rolled so bad that I was like, all right, you get advantage on this roll. So he got to roll again, and he ended up with a 52, right? So he got this many 25 gold piece art objects. So then going back to page 134, he got a roll on here 5 times. And I was like, you get a small mirror set in a painted wooden frame. And I was like, okay. But then I thought of how cool it is to have a small mirror. Like, I don't know if any of you guys have ever used a signal mirror before, like with a little hole in it so you can shine like a super focused light, like really, really far. Specifically, I've used it for helicopters in wildland firefighting. So I started talking to the guys about using a signal mirror, and they're all like, oh, yeah. And he got some other stuff on here, one of which was the silver ewer and like the embroidered silk handkerchief. So he gets all these art objects. And because he got a 52, he also got to go on Magic Table A, which is several pages down the road on 145. And he ended up getting a Potion of Healing. And for the last bit of his character inventory, I gave him 50 gold of store credit to all these stores. So this is out of the Essentials kit. He could do like armor or weapons or adventuring gear. So I gave him 50 gold and 5 minutes. I'm like, I'm starting a timer. If you have 50 gold, you can't keep anything extra. You have 5 minutes. And so he's like frantically going through there and ended up buying a whole bunch of cool stuff. So that made me decide that he was equipped to be an adventurer at level 4. And I think that worked. I'd love to hear what you think about bringing an adventurer in mid-adventure and like how you populate their person to feel like a real lived-in adventurer who is level 4. And I definitely felt like it was appropriate to have him be the same level as the players. So they're in the town, and if you remember, it's my son, the wizard, my friend, the sorcerer, and the NPC called Yance, who's like an old guy with a white beard. It's like a tough warrior who left his 2 sons back at Axholm, basically in a room, like claiming that room for when masses of people from Phandalin start moving into Axholm. So this is where we're at. Yance, the NPC, is coming back to town to basically settle his affairs and get himself moved back there to Axholm, right? And at this point, the players have like an emotional connection with this NPC, and they really have like a bond with him. And so those 3 come upon the Phandalin, see the dragon flying around, taking dives, shooting ice at people, and they come across this injured guy, drag him out of the road, and first they come across our new player character, and they're like, hey, what's going on? Because everyone else is running around, but he's like standing there like calm and collected, like watching and like maybe thinking of a plan. And my friend asks him, he's like, how long's he been here? What's going on? And the new guy, he had the best response. He's like, I don't know. I just woke up 5 minutes ago. Anyway, so they kind of join up to help this guy with the ice shard stuck in him. And then they decide they're going to run to the town hall to ask the guy what to do. And they go, and this, I have him do this. It's so cheesy, but it's starting to become consistent and it makes them laugh a little bit. But I have the town master do the same thing every time, where they knock on his door and like he'll open the thing. Usually he opens it a little bit bigger, and he'll say through the door, be like, there's no dragon food here. It's just like, that's so weird. But this time he like only opens it like a slit, and he's like, there's no dragon food here. And they're like, we know, like it's the adventurers, like we're here to like see how we can help. And they're like, there's a dragon. Anyway, he like pees his pants and like a little bit of pee comes out from under the door. They always love that. He doesn't do that every time. This is the only time he's ever done that. But they like when NPCs pee themselves. So in a fit of panic, the Harbin Wester, and maybe you'll criticize this amount of gold, but he offers them 500 gold to get the dragon out of there, to scare the dragon away or whatever. And so the players get dollar signs in their eyes, and they start racking their brains for how they can do this thing. So they're in Phandalin, they're here at the Town Master's Hall, and they decide that they want to try to distract the dragon with livestock. They want to try to feed it and make it go away, because last time at Nomengard they were able to feed it some mimic meat after they killed the mimic, and that made it go away. So they start gathering livestock from these fields. They're in these fields, and they start leading the livestock up towards here because they're trying to lead it out of town. So as they start leading the livestock to this northwest corner and start trying to like drive it out. By the way, they had to roll animal handling checks, and some of them failed miserably, and so it just didn't work. So only 2 of them passed, so 2 of them kind of had to do all the work. So they ended up with 7 cows. Yeah, I just held up 5 fingers for 7 cows. I guess it'd be this. Anyway, so they they end up with 7 cows northwest of the town, and they're trying to distract him. And my son's character speaks Draconic, and he starts yelling like, "Hey, there's some food over here for you!" And so the dragon alters his flight path, and he flies over there, and I almost did another TPK, another total party kill right here with a brand new character. And after they had the trauma of fighting the Banshee before. So the dragon comes in and just swoops down, and I have it do its like fire breath thing. Or not fire, it's an icy dragon. So these are the attacks. So it can do 3 attacks, and they're brutal. These guys do not have very many hit points. So I have it do the cold breath. So icy blast in a 30-foot cone. They have to do a DC 15 Constitution saving throw, or take 10 D8 cold damage, or half as much if they pass. Thankfully, they all pass. But they still take 20 cold damage from this dragon. So it just like immediately like wipes out half their life. The new player's down to 4 hit points. So they're all feeling like the situation is very dire. And so after it does the swoop, right? It's now in front of them. So everybody rolls initiative. They all start blasting, shooting like fiery balls at it. Arrows, crossbows, and they're all missing, except the new player is hitting occasionally. And they're just missing like crazy. And the dragon's speed is 40 feet. So I decide that it's going to take him, he's going to have to do a big turn, right? And he's going to have to turn and then come around, then he can re-engage, because he's not like a spaceship or a Harrier. He can't just be like, whoop. So he's got to do 2 turns of 40 feet turning around, right? So they get a few shots at him. And thankfully, so the book says that if he takes 10 hit points of damage, he's going to run off. Or if he gets something to eat, he's going to leave. He only fights to the death in his lair. And so in that arc, they finally get enough hits on him to where he's taken at least 10 damage. And so he finishes his arc, he swoops down. Oh, by the way, 20 damage is totally enough to kill all the cows. So all 7 cows are dead. So he swoops down. So I kind of did 2 in 1 here, because he's supposed to leave after taking 10 points of damage. But I have him swoop down, grab a cow, and then just speed off. Like break the sound barrier and just take off. Maybe not break the sound barrier because the speed's only 40. But I just have him leave so quick to definitively be like, hey, players, like, he's gone. You got rid of him. So I saw this next part was so funny. So I have a crowd from the town start gathering around them, and I roll a d20 to see how many people are in the crowd, right? So then my friend is like, hey, everybody, like, we got rid of the dragon. And everyone's like, yeah, like cheering. And they're like, wait, where's our cows? They're all dead. They're like, sadly, they're dead. And they're like, oh no, Betsy, the prize milk cow is dead. And then like everybody's mourning the Betsy cow. And they're like, who's going to pay for that cow? And my friend just starts being like to this whole crowd being like, don't worry, everybody. Townmaster Harbin Wester is going to pay you for your dead cows. And someone's like, what about my cow too? And he's like, he'll pay for that cow too. He just starts promising spending the townmaster's money. I thought that was so brilliant. Anyway, so this is just one of the reasons that I'm just loving D&D. So the crowd is wondering what's going on, and my friend decides to announce that they've cleared out the castle of Axholm. I don't know why he announced it, but he's like, we've cleared out the castle. Hopefully you guys can start moving there. And he's like, and this is Yance. Yance is going to be the master of Axholm, which they haven't even like approved this with the town master yet. So then my friend says to the whole crowd, he's like, all right, everybody, let's go to the town master and get our money. So they knock on the town master's door, and he opens the door, and he's got this huge crowd. And now I've rolled a d20 and added more people to it. So he's got this huge crowd being like, we want money for our cows. And they're like, we cleared Axholm. So he gives them, I have him in like a night robe thing, almost like a muumuu. And I have him like reach behind him and just be like grunting. And then he like pulls out like a bag of like 250 gold for clearing Axholm, and he gives it to them. And I have my friend is like, look, this is Yance, and he has the ring from the king of Axholm, and he's like he should be in charge of it. And the town master actually agrees with that and appoints him the master of Axholm. So this NPC that my son and friend have just become so attached to is now the master of Axholm because he has this ring. And so the town master is like, hey everybody, and you know that this guy's the kind of guy that wants to delegate stuff, right? So he's like, hey everybody, for all things Axholm related, like go through Yance here. He is in charge. And so it's still like a subsidiary of Phandalin, and Phandalin owns it. But Yance is like the master of Axholm. So refurbishing it, like people moving in, he's like, any inquiries about moving in there, like see this guy here. And Yance is actually like, he has like a tear in his eye because this is like the largest thing he's ever accomplished in his life. And he's like, and he's old, right? He's made an achievement. And so like at this time, like the players were feeling it. Like I could tell, and even me describing it, like I was having emotion being like, this is the biggest accomplishment this guy's done in his whole life. And, his wife died. So he's been living with his kids alone in Phandalin. And, all the ladies in the crowd start like moving up closer because they know he's single. My players thought it was pretty funny. And then, of course, the players get their reward for the 500 gold for driving the dragon off. And so same thing, I have Harbin Wester reach behind his back and be like, and just like pull out a bag of 500 gold and give it to them. So the players keep interrupting the younger players, especially, being like, can we long rest now? Can we long rest now? Because they're like wiped out on their hit points. So I had decided that it was a very natural story point for Yance to give up his house to the players in town because he's permanently moving to Axholm. So I go through Phandalin and find all the named places to make sure I don't step on the toes of an already named place. And I also went through the Lost Mine of Phandelver map of Phandalin to check all those named places. And I settled on this house to be Yance's house that he gives to the players. This little skinny house with this little yard with stuff in it, just south of the Phandalin Miners Exchange. So Yance and the players are like, hey, let's go back to your house. Let's get this thing settled. Let's figure this out. And the players have no idea what's coming, but I've got this planned. And I don't know if you guys criticize the players getting like a humble house at level 4. But it just felt so natural in the story for this to happen, that they encountered these guys, they have a room at Axholm, and especially now that he is like the new main guy of Axholm, like he really doesn't need this house anymore. So I actually drew it out. So here's what it looks like from above, right? So you got the little house, little like plantable areas, kind of a broken down wall. And then this is the little road. So this is Yance's property right there. And so this is the house. So on ground level, you have the door, and then a little place to store dry goods, and then a fireplace with a big cauldron for laundry or cooking. And then there's like a little alcove here for in the kitchen where outside they grow herbs. And then there's a little counter with stools at it, a table with 4 chairs, a window, a big fireplace, another window, and then stairs going up. And then outside in the backyard, there's a well, a little bucket, and then there's little lines where you can see that crops have been grown. This is a wood pile. And then this is upstairs. So it's very steep stairs, and then it goes up. There's a hallway with 2 windows. Yeah, this drawing wasn't really meant for public consumption, so. And then you have the hallway and then 3 bedrooms. So you have like a dresser, a window, a bed, and a nightstand in each bedroom. And that's it. That's all that's in each bedroom. And these guys actually assigned rooms. So we'll get here in a minute. So Yance opens the door just a crack. Well, first of all, and I'm so proud of this part, he pulls out a leather, like a folded leather thing, right? And he opens it to pull the key out, and the party sees a piece of paper in there with it. And all they see on the paper is "if I should die" on the paper. And then he just takes the key and puts the rest back in his pocket, right? So what I was thinking is that was like a note about the key to his house if he dies, right? So he takes the key out, he opens the door just a little bit, and then he reaches up above the door and you hear him like, and then this axe comes down like kind of like he just disarmed a trap. And then they go inside and they're all like, whoa, this guy's so cool. So they go into his house, they get a fire going, they all sit around the table and all start talking about how they divide up the gold, which I thought was very cool. And they were trying to give Yance even more gold, and he's like, no, you keep this. He's only going to keep like a certain amount, right? and then he goes. So they're at the table, just doing their thing, and then he goes upstairs and he comes back down with 3 duffel bags, right? Because he's the kind of guy that you think would always be prepared. And he's like, "All right, you guys." He's like, "It's been so good." He's like, "I got to go back with my sons. I got to go tell them that I got made the guy of Axholm." And he's like, "Plus, after that dragon encounter, I really want to go check in on them, make sure they're okay." So he's got these 3 duffel bags, and he sticks the key on the table, and he slides it across. And he's like, "I want you guys to have my house." He's like, "This is the house that, you know, I have a lot of memories in here with my wife and my kids." He's like, "But I want you guys to have this." And then he's like, "I'm going to go." He's like, and it's like nighttime, but he's like, "I know it's dark." He's like, "But I got to go." He's like, "I got to go reunite with my sons." And so he basically, they have like a heartfelt goodbye, and I could tell the players were like feeling the goodbye moment. And he's like, "Here's my key." He's like, "This is yours. Thank you guys so much." And they're like, "We will definitely visit you. We will definitely check in on you and check on Axholm and stuff." And he's like, "Bye." So NPC character that they're super attached to takes off, gives them his house, and takes off. So the party does their long rest. They actually, since they were all frozen, right, from the dragon, they all brought their bedrolls down by the fire and slept down there. Actually, one of them brought their mattress down, and then the other just used his bedroll. So they slept by the fire because they were all thawed out. So in the morning, they got all their hit points back. They go to the job board, and they get the quest for the Mountain's Toe gold mine. So again, they have done Axholm, which is a way harder one. So now they're getting this one, which should be a little bit easier. And they have to get Don John Raskin, this guy right here. So they go meet him. I have him at the inn, and they go in there, and they're like, they have to settle their affairs with the innkeeper, actually, because the innkeeper had been keeping a room for them. So they say, "Thank you so much. We don't need it anymore." And the guy's like, "Are you sure?" And they're like, "Yeah." And then he's like, "Great. Now I can make more money off of it." And they express their gratitude to him. So the players are doing really good with remembering like conversations they've had with the NPCs and like closing out like physical affairs that they have going with them. So they're like, "We're looking for this guy that we have to take him to this gold mine." And I have the bottom floor of the inn be kind of like a little like food bar area with tables and chairs, and all around the bar are lamps around the walls, except for this one corner, the lamp is out. And the guy's at the table, and I totally copy Lord of the Rings, and he has his cowboy hat, and it's dark, and he's got his feet up on the table, and he has a pipe, and he takes a draw in, his eyes glow, and they're all just like, my friend's just like, he's like, and let me guess, he has his hood up, and I'm like, "No, he has a cowboy hat on," and they're just like, "Ah, yeah." So they love the introduction to this character, and he's described as telling lots of stories of his previous adventures. And so I give him a few stories to tell the players. So as they're traveling, he tells them about that he's fought bugs that drag people underground. So this is foreshadowing to the Ankh-eggs at the loggers camp. And he describes how they were, and it was terrifying. And then he also describes that once he rode on the back of an eagle for thousands of miles. I'm just making this up as I go. And that they became blood brothers, but eventually he died and he had to bury him. And the players are like, "Where'd you bury him?" And he's like, "I'll never tell anybody." So he's just telling these crazy epic old stories. And then he also tells a story of... No, that's all the stories he tells. But when he takes his hat off to like honor his dead eagle friend... No, he takes it off. I can't remember when he takes it off. It might be when they find evidence of dead miners. But he takes it off, and I have him have only hair around the edges and just super bald on top, just like to shock them a little bit. So they get to the entrance of the mine, and there's a pickaxe, there's blood on some bushes, there's a boot, and there's some drag marks and a bunch of really thin, scratchy feet prints, because those are the Wererats. So that's like a really good hook, and that's kind of where we end. But going back in time a little bit, before they went to get Don John, they actually went to the Mother Gothel's bakery and had a delicious artisan bread and bean brew breakfast, and checked up on her and her young ward, Wolf. But that's where I had them end with the clear evidence of a miner just getting obliterated at the front of that door, and that was good. And so this session was so awesome, getting a new player and having a dragon encounter that almost killed them, getting a house, and having a heartfelt goodbye to a non-player character. And a lot of improvised things, like an improvised reward from Harbin Wester and some improvised stories from Don John. So that was session number 12 for my son in the Dragon of Icespire Peak as modified by me, a new DM dad. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on any of that. And yeah, we'll see you on the next one. Thanks so much for watching. I love reading your comments. So we'll see you later. I'm gonna go drive my daughter to preschool. Bye. Good morning, Noob D&D Dad here. We're gonna talk about session number 13 in my son's campaign in the Dragon of Icespire Peak, and I am a noob DM here. So I guess 13 sessions in, I still feel like a noob. So if you remember from last time, these guys just scared away a dragon out of Phandalin, and they got a house, and they said goodbye to a beloved NPC. And they got a new quest, and they made their way to this place, to Mountain's Toe Gold Mine. Look at that. Look at that bad boy. So right at the front of the gate, just like I said, there's evidence of a miner that's been brutally killed. And so they decide to just walk right in the front door, which is right here. And the book describes it as being like a guard post with 2 wererats there. So they walk in, and since the Army Veterans group that I'm also DMing for, since they initially largely solved this without fighting, I figured I'd let the wererats talk and see how the players respond. And so one of the wererats is like, "Who goes there?" And then like my players are basically just like, "Attack!" And they just start shooting like magic things, and my friend just throws his magic axe that he just got an axe home, like sticks in the guy, and he's like, "Ah!" like screaming. And the other wererat still is willing to talk it out, and so she is just like, "What's all this then?" And the players are just like laying it on them, shooting stuff at them, swinging at them. And right in this initial contact, my son's cousin, gets bit by a wererat and fails the Constitution save twice. So we gave him inspiration for helping get rid of the dragon, and so I actually let him use inspiration after the roll, which you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to decide before. But he rolled like single digits both time, and it's like, well, I guess you're a wererat now. So this is what happens if they become a wererat. They get the speed in rat form, and then tell me what you think of this. So does all of the following have to be in rat form? The wererat's damage immunities, traits, and actions that don't involve equipment. Right? So this should all be in rat form. They gain a higher dexterity, but his dex was already high. And then I guess they get to bite people and turn them into wererats as well. So yeah, this is the bite. They've got to do a DC 11 Constitution saving throw. So I figured that would be passable, but he rolled single digits both time, and so on his second session, he got turned into a wererat. So they're fighting these things, and they are just not doing much damage. They're just wearing them down, and the wererats are damaging. Don John Raskin takes a whole bunch of damage, probably like a third of his hit points, and everyone's getting hurt, and my friend keeps doing like poison on this one, so like its fur's starting to melt off, it's starting to get holes in its skin. I'm trying to keep it mild for my son, and plus because my wife's listening. And so finally the one wererat that's almost dead is just like, "I'm telling, enough of this." So she just runs off down the hall to the south and just disappears, and then the party stays behind and fights the remaining one and kills it. But the one that ran away had my friend's magic axe still stuck in its chest. So it runs down the hall, and they're just like, "Let's go get it." And so they just like start barreling down the hall, and it's like, "Oh, you guys." So they start chasing its feet prints down the hall. They skip this door, and they just zoom through here. And then once they get around the corner, they peek in here. So they peek in there, and they see 4 male wererats and a female in human form. And then they see the other wererat that's like melting from all the poison magic, standing in front of the leader that they don't know yet, but the leader's like, "Oh, what did they do to my precious baby?" And just like pouring water on it. It's like, "Ah, they attacked me." And so the party decides to just like launch. My friend convinces my son to shoot flame sphere and to push it up to level 3. And so he sends this ball of fire into this room, and all these rat people are like close together, and he rolls like 17 damage. So this ball of fire just goes through all these people and does 17 damage to all of them. And it's like, you guys are gonna die. You guys are gonna get yourselves killed because you're being so rash. So one thing I have to say about before they left that initial guard room is that the one's like, I'm out of here, but the other one that just kept trying to talk to them, that's like, what's all this then? So I had that person get into a mental loop and just keep saying that over and over. So as they're fighting, it just kept being like, what's all this then? Because actually that happens to police officers sometimes. If you watch their videos, sometimes they'll keep yelling the exact same thing at a perpetrator, and it's not doing anything, but they get in like a mental loop to keep yelling the same thing. So I thought I would leave that in to this combat just to add a little bit of psychological flavor. So they're in this big cave, and my son has winged off this magical fire thing, and it's burning everybody up, and then all the other guys are using their magic stuff that is like fire related. So they're just like launching fire bolts, witch bolts, flaming hands. So this little cave, like everything's on fire. There's just like burning fur smell in the air. There's like people are just like, the rats are just like screaming, and they do get to roll initiative. So they start shooting their crossbows and they start trying to bite people, so no one else gets bit, or if they do, they pass the saving throw. And so I guess with a lycanthropy fighter now, I now have to keep track of when the full moon is. And so I say to them, you guys noticed that you guys noticed that on your way here when it was evening that the moon was just like a sliver, like it was a new moon. So I'm basically like, you guys have 30 days till the full moon, and then you better strap this guy down because he becomes an NPC under my control and he's gonna kill stuff. Anyway, so they end up just totally defeating this whole room full of like wererats and all this, and they kill all of them, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, I really thought they were all gonna die and become all of them wererats. And but my son like runs over to do this like final headshot on somebody, and it's like kind of dark, and it's like, dude, like you're a magic user, like what are you doing? So he runs over there to use his silvered crossbow to do a final headshot, and he has like some one-liner that he says, but it totally fails. His roll just fails miserably. And anyway, eventually they kill the person, but in the next little bubble of the cave over, there's 4 giant rats. And so like the smoke clears, and these 4 giant rats with like red glowing eyes are just like running at him like, ah! And they're just like, oh no, more rare rats. So his little floating fireball is still going, and he just like moves it over to there, and it kills all of them. Like he rolls enough damage to just one-shot all of them. And so I have them just be all these like 4 blackened skeletons just standing there. And they're like, whoa, like we did so much damage. And it's just like, well, those weren't white rats, those were just rats. So they died really fast. So they've really only made it to room M4, and they decided to have a short rest there and use a whole bunch of their like hit dice to regain their hit points. And they gain 10 chunks of gold ore and some silver and copper and goggles of night, which is actually pretty cool because my son's, his character's a human, and so now he's going to actually have night vision like everybody else. So that was a pretty cool and very, like, I don't know, appropriate, sought-after magic item for him to get at that point. So this was an awesome session number 13. I think the little cousin's a little bummed that he's a Wererat now, and I will track how many days until the full moon, and I imagine they're going to find a cure. But if they don't, that Wererat's going to go nuts. One thing. So when they totally like burned up a bad guy, the Wererat, and it just became a skeleton, I described the skeleton as having a bunch of like fine like fissures in it all throughout, so that the skeleton can actually like transform from like rat form to human form. So I was like really proud of inventing that. So if you just imagine a skeleton, but instead of just being like big bones, like the bones have like lines in them and joints so that they can like all change positions, like were people do. Anyway, I haven't ever learned that anywhere, but I just figured, what would a were skeleton look like if you burned off all the stuff that's on it? So I was pretty proud of that description. Well, the players are currently doing a short rest, and because they're like, let's do a long rest, and I was like, no way are you gonna be able to sit there for 8 hours with nothing else coming after you, and you've only been in these couple rooms. So I'm excited to throw everything else at them that's in the cave. So anyway, thanks for watching. Let me know what you think. I love your comments, and we'll see you on the next one. Bye. Noob D&D Dad here. This is going to be session number 14, my DM experience as a brand new noob D&D of Dragon of Icespire Peak of my son's group in Mountains Toe Gold Mine, this nasty place. So they're going to be finishing up their dungeon crawl in here, because I've learned from my friend that anywhere that's just room to room to room is basically a dungeon crawl, even though it's not an actual dungeon. But yeah, this is session 14 of my son's campaign, and I've also done 14 sessions of the Veterans Group campaign. So I am a new DM with 28 DMing games in. So here we go. So one thing I really appreciate having like a super experienced D&D player in my son's group is that he can help my son with just general D&D stuff. And so as they're navigating through here, one thing that my friend suggested as like a rule of dungeoning is that you just keep your right hand on the wall and you just follow that, because eventually you will get through the whole thing. So they actually stuck with that most of the time throughout the gold mine. So I thought that was kind of an interesting little rule. All right, so after basically burning everything in here, they're sticking to the right and trying to figure out what to do. So they get to this door at M14, and it says that it's the miners' retreat and they're hungry. And so I decided that I would have the old dwarf miners they're all emaciated. I decided that they would have barricaded themselves in the door. And so they go up to the door and they listen, and they hear like whispering. They hear like, shh, it's them. Like, be quiet, be ready for them, right? And so I tried to have the whispers and talking sound a little bit afraid, but also defiant. But the players interpreted that as being the Wererats, because I guess they just have decided that the Wererats are now afraid of them. So the players are like, let's bust down the door and start shooting everyone. I was like, oh my gosh, they're going to shoot these starving dwarves. So that first they just bash a hole through the door so they can just see, because they try to open it, but it's like barricaded. So they bash a hole through the top part of the door so they can see, and they see all these dwarves behind like a tipped over desk, and they're like, don't come any further, like we'll get you. And then they're like, the players had to convince these guys that they're not the Wererats. But I have there's 5 of them and they're starving. And what I decided is that there's like their leader is the guy who's like, he can move around, but the rest, so they propped themselves up on this desk to look defiant, like with their helmets and their axes sticking up. But really they're so weak that they actually can't even do that. They're just propped up on there. And so the players come in and they immediately start giving them rations, and they have the last little bit of their green mushroom bread that they got in Nomengard. So they're like, eat this, it'll make you feel great. Because one thing I incorporated in Nomengard is I had a lot of the mushroom food that they eat just make them feel like really good and confident. It doesn't like give them advantage or increase anything on their rolls or stats, but I just tell them that it just makes them feel like really good and confident. So they give these dwarves the last of their green mushroom bread. So he gives it to Larry, the dwarf, who's their leader, first, and he takes a little bit of it, but then he breaks it up. He breaks the bread into multiple pieces, and he takes it over and he gives it to each of his guys, and they all start nibbling on it. So that's just a little bit of the personality I put into this room of dwarves. But it is actually really cool to see the compassion of the players when they come across like just NPCs. You know, you could just be like, get out of my way, I want to kill monsters and I want treasure. But it's really cool to see them take of their own resources, like including gold in some cases, to give to these NPCs to help them recover and to help them on their way. Actually, I thought that was pretty cool. And speaking of which, so I don't remember the exact order they went into every one of these places, but in M9, there's supposed to be a dead body. And I did the same thing with the army veterans group, where I had the body sitting there, and he's like stabbed to death. So a couple things. I kept the same when the army group like starts searching his pockets. They're like, "What's in there?" And I'm like, "It's blood. Now there's blood on your hand." And then the rogue in the army group took the guy's wedding ring, and I said that inside is inscribed the name. But when my son's group finds this dead body, I thought it was really interesting because same thing. I decided to have blood in the pocket just as like a gross little like thing where it's like, yeah, you're reaching the pocket of a person who's been like brutally killed. There's, you're not gonna, it's not just all clean, right? So I am trying to keep it clean for my wife, or Freudian slip, for my son because he's 8, but maybe I'm also keeping it clean because I know that she's watching and listening sometimes. So they reach in there, they don't find anything. They don't take a wedding ring off or anything. But what they do is they realize that this is one of the coworkers and friends of the miners that they've found before. And so they actually take his body back to them and present it to them so that they can properly deal with it. And they like they take his jacket off and put it over his face and lay him on the ground. It's actually like really, I was very surprised that they did that. Another thing hospitality wise that they did for the starving dwarves that they found was, so they find them over here, which is everything's kind of destroyed. But over here in M12 there's 6 wooden cots and a door. So it's kind of a back to your wall kind of a situation. Also, the wooden cots are intact, I decide. And so they go and tell the dwarves, they're like, hey, we found this room that might be a better fit for you guys. So they help them get over there and get situated in that room. So from then on, all their interactions, like every time they go back and talk to them, they're in this room, and they created a knock system. So they have to knock 3 times and they know they're not a Wererat. And my son actually forgot that one time. So he went and knocked twice. And then I have the dwarves be like, all right, we're going to jump out and kill him, and then we were all just quietly waiting to see if my son would remember that he needs to do 3 knocks, which I think my friend reminded him or he remembered. But I did want there to be a consequence of not remembering your secret knock that you guys just came up with a few minutes ago. All right. By far, my favorite moment in this place is what's in this room here. M11. There is a carrion crawler in here, which looks like this. Nasty creature. So you're actually getting this a little bit out of order because I've already ran the Mountains Toe Gold mine quest for the Army Veterans group. So this is actually my second time running this environment for a group, but my son's group, like I've mentioned, they play a lot slower and methodically. But once you see how the veterans group handled Mountains Toe Gold Mine, it's completely different. So because they just approached it from a different way, they had accomplished other stuff before they got here. So story-wise, it's wildly different, which is why this Essentials kit, even if I just had this and nothing else D&D related, there's so much you can do in here. Seriously, this is the second time running through this level, I guess, and it is completely different. But the carrion crawler, I love driving this thing. So it has little tentacles, and so first of all, the players go up there and the door's moist and wet, which starts grossing them out right away, because last time I did this, I had there be a whole bunch of spider eggs. And so this time I was I just love creeping them out, and it really works. And so the door's wet and smelly, and they decide that they're going to back up and just start blasting it with fire bolts or something. But they're missing, right? I came up with a really low DC in my head, and they're just missing. They're rolling so bad. So I have they're shooting at it, and they're just my son hits it once, right? And it made a burnt spot with glowing embers, but clearly it needs to get hit again to break a hole through. And so they all just start shooting it, and they're just missing it. And so the way we describe it is there's this hallway of all these guys, and they're just pew, 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 and they're just shooting these fireballs and just missing everywhere. was really funny. Everyone was laughing, but also frustrated that they couldn't blast open the door. So once they blast a hole through the door, they look through and they can see light coming through, but the light is highlighting drips of like mucousy slime, and they all start getting really creeped out. And they see the carrion crawler. They actually hurry and do the mend spell to close up the hole, and they basically are like, nope, 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 nope. But then it starts banging on the door, so the door's like, and it's starting to break, and like the players, so I have the NPC Don John just like run off down the stairs, and then one by one the players start leaving as it's breaking down the door. So my son's like, I'm out of here, and so he runs back with the dwarves as well. And then the new player who's playing, I keep on saying warrior, but he's fighter, is like, I'm gonna run to the bottom of the stairs, which puts him out of sight, right? Because it's like a little bit of a curve. And so what's left is my friend, the sorcerer, by himself as this creature blasts through the door. So I have them all roll initiative, right? But then after they roll initiative, they all took off. So my friend's standing there by himself. So I'm like, and he does like a witch bolt, right? And so what I do is I have it be like anime, where all of a sudden his hair and all of his clothes are like blowing in the wind, and he's by himself fighting this creature. And one by one, they start coming back and helping. But I just love this creature, like how I just decided that there's just like slime coming out of it. So like when he was breaking down the door, there's just slime coming from underneath the door. And then as they're like shooting him, well, whenever they break its skin, I have it like split open, and like the kind of the guts from the tauntaun from Empire Strikes Back are like like stick out of it, almost like a hernia, and just like slime everywhere. But the tentacles are like flapping around really fast. And I actually totally ripped off Independence Day, the movie, because there's light coming from the tunnel, and then all these tentacles are going really fast. And so I basically describe it as like a strobe light behind it, like straight up ripping off the scene in Independence Day with the alien in the lab. But there's just slime everywhere, and it's coming towards them, and it's biting them, and it's trying to grab them with its tentacles and stuff. And as they're fighting it, just more and more slime's coming out. And so as the tentacles are whipping around, they're starting to hit slime. So now there's like slime being slapped and splashed everywhere. And anyway, these guys just wore it down with a witch bolt, a crossbow, a witch bolt, a fire thing, a witch bolt, just like shooting this thing like over and over and over. And they took some damage too. And then finally, I think my son used his silvered crossbow and like shot it through the eye. And I had it have like an eye, like an inner eye cover and an outer eye cover. And the crossbow, as it was flying towards him in slow motion, like the inner eye's trying to close and the outer eye's trying to close, but before they can, the crossbow goes through and it just totally kills it, like splats. And then it falls on the ground, and then it's just like slime just starts leaking out of it. And they were kind of in a hurry to keep going after this. And so they kept looking around, and I was like, that was a pretty hard fight. Like, I want to have like something like in its body or whatever, like some treasure to find. But I decided, spur of the moment, that because they left and kept exploring, but I decided that. So I think they went back to talk to the dwarves, and then they went back again to keep exploring. I decided that this thing was just gonna have babies inside of it. So I decided that there was 4 slime trails that just left in random directions away. And so they basically had to track down these like slimy little babies. So they'd kick open a door and it would be like, Wah! And start coming at them, and they would just kill it and like one shot kill all these slimy babies. But that was fun to just make it just that much creepier. Okay, so once they go into M10, which I believe was supposed to be the office, yeah. So Wererat's ransacked this cave, whose furnishings include a desk, chair, empty wooden chest, and a cot. I decided that because their battle was so hard won, that would not be an empty chest. So in this book, I'm very rapidly finding that I absolutely love page 137, like this random like coinage for the challenge rating where they roll and then they roll again to see what they get, and also the treasure hoard. And so I had them roll. Actually, what I did is I had them each roll to like investigate, and whoever rolled the highest, I'm like, okay, so you find all this, right? So it ended up being my son. So in the chest, I think he was rolled down here, so he ended up getting some 50 gold piece worth of gems, right? So then I go back over to here, and he rolls on here the number of times that he rolled. So he gets a handful of these. But I don't know if it's like gambling or what, but I swear I am addicted to the random treasure tables in here. I love it so much. I think I might get more joy out of, like, it's almost like a dad at Christmas seeing the joy on their kids, like being the DM, being like, I grant you the following treasure in this box, like roll a D100. Like whenever the players like kill something or loot someplace and I say roll a D100, they get really excited and I love it. I love using the random treasure thing in here. Okay, in the desk, I have them find a homebrew weapon that I've been really thinking a lot about it. It's a blowgun with a box of 5 darts with a skull and crossbones on the box. And I decide that it's a 1d4 piercing, but it's either gonna, if it hits, it's gonna, what is it gonna do? It's going to make them unconscious for 30 seconds if they get hit, or they might have to roll like a certain thing to do the unconscious, but it's going to do 1d4 piercing and unconscious for 30 seconds. So it's a blowgun with that. So I'll have to decide the range of it as well. I think there's a blowgun stat somewhere. Anyway, I made this homebrew weapon. I made the grenades for the Veterans Lounge group from that Prepper's Cabin. I do want to have these players come across a Prepper's Cabin with some grenades in it as well, homemade grenades, with the same exact stats as the one from the Army Veterans group, because I'm DMing for 2 groups. But I'm really proud of this blowgun with 5 darts that can make them go to sleep. And the one player's like, my friend's like, I'm gonna lick the tip of this thing, and I was like, ha, ha, ha. You know, because I was excited for him to go unconscious. But he's like, just kidding. I was like, oh, dang it. Okay, so they clear this whole place out, and they find some more food and water, and they replenish their own stores, but they also bring it back to the dwarves. And they're so thoughtful of these guys who are starving and emaciated. They're like, instead of just telling them where the food is, like they're going to haul it over to them, to their little room, so they can continue to recover. Also, Don John is now officially going to stay with the dwarves. He's like, cool, mission accomplished. I'm with these guys. We'll rebuild here together. And the dwarves are so grateful that these guys have cleaned it out that Larry goes over to the other dwarves and is kind of faced away. And then he comes back over and he hands them 3 rings, 3 gold rings. One has a ruby, one has a sapphire, and one has an emerald. And it's so funny. He's like, thank you so much for helping us here. He's like, these have been in our family for generations. I also had the dwarves say laddie as much as possible, but they're like, these have been in our family for generations. We want you to have these because we're so appreciative. And it's so funny. Like my son is like, I'll take the ruby and sapphire ones. And it's like, no, there's 3 of you and 3 rings. Like you get one. So he takes the ruby one. The little nephew takes the sapphire one, and my friend takes the emerald one, which is cool because it matches his color scheme of his character. But yeah, they all put them on. They put these rings on. I might have them come into play more, but I just decided that it'd be cool for them to give them a token of appreciation. And a lot of these places I go, I like doing that. Like the NPC that gave him his house, and then also in Nomengard, I can't remember if I told you this, but the king and queen, they mash up a special mushroom that was kept in a bag by the throne, and they mush it on their head, and then he like anoints them as an honorary gnome of Nomengard. I did the same thing for the veteran group as well. So that's Mountain Toes Gold Mine. They head back to Phandalin. They get their reward from the town master who opens the slot and just puts the bag of gold up there and just starts pushing on the back of the bag. So out of the front of the bag, just one piece comes out at a time. So they're getting used to this. Also, every time they knock on his door, I have him be like, "There's no dragon food in here," and they just like roll their eyes, right? Because the guy's so afraid of dragons. But yeah, they got their next quest is the Butterskull Ranch quest, and I think this one will be a fun one for these guys. But we had to end, right? Because my son had to go to bed. We were past his bedtime. But they have a house in Phandalin, so it's like, hey, you guys got your quest. You're going to go do a long rest in your house. So that's really cool that they have like a home base now. All right, I am having an absolute blast doing this. So this is session 14 for my son. This has been that, and I'm having so much fun. Like, I don't know if I'm having more fun than the players, but like this is like the time of my life right now. I don't know. I have never been a fantasy person other than Lord of the Rings, and I told you the one time I played D&D a long time ago, but like I am having so much fun doing this. Like I absolutely love this. So I appreciate all your comments and support and everything, because it's very encouraging but it's also fun to see how many people out there are having fun watching a new player doing this. I was telling my wife like about all the support and nice comments I'm getting, and I was thinking of something like that I love, like Star Trek The Next Generation. Like if there was like a YouTube series that's like brand new person watching Star Trek The Next Generation and like talking in depth about each episode, like I would absolutely be there and I'd be so excited for it. So I wonder if there's just a lot of like not old, but like you've played a lot D&D. Some of you guys are old. You know who you are, but playing a lot of D&D people that are just like, who's this new guy playing? Like, anyway, I've loved all the interaction and everyone being so cool and nice. And I love hearing everything you have to say. And there's been so many suggestions people have given that I've absolutely used or am planning on using. So anyway, just thank you for coming on this Noob DM journey with me and having a blast. Players are having fun. And I've got the veterans group DM happening later this week and then doing for these kids again later this week as well. So the journey continues, and join me on this thing. And let me know if you're watching my artwork commentary shorts as well. Okay, we'll talk to you later. Bye. Noob D&D Dad here. We're going to do a session recap with my little boy's campaign, which is his session 15. We're going to go to Buttermilk Ranch and also have some adventures along the way. So the party sets off for Coneyberry, which you can see is up the road from Phandalin. It takes about 2 days to get there. And the players have been super excited to go there, I guess because it's a new town. They think there might be new stores there where they can buy things or sell things. So they've been very, very excited to go to Coneyberry. Little do they know, not just because I changed the campaign and had a volcano go off and destroy a bunch of stuff, but because in the actual book, Coneyberry is supposed to be just like destroyed, laid waste, like there's nothing there. So there's just this little spark of joy in me that I'm like, oh, you're not gonna like what you see when you get there. So since it's a 2-day journey for them, I wanted them to be able to encounter some stuff along the road. And so I had there be lots of refugees, right, from the volcano going off. And I had there be a thief. And they had to roll high enough to see if they could stop the thief from thieving them. And they totally did. And so the thief wasn't really able to do anything. And now once they're about 5 or 6 miles outside of Coneyberry, I create one of my favorite road encounters that I used with the veterans group. So I thought I'd use it with my son's group as well, because I'm DMing for 2 different groups. So there's an obstruction across the road. There's a tree that's been dragged across the road with piles of bushes on either side. And then they turn around, and behind them, well, they don't turn around yet, but behind them is one of these red leather rocker gang guys. So his name's Carl. He's the leader of the gang, and he's got a ballista, and he's got his leg up on the ballista, and he's got long hair, and it's blowing in the wind. He's got red leather pants, tight red leather jacket, and he says to the group, he says, "Where do you think you're going with all that cool gear?" Right? Because they just totally look like adventurers with a bunch of expensive stuff. So that's what makes them turn around. They turn around and see this dude in tight red leather with long hair blowing in the wind. And he's just like standing there with his leg up on the ballista all confidently. I can't remember the exact conversations they had between them, but a fight breaks out. And they fire the ballista. Eventually they miss. It hits into a tree. My friend the sorcerer, he's doing the Naruto thing and casting a whole bunch of himself, and everyone's just like missing really bad. Like the bad guys are just missing, and it's the veteran stat block from the book right here, but I've toned it down a little bit. I lowered the AC and the hit points, but eventually the main guy Carl gets like, what's it called, a witch bolt attached to him, and it's like burning his arm, and his whole sleeve is burned off, and he's like, ah. And so he basically wants his group to disengage, but the other two red leather rockers are not so sure if they want to disengage. But one of them gets shot, I think, with a fireball, and it burns a hole in his chest, so his red leather jacket is burned, and it just like kills his morale. He's like, oh, look what they did to my jacket. Like their leader he's like in incredible pain from this witch bolt. And so they decide to retreat, but the whole time the guy retreating is like, oh man, like look at what you did to my jacket. So they haul away their leader, who's like stumbling because he's so wrecked by this witch bolt. And so my son's party gets to loot their stuff they left behind, because these guys kind of left their their packs and their bags and stuff behind so that they could do this ambush, right? So here's all the stuff they found from the really good investigation roll from our team here. So they found 2 whetstones for sharpening. They found 15 crossbow bolts. They found 100 feet of hemp rope. And this is the part where I really like having them just like find stuff that I have no idea why I'm having them find it, but that they can come up with using it later. So they found 15 feet of fuse. I'm sure there's a fuse equivalent in D&D. 50 feet of wire. They found a donkey for pulling the ballista. The donkey's name is Carl Jr. He has a gold tooth and a gold earring, so it looks like a pirate donkey. They found some splint armor, hand axe, mace, flail, 3 water skins, and one of them stinks. 5 candles, 20 matches. And they also found like their bedrolls and stuff, and one of the bedrolls stinks. I'm just having like, apparently one of the bad guys just stinks. Just adding flavor. All right, now maybe I got them excited or nervous for no reason on this next part, but once they get about half mile outside of Coneyberry, there's like a street sign being like Coneyberry ahead or whatever, but I had somebody paint on it. I don't know if it was in blood or what, but it says dead inside, right? Like, so immediately they're like, it's zombies. And honestly, I was kind of trying to mislead them a little bit, but I just wanted to see what they would do. And also, sometimes when I have this stuff happen, I haven't yet decided what it's going to mean and what's going to happen from it. Like, I do read the module in here before, and I take notes, and I have things I want to do. But then during the campaign, I'm like, yep, I'm going to have a sign. It's going to say dead inside. And then I'm like, am I going to have, like, skeletons attack or zombies attack? And I'm like, no, they should get to their place. Because sometimes a session takes a lot longer. Like, a mission takes a lot longer because I just have all these side encounters keep happening. But maybe that's just me being selfish. But I love just presenting them with things out of my brain instead of out of the book to see how they react. So sadly, I did not have skeletons or zombies be there. I just have it be a burnt out and destroyed town. They search around for a little bit, and I decided that since they were searching so diligently, I'd let them find some stuff. So they find a closet in like a town hall type place, and it has a halberd, 3 spears, and a warhammer in it, because why not? So they get to Butterskull Ranch, and I decided to have the orcs all spread out in various places on the map. So in the orchard, I have one orc systematically going through the orchard, just chopping the trees down. So about half the orchard is just chopped down, and this orc is just chopping them down. And so the players basically all like send firebolts and arrows and everything and just totally overkill this guy. But I always like... I think that I've been having the most fun with orcs because I feel like they're stupid and dangerous, and so you're going to see something I have them doing here in a little bit. But yeah, just chopping trees down, just being just generally destructive. But I have to back up a little bit. So hold that thought. They're coming up on the ranch with some orcs in it. But on the road up to Coneyberry, they had to take a long rest, right? Because it's a 2-day trip. So they go off into the trees, and I have them roll like a survival roll or whatever. They do a little fire, and then the elf basically stays up most of the night because he doesn't need to sleep as long. And so I have them encounter some stuff. What do they have them encounter? There's some bats. They see some bats in the trees, and then like I say, okay, there's something watching. You feel like there's something watching you. And I'm telling this just to one player because the other players are asleep. And I said, you feel like something's watching you. Anyway, like going on. And when I said that, I didn't know if I would lead to anything. But if they decided to chase after it or something, yeah, absolutely, I would create some interesting thing. But they just ignored it. And I'm like, okay, so you're being watched in the woods and you're ignoring it? Okay. Nothing. I haven't had anything come of it yet, but... I just thought it was interesting that I gave them a little hook, and they didn't investigate it at all. All right, so they get to the farmhouse, and there's black smoke coming out of the kitchen, because I have them in there on the floor basically with a rotisserie cooking chickens, and an orc sticks its head out the window to see what's going on, and I think they shoot it with a firebolt. There's one part where they shoot an orc has its head out the window, and they shoot a ballista, and it hits it, and I have it just pull the whole orc out the window. Anyway, the orc combat I really enjoy. I just enjoy having like all the orcs be like, yeah, let's go attack, and then just having one sitting behind, like picking its nose, or one that's still sitting down at the fire, like eating chicken or something. I love to just have the orcs, like just 10% of them just be doing something really stupid and unintelligent. So anyway, they fight the orcs in this building. They're shooting the ballista at them, and one of the orcs gets frustrated that it can't hit anything, and so it throws a rotisserie chicken at them, and I guess my son like picks it back up and just like throws it back through the window at them. So there's just like this burnt chicken getting thrown back and forth. And anyway, my party's laying waste to these orcs. They're really not too big of a challenge at this point. And they decide to go downstairs into the cellar, and they find Big Al. And this is where we had to end, so session 16 actually picks up right here. All right, so one of my favorite things is to have Big Al tell the party about the Shrine of Savras. So they find Big Al, and the rest of the house isn't cleared yet, so they use him to basically help them know the points of entry and what's in each room. So anyway, they find their way in, they work their way upstairs, they start opening the doors one at a time, and Big Al's going to give them the mithril armor, right, the chainmail, and in the bedroom, I have them, they kick open the door, and this is Big Al's bedroom, so he's got kind of a bigger bed, and there's 3 orcs in there, and they're they're all just jumping on the bed. So the party just starts blasting them, and they're fighting and falling off the bed, and it's anyway, I have fun with it. So I know I don't want to make the villains like not scary because they can still hurt and kill my party, but I definitely enjoy making them just be doing the dumbest stuff. So they defeat all the orcs on the property, and Big Al tells them about the Shrine of Savras. He tells them that rumor has it that an entire town's treasure is there, right? So just kind of a hook, but that it's been occupied by bad people or orcs or whatever. So it definitely, the party's like, we are going there. We want treasure. And I do my favorite thing as of late, which is have them roll a D100 on the treasure table. And I didn't write down what they got, but it's so fun to just get them some random treasure. Like I don't know if I get so much joy out of the random treasure table. I know that I need to plant like specific items that will be helpful, but I love the randomness. Like the vet group got like 6 potions of climbing. I don't know what they're gonna do with it, but I love the random treasure table. Anyway, so they saved Big Al, and they get his cow back. He's so happy. All right, I'm gonna pick up with them in session 16, going to the Shrine of Savras for next time, but they get up to some crazy shenanigans there. Also, I improv a basement to the Shrine of Savras, which I'm pretty excited about. All right, this has been Noob D&D Dad with session number 15 from my son's group, and a little bit into session 16. And thank you so much for watching. I think it's so fun to be able to talk to all of you about this. And thank you for watching. This is not a fancy channel, fancy background, fancy editing. It's just me sitting down talking to you. And I appreciate that there's an audience for this, and it's been so exciting to see it grow. So anyway, thank you so much. Make sure you tell your mom about this, and we'll see you on the next one. Bye. Noob D&D Dad here. We're going to talk about my son's game, session 16 through 19 probably. They're going to one of my favorite places in the Dragon of Icespire Peak, which is the Shrine of Savras. And I've already run the Shrine of Savras for my veterans group that I'm DMing for, and it was very, very different than my son's game. And so, yeah, stay tuned to see how you can make the exact same place in the same campaign be totally different. All right, so as they're approaching the shrine, using the number of people calculator, I put 12 orcs and 3 ogres in it. And so my party rolls up on the thing, and they have a ballista. I don't remember the exact order of events of the combat, but they fire the ballista at the one tower that's still intact on the shrine that I've got 3 orcs up there. So here's the shrine. So they fire the ballista up at this tower that has 3 orcs in it. And I think they rolled pretty poorly, and so I just have the giant ballista bolt like go above the guys and hit, like there's like a little, this isn't in the book, but I have the tower have like a little wooden like lid thing over the top of it. So I have the ballista just like hit that and just like rip it off the top, and it falls down into the courtyard and does some damage to some of the orcs down in the courtyard. Also, when they first started coming up upon the shrine, I had their just like all kinds of like drums playing inside, just like bonga bonga bonga, like big old like skin drums, and like little confetti like shooting up above the walls like they're having a party in there. Anyway, so they fire the ballista off, and so the orcs start hucking their javelins, but they're out of range. And so an ogre comes out the front to confront them, and some orcs. And so my party's like kind of backpedaling as they're just like shooting everything they have at these guys, trying to kill them, because once the ogre gets to them, it's going to be over. Not that this is supposed to make any sense to you, but as the bad guys are coming out of the shrine to attack the party, I'm having to keep track of everybody's distances. So as my party's backpedaling to not get killed, and as the orcs and ogres are coming at them, I have to keep track of everybody's distance from everybody so that I can pay attention to how far the javelins can throw, how far the ballista can shoot, and then the various like magical spells that my guys are shooting at them. Also, at this point in the campaign, I'm still struggling with how to handle lycanthropy, because I've read different ways online, and so the way the book reads is so confusing. So I think what I finally settled on is he's only has all those damage immunities while in full rat form, because otherwise you could just run through every level and just kill everybody and not die. So that's what I've settled on. Let me know what you think on there. So anyway, they kill the guys that are coming out after them. And actually, I did another weird thing. So one of the guys in the tower tries to throw a javelin at them, and he rolls like a natural 1. So I'm like, all right, this is gonna be dramatic. So he throws it, and he just like, I guess he doesn't let go or whatever, and he just like kind of tosses himself over off of the tower. And then I created a DC for one of the other orcs to grab his feet and save him. And that orc rolled like really, really poorly. And so this guy like rolls a natural 1, is throwing himself over the edge of the tower. And then another orc goes to grab his feet, but he rolled terribly. So he just like pulled his shoes off. And then the guy just like falls down and like impaled himself on his own javelin. So I know that's ridiculous. I know it kind of kills the sinisterness of some of the enemies, but it makes my son laugh. He's 8 years old, and he laughs, and we all have a good laugh. So, and also I figured there's so many bad guys that if they roll a natural 1, sometimes they can die in really heinous and stupid ways. Okay, so they come up to the edge of the shrine. Over here, where the wall's kind of broken, and in the courtyard I have some more orcs over here. There's an ogre down here, and some more orcs over here, right? So I have the party sneak around. One more thing before the sneaking. So the veterans group, because I'm DMing for 2 groups, right? They found some homemade explosives in like a prepper cabin's basement. And I've been wanting to find a way to get those same explosives into the hands of my son and my friend and the nephew who are playing in this campaign. And I never really found a natural way to get them into like scrounging through a building or whatever. And so I just had the ogre that they killed out in front on the north side of the shrine have some explosives on his belt, because why not? So my son's creeping around the edge of the thing, and he rolls like the highest roll possible for stealth. So I'm like, all right. So they take these. So what the bombs are is it's 10 little leather bags full of gunpowder and sharp pieces of metal with little fuses coming out of them, and they had previously found like 15 feet of fuse or something, and they had also previously found like 6 feet of chain. So they decide to put all these bombs together, wrap it up with chain to create more shrapnel. I was very impressed with that. And then using my son's crazy stealth roll, he goes around the corner and into the wall, and he kind of like rolls the bomb, and they only had 15 feet of fuse. So then he runs off, and they use like a fire bolt or some cantrip, some fiery cantrip to light the end of the fuse. And I think it's 6 orcs and an ogre. And once they see the fuse burning, I have some of them like run towards it, and it explodes, and it does 46 damage, because each each bomb, I think it's 1d4 like piercing and 1d4 fire damage, and it's splash damage. I think that's what I decided per bomb. I can't remember. Anyway, it ended up being 46 damage, and so it just liquefies 6 orcs and then does a huge amount of damage to an ogre. Anyway, they're having an absolute blast, blowing up all these orcs, liquefying them, and then of course there's still some more in the courtyard come running around, and they fight them off not too difficultly. So once they go inside of the shrine, this is where I have the mission or the level or whatever differ quite a bit from the Veterans campaign. So these guys go in and they fight the last few guys, and there's an ogre in there, and I usually like to have an orc riding the ogre's back just for fun. And so they kill everybody in there, and then when they go to the altar right here, boop, they go have this special vision that shows them Icespire Hold where the dragon is. And the front of the altar has like an eyeball on it, and one of my favorite things to do after they have the vision is, once the vision's over, have the picture of the eyeball be closed. And the book says that if you move the altar, there's like a little cutout underneath it where there's like a little bit of treasure in there. And I just, some of the people in my comments have told me that they've added like basements to certain places, and I'm just like, I gotta do that. I want to do a basement here. Now, I added a ladder going down under the shrine, and this is just improv, like before I even knew what was going to be down there. So I decided to have, this is the stairs going down, and then there's different chambers here. So different chambers under the shrine. So going straight down the ladder in that little square room, I've been really wanting to put a gelatinous cube into this game, and I decided that, because my initial test, what I wanted to do, because I'm completely new to DMing and really to D&D, is I wanted to just have the essentials kit and see if it's enough, right? If you could just play just out of the essentials kit and totally have everything you need. And that's absolutely true. Like, you can definitely do that. And so now that I've kind of established that, like, my little test is over, I'm willing to just take a gelatinous cube out of the monster manual or anything else, any other improv to enhance the game. So at the bottom of the ladder, I have a gelatinous cube, and my son's like, I'm gonna climb down there, and I'm talking about how it's like a little shimmering, like catching the light, and they're just like, what? And he's like, I'm gonna stick my hand in there or whatever. Or my friend's like, stick your foot in it. And I made a face, right? Like, as a DM, I try to have a poker face, but I'm like, oh. And then my friend's like, I think he realized, he's like, oh, it's a gelatinous cube. Anyway, so then they like toss something down there, and they realize that they should not stick their foot in it. Okay, but before this, they discovered that there's the giant gold bell on the top of the shrine, and they climb up on the roof, and then my son just starts shooting firebolts at the wooden frame until it catches on fire. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you're gonna burn the shrine down. And I'm like, and I just keep explaining that the fire is expanding and expanding. And my friend's like, you can use like a frost spray or like whatever cold spell you have. Anyway, so they finally put the fire out, but the bell just like drops and smashes into the ground and like kind of creates like a little bit of a hole, like there's a cavern underneath. Anyway, so back to the gelatinous cube. So there's the gelatinous cube in the middle, and then the 4 rooms around the edges, I have 2 Wererats in each. So they got stuck down there when their people left and the orcs came. The gelatinous cube got them stuck down there. Now, I'm still not 100% sure why, but at one point the party drags a dead ogre body over to the hole in the ground that the bell made when it fell down, and they want to shove the body down the hole. So they end up cutting its arms off so they can shove it down the hole. And I normally don't want stuff that graphic in my son's game, but that's just what they decided to do. So they shove this ogre body down the hole, and it clogs the hallway. So normally I don't like stuff that graphic in my son's campaign, but that's what they decided they wanted to do. So they shove this ogre body down this hole, and it clogs up the hallway between the Wererats and the gelatinous cube. So then they decide to climb down the ogre body, and then they meet the Wererats, and they're very surprised that they're down there. And because the Wererats got cut off from their people when all their people went to the gold mine. So anyway, the gelatinous cube starts coming after them, and it starts melting through the ogre body to get to them. So they run up the ogre, they climb back up the ogre body, back into the main room, and them and the Wererats, they battle the gelatinous cube. Now, the Wererats see that our fighter has turned into a Wererat, and so they I don't know, they're suspicious, but they kind of trust them. Anyway, so they join forces and they fight the gelatinous cube. And one thing that I love about exploding creatures is when their insides are acidic, and so when the gelatinous cube explodes when they kill it, I had them all take acid damage if they weren't quick enough to jump out of the way. So some of them take some acid damage, and then they start talking, and these players had previously been to the Mountain Toll gold mine where they had killed all the rats there, like every single one of them. And so they basically tell the rats that their families are still back at the gold mine. So then the rats, I think they're going to keep the shrine, and they're going to go try to retake the gold mine. So my players just totally lie to them about what's going on at the gold mine. Because when they show up, they're going to see Don John Raskin and all of his miners like operating there and all the dead rats. And so that lie has got to come back and haunt them in the future. So I'm delighted to think of how that will happen. But yeah, it's so interesting because the veteran group that I'm DMing for, like, they love the shrine and they're going to turn it into like their living space. Spoiler. And then this group is just like, oh yeah, here you go, rats, you can have it. And it's interesting because to see what my son's group, what they latch onto, what they want to keep, or what they want to turn into their like headquarters. Oh yeah, so the players tell the rats that the mine collapsed. And so 2 rats stay at the shrine, 5 rats go to the gold mine, and then my players are going to go to Coneyberry. They've been so excited to go to Coneyberry. They don't know that it is completely destroyed. All right, but before they step off to go to Coneyberry, I had them find a little bit of a treasure hoard, and so once again I used this table. This table in the DM guide. I've got it tabbed because I love it so much. So the treasure hoard table. So I love having them roll a D100, and then this is what I do for coinage. I don't as of right now I don't do the coin part of the treasure hoard because it hasn't actually been quite a hoard yet, and so I really love that table for finding treasure. If there's a certain item I want them to have, like, I'll make sure that they find it. Or the book oftentimes is like, they find this item, so I make sure and give them those items. But when they go through like a pretty good fight, like, I do like them to do the treasure hoard, and I mean, they could get something as simple as a healing potion or something as crazy as like a cool magic item. And so I think I've been having a lot of fun with the treasure hoard rolling, and so I definitely did that at the end as they're leaving the shrine, and they discovered like a secret thing down where the gelatinous cube was, and they distracted the rats. Like they distracted the rats so that they could go down and get the treasure without them. I thought it was kind of fun. All right, this has been sessions 16, 17, 18, and 19 for my son's group, my son, my friend, and my nephew. So quite a few events there, and a very different Shrine of Savras than the veterans group. So definitely go look at how the veterans group did the shrine in their campaign. Okay, my players are off to Coneyberry next time, so stay tuned. So again, I'm DMing for the veterans group, my son's group, and then I'm going to start doing little kid Dungeons and Dragons for my 3-year-old, 5-year-old, and 8-year-old. So stay tuned. Please do the YouTube things. It lets me know that you're into this. And I love to hear your comments and your feedback. So thank you so much for watching this very high quality, high production value production from Noob D&D Dad. So we will see you on the next one. Thank you so much. Bye. Noob D&D Dad here. We're going to talk about session 20 and 21 for my son's group. We will talk about the other group I'm DMing for, the military veterans campaign, in another video. These sessions were kind of crazy. They had some really interesting admin, and also my players went off the map. So we're doing the Dragon of Icespire Peak, and so this is the map that we normally play off of, right here. and my players really wanted to go up this road and visit Coneyberry. They were really excited to go to Coneyberry, and then they wanted to go beyond the map to a place called Tribor. And there's a few reasons that they wanted to go off the map. One is because Phandalin just does not have all the goods and services and stores and things that they want, right? So my friend was thinking that if they go to the Tribor, there might be more stores there. They might be able to get some cool stuff, etc. Also, he's giving me a taste of my own medicine, because when he was DMing for me for 3.5 edition, I straight up told him that as a player, I wanted to challenge him as the DM. I wanted to basically make him generate the world around me. Like, I would keep trying to go places and have him, like, require him to just, like, on the fly generate it. And so I think he's been getting revenge, because he's been doing that a lot, where he's like, we're going to go here now. And it's just, like, not in the book. And I'm like, all right. But we'll tell you how I stayed on top of it and generated the world around them as they stepped off the map. So they're heading up the trail to Coneyberry, and they finally arrive. And they already know that it's, like, all desolate, because I think they went through it before. So I already talked about how I had a sign outside that said all dead inside, and then they thought there were zombies, so it was a little bit of a misleading sign that I put out there. But they decided they wanted to do more exploring of Coneyberry before they headed to Tribor. But in Coneyberry, I rolled for the dragon, and if you remember, the dragon has, like, a dice table that you roll. Every time there's, like, a scene change, you roll a d20 to see where the dragon is. So I rolled a 15, so it sent it to the Shrine of Savras, which is just south of Coneyberry. So realistically, it's possible that the dragon could see their movement, and so they had to kind of hunker down and hide in Coneyberry from the dragon. So in Coneyberry, which has the road going through the middle of it, I decided to make a very simple outline of a few buildings. And so the town hall, just like the ruins of the town hall, is kind of where they were going to stay for the night. But they decided they wanted to do a circle around and check these buildings. And so I thought it would be fun for each of the buildings to be like, it's all destroyed and there's just a little bit of walls left. But then in the kitchen, there's like a hardwood door that goes down to a cellar. So that gives room for them to explore several different houses in Coneyberry that are destroyed, but that, of course, the cellar survived whatever fire or destruction. So in one of them, they found a bunch of rats that they fought or that were eating each other. And then there was little boxes, like just like kind of basement storagey stuff. So one of them, I had a whole box full of old corn cobs, just to kind of confuse them. Another one, I had a skull with an eye on the forehead, like a human skull. And then in one of the basements, I had them roll, I think, a D100, and they rolled really, really high. So I was like, okay, you're going to find some cool stuff down here. So I used my favorite treasure table in the DM guide, which I think I'm overusing, but I'm having so much fun using it. And they ended up getting a scroll of spike growth and this, I might get criticized for this, a wand of secrets, which they are now heavily using. And I'm wondering, I might need to nerf it a little bit. But they just rolled really, really high when searching all these basements. So I was like, you know what, there can be some cool stuff down here. And a bunch of corn cobs that I think they used for their fire for the evening. But I think I might have them find more used corn cobs later. Maybe I'll have a subplot of a cult of the cob or something. And one of the basements ended up having a ton of food storage in it, like well-preserved jarred food and like water bags and just all kinds of food. And so my friend, so he's kind of the leader, right? So my son's 8 and my friend's leading, and he's kind of been like, we needed like a wagon. Like he's been wanting like a wagon. I don't know if in his head he was imagining like the Wells Fargo wagon where it's like enclosed. But he's been wanting a wagon so that they could like stash all their stuff as they're out away from town. And so finding all this food storage in this basement just reinforced that he's like, we have to go to Tribor and we got to buy a wagon. He's just like, we got to do this. Okay, so they go off the map to Tribor, and I'm like, very quickly while we're playing, I start Googling like Tribor map. And I actually found a pretty good one on Reddit that has Tribor populated with all the names of all the stores with all the different NPCs who work there. So it's like, yes, this is great. So I totally used that. And again, I had the volcano go off that is not at all in the book, but that I decided would be interesting and create a lot of like NPC, like refugee situations. So Tribor is also having an influx of refugees coming from lands that were affected by the volcano going off. And they're majorly getting stared at by people on the road on the way to Tribor because they're all covered in weapons. They're also super messy. They've been through a whole bunch of battles and crazy stuff without getting cleaned up at all. So they're a mess and they just look like adventurers, and they're towing a ballista at this point. So they go to a store called the Cart and Coin that I have being run by a family. So husband, wife, and a couple kids are helping people find and buy carts. So a lot of this rest of the session is totally admin, but I think it was just really interesting because they were doing such interesting things. So they basically talk to the guy and they're like, we want a wagon. And as the guy talks to them and they talk to the guy, they decide that it's going to be like a totally custom wagon. So it ends up having, or carriage or whatever. It's going to have windows. It's going to have a turret attachment so they can attach the ballista on top and it can rotate 360 degrees. And there's a hatch to climb up. And they're just going to put a tarp over it while they drive so that you don't see the ballista hanging out. And what else? There's going to be spikes that come out the sides like a Ben-Hur chariot. And there's going to be little tubes, little talking tubes. So the driver can talk into a tube to the people in the back. So there's all kinds of features on this wagon, like extra storage. And it's basically going to be their battle storage wagon home away from home. And I may or may not have added a few features in multiple sessions afterwards. I think eventually we'll cap off the features that we're going to add. But I basically priced it out to 765 gold pieces for this custom wagon and told them it would take X amount of days. So then they have like some time to kill. They have this golden bell that they need to go get melted down or sell or whatever. So they give the wagon guy 500 gold as a down payment to get started working on the wagon. Then they head to a place called the Happy Horse Ranch. So that they can buy 2 more horses so that they can have 4 horses pulling their wagon. And then they have to pay to have their other animals housed there while they go about the town. So it's like my 8-year-old was taking it like a champ because we're just role-playing going around town, like shopping and doing errands and stuff. But I thought it was super interesting. I kind of think they did too. I also think they were a little excited to be off of the map and be in a town that actually like exists and has people and things happening in it. But I was able to tie it into the campaign by having refugees be there and having it be a very natural place, leaving the map and going to Tribor. Okay, and then they go to a blacksmith or not a blacksmith. I can't remember which store, but it's a store that made sense to sell their bell. And so the person agrees to do it. And I did the same thing for the other group that I have it cost 50 gold. Now this one is, they're not melting the bell itself and giving them coins. They're just buying the bell. But it's worth 2,500, but they're going to buy it for 2,450 because of all the work that it's going to take to deal with this big hunk of bell gold. And the lady gives them a 700 gold, like advance for the bell. So they trust her a little bit. And then again, she's like, I don't have this cash laying around, so it'll take me a few days. So then they have a few days to kill to deal with while they're waiting for their money from the bell and then while they're waiting for the wagon. Oh, by the way, I had their horse. Let's see. They got 2 horses, Delilah and Dean, and they're 75 gold each, and they housed and stored and got saddlebags. So that was 200, I think, total. I don't know if it's 200 total for the 2 horses and the housing and storing and saddlebags. Anyway, came up with a price. It worked. They paid it. And then they decided to see if there was any kind of like a job board in town. And I was like, oh my gosh, he really is pushing me to just generate things, right? Because it's like, none of this is on the map. Like, you know this is all improv, like every question you're asking me. So there's like a tower in the middle of town. It's like a town hall / tower. So I have it kind of be like the police station, job board, mayor's office. It's kind of like the city center town hall thing. Also, it's a tower so that they can see roundabout. So on the fly, I decide that on the job board is a flyer to take out some robbers. So not just, it's like organized crime, not just robbers, but like actual organized crime that's been robbing the refugees that are pouring into town. So I created a symbol right there. Boop. The skull, kind of with the sunshine thing. That is the robber's logo that has been witnessed on these robberies. And the message on the board says, if you can like dismantle this criminal organization, we'll give you 300 gold. So my players take the job board. They take the job and they start they just step out in the streets and they start asking refugees like, hey, have you been robbed? Have you been robbed? Who do you know that's been robbed? So they start asking around, and then eventually they find a family that's been robbed. The guy has a broken arm, his arm's in a sling. They just vaguely remember where they were, but they had everything taken from them, and tells them it's like 2 or 3 miles north of town, right? And I was so impressed with my son right here, my 8-year-old son, where they're talking to this family that's been robbed, and he actually gives them some silver. He gives them like 10 pieces of silver. And it's like, that's awesome. Like unprompted, unsolicited. They didn't ask for it, but he felt compassion for this family that was living in a tent that had been robbed. And I thought that was cool. And I think that's like the cool interaction side of D&D is when you draw these reactions out of the players. So I love that. So the players head off north of town on a road, and eventually they find the place that the refugee had described to them, and they see that there's like some symbol carved into a tree, and they don't see them, but there's evidence that the people were there. So they keep going north, and then eventually they see these guys step out onto the road. I decide that the composition of the robbers is a half orc, like a muscle man, then a human in like a trench coat, and then two dudes in like beanies, like normal sized humans. So for their stats, I just used the half orc, AC 13, hit points 58. For the human, AC 17 because he's got armor. I guess the leader in the trench coat also has armor because he's the veteran stat block. And then the other guys are veteran stat block, but their hit points are only 30 instead of 58. There's a nice little shot of me as I'm trying to point the camera at the book. The veteran stat block is as follows. So it's very, very useful for that I've been using for like robbers and various humans that they come across. Anyway, so they're trading blows, mostly just trading misses back and forth, shooting magic, shooting arrows. Like it's really not looking great. They are starting to hit and damage each other, but it's kind of like a sloppy fight. And that's where session 20 actually ends, in the middle of that fight. So session 21 picks up right in the middle of that fight, and they finish it off. They actually kill the half-orc, which really takes the wind out of the sails of the rest of their gang, because he's like the muscle, right? So they defeat the gang. They basically take them prisoner, take their weapons, tie them up, take them into Coneyberry, and they deliver them to the tower, right? Where they're like, here's the gang, we brought them to justice. And then I have this like chief of police. He's like this huge guy named Harvey. I have him have a super high voice for some reason. Anyway, so he takes them and they go put them up in the tower. I guess it's also their jail. But they make the robbers tell them like where their hideout is. They get their reward at the tower, and then they decide that they're going to go explore the hideout to see if they can find any treasure for themselves. So they arrive at the hideout, and they find, I like to have, whenever they find like bedrolls of bad guys, I always like to have one of them just stink super bad. So there's 4 bedrolls, right? Because there was 4 guys, and one of them just stinks like super bad. And so I think they burned that one, but they actually like slept in their camp, and they found like a secret like tree storage area where they found a little treasure. And once again, I used my very favorite table in the world. I even have it tabbed. So Dungeon Master's Guide, page 137. So challenge, or Treasure Hoard Challenge 0 through 4. So I don't do the coins, but I do like to do the D100 to see what they get. And then like sometimes on individual bad guys, I'll do the individual treasure. But this one's fun because it could just be a couple of lame art items or some gems, or it could have them roll on a different magic table and they could end up with something awesome. So I love this book, and I think it creates like infinite possibility. So I've been having so much fun with that table. So they actually ended up getting like rolling super high on that. So they actually got a +2 longsword, which they were very excited about. And of course the fighter, he kind of just absorbs all of that stuff. Like he gets all those cool weapons. And so at this point, my son is actually starting to get a little bit bummed out as far as like everyone else having really cool weapons, because there's not really any wizard specific stuff. So there's more on that in future sessions, but he's starting to feel it, that he's not getting the cool items, because he does have cool items, but his cool items he's now becoming more powerful than his cool items. And then during the night, I decided to do something I've been wanting to do for a really long time. And that is to fight a freaking owlbear. These things are pretty vicious, but I didn't think it would be outside of their abilities. Challenge rating 3. I just really wanted to use it. I wanted to be an owlbear, I guess, because I'm the one driving it. So I decided that an owlbear would come upon them and ferociously attack them at night. And it did, and they had a glorious fight, and the owlbear was totally fun to drive. But seeing it in the Dungeons & Dragons movie, like just very briefly, when I think the druid transforms into it, I was just like, that's so cool. And then just reading about it in the monster manual, I was like, this thing seems awesome and fun, so we're doing this. And I think it was an appropriate challenge, because it was actually difficult for them, but they handled it. And the fighter decapitated it with his brand new +2 sword and kept the head. So they actually went back to town, and I can't remember if I made them roll a persuasion or what, but they asked the people at the tower, they're like, so we just killed an owlbear, and I think they gave them, if I'm looking at my notes right, I think the town people gave them 100 gold for killing the owlbear, because it's kind of like in some like Western states now, like you can just kill like coyotes or whatever, and there's like I don't know if you get money for killing hogs. People that live in that area, you have to let me know, but in my area it's like coyotes. Anyway, so I figured owlbears would be the same thing, where they're kind of like a nuisance, and there's like a reward for killing them. So I think they got another 100 gold for that. All right, so their tribe war business is pretty much coming to an end. So they get all their money from trading the bell in, they get their extra horses, they get their custom battle wagon. They did also eventually take a shower, and they head back to their home of Phandalin. So I think they were due a reward for something that they had not got a reward for yet. Anyway, so they go and get their reward. Okay, I'm actually proud of this. So on their way back to Phandalin, I know I went to Phandalin already, but on their way back, I remembered that I needed to, again, roll for the dragon to see where the dragon was. And the dragon came up at Mountain's Toe Gold Mine, where, if you remember, they had sent the rats there. They lied and said that they had cleared it out for them. And so in the distance, they see the dragon swoop down and get something, and then it flies over the top of them. And as it flies over the top of them, you can hear the Wererat that's like in the dragon's clutches as it flies over the top. You hear it yell, "What's all this then?" as it flies off. And my players got a good laugh out of that. So it turns out that that is like the trademark statement of the Wererats, is anything happens and they're just like, "Hey, what's all this then?" So anyway, I was proud of that, and the players thought that was pretty awesome. So it's like a good like closing on the Wererat chapter, is the dragon flying off with the one in its mouth. Okay, so the players meet up with the town master, and they take everything off the job board, which is, I think, Dragon Burrow, Woodland, Manse, and something. Oh, yeah, I think that's it, or the lighthouse, something. I don't know. Anyway, they cleared the job board, and but my friend, who he's the one that kind of orchestrated the NPC Yance basically taking over Axholm after they cleared it out, right? So he goes to the mayor and he's like, hey, Coneyberry's empty. Like, we could resettle Coneyberry. And if you want, like, in exchange for you giving us, like, huge tracts of land up there, like, we could organize that and help you resettle it. And then you will be in charge of Axholm, Phandalin, and Coneyberry, and kind of create your own little thing here. So I thought it was kind of cool. My friend was kind of playing on the idea of building Phandalin's influence in the area. So, but also while gaining their own, because they have the house in Phandalin, and then they have, basically, they can stay any time at Axholm because they're buds with the ants, and then they want to have like land in Coneyberry. So I think it's cool that he's like thinking like future. So it's fun to think, like, we were kind of thinking the other day how, like, once these characters like totally level up, then there might be stuff like named after them, or, you know, just like they might play their children's. They might play their children as characters on new adventures. Anyway, so it's just fun imagining the long-term lives of these players. But that has been session 20 and 21 for my sons and my friends and the nephews campaign, and I'm loving it. I think Dragon of Icespire Peak is an awesome setting, and then I've just been loving using the monster manual to grab the owlbear, and then the DM guide to add additional treasure, because there's already treasure in the campaign book, but I like adding additional stuff, and it's been a total blast. And so thank you for joining me. Stay tuned for more. If you like this kind of thing, please share it. Make sure to tell your mom, and we'll see you on the next one. Bye. Noob D&D Dad here. We're going to talk about my son's group going to Dragon Burrow in the Dragon of Icespire Peak. So it's been a long time to finally get to this place, and they spent 2 sessions in it, and I had a ton of fun running it. So this is going to be my son and my friends and nephews session 22 and 23. Plus, I want to ask a question at the end of this about randos joining your campaign to see what D&D's like. Or maybe not randos, but maybe people you know. So more on that later. So the party is driving in their new wagon up the high road trail towards Dragon Burrow. And if you remember, I changed something in this campaign by adding a volcano going off on Mount Hot now. And so a ton of refugees are moving south and east. And so going up that road, again, they're still having refugees coming down. And their wagon, while it's a battle wagon, if there's anything that it says, it's that they have money. And so as they're traveling up the road, I just start having the crowd just like swarming them, like touching the side of it and just like asking for help, asking for a ride. Even though they are headed north, still they see these people as having, they see my party members as having money. And so I don't know if I mentioned, but they installed some Ben-Hur spike kind of things that stick out the sides. And my son's like, let's activate the spikes. And it's like, hold on. And so my friend always has to kind of temper my son, right? Because my son's only 8 years old and my friend's my age. Anyway, so they start warning people like, back away, back away. And then they open up the spikes on the vehicle, on their battle wagon. So then it keeps people away. Fortunately, nobody got injured, but they have like this crank inside where they crank it and then spikes stick out the side so they can have like Ben-Hur style battle wagon stuff. So in this case, it helped to keep the dirty refugees off their wagon. So as they get closer to the Dragon Burrow, I just have it start pouring rain, and they kind of have to turn off the road to head that way. So I have it start being kind of hilly, but it's not too rough for the wagon. And then they're supposed to meet a centaur. The centaur's name is Xanth, and he has all kinds of info for the party. But I decided to give him the most epic introduction ever and almost get himself killed. So he's up on a hill, and lightning flashes behind him, and it's raining, and you just see the silhouette of the centaur up on a hill. And my son's suddenly like, what's the range on my firebolt? And it's just like, hold on, there's no threat here. Like, dude, don't just shoot everybody. Like, his entrance is like epic and ominous, but that doesn't mean you need to kill him. So again, we're kind of like trying to tone my son down. He's like, do you think the rain would affect my firebolt? And it's like, dude, good questions, but like, let's not go shooting this guy right away. So they meet up with the centaur. They don't kill him. So good job there. And they have great conversation with him. And they're like, we're going to this tomb. We want to like get this legendary sword from this tomb. And he's like, okay, well, I have some other stuff that I would like your help with. So I'll totally help you get to the tomb. And then I'll wait outside. And then I have some cool stuff I want to show you. And I want you to help me defeat some evil people in this forest. So he's basically going to wait for them. And as my players are like role playing with him and asking questions of him to find stuff out, I basically decide that he's like a super informed centaur, and he has little bluebirds that go out and spy for him and then come talk to him. So he has a bluebird named Charlie that he sends out to go get information for him. Also, look at this guy's picture. So cool looking. I kind of made him have like a gray beard though, and then here's his stats. I kind of made him have a gray beard, so not quite so like aggressive and young and muscly, because I wanted him to be more like weathered and informed and like older. So they arrive from this direction, and I decide to tell them that it's a little too rough to take their wagon up to the top, so they have to kind of hide it in some bushes. So the wisps of this level, I guess, are really fun to talk about because they're described as like floating lanterns, and they're supposed to like lure people into places. And part of the reason I had so fun running this one is because there's all these cool traps. So there's like these traps right before these places are trying to go. So I had the wisps be on the other side, kind of luring them there. I also liked running this one because it's like a genuine like tomb/dungeon. And when they knock over the secret entrance thing, I have there be like this almost like a decompression of air, just like whoosh out, just to show that it's been totally sealed. And like I mentioned them when they start grave robbing everything inside, like it was never ever mentioned or never meant to be like a tourist type place. Like it is totally a sealed up tomb. So the willow wisps don't have very many hit points, but they're kind of hard to hit at 19 for this group. And their dexterity is huge. And there's not a lot that can hit them. And I really like their shock attack. So the way that I describe their shock attack is like they're a little glowing ball, but then like all these little like arcs, like electricity arcs start coming off the edges. It's like, and then just like lightnings people. And I can't remember what made the party be more cautious. I think one of them actually fell into one of the traps. Like they just broke through the floor and landed on a bunch of rusty old swords, I think. But from then on, they were really careful and they were using their extendo pole to like hit the ground and see if there's any traps. And then also, my son has the wand of secrets, which can point towards a trap or a secret entrance or something. So they've been using that, and I'm like, man, this thing's like as written, the wand of secrets is maybe a little too powerful. So I may have to nerf that a little bit. Okay, and one of the craziest things happened in room D4 there at the bottom middle. They have a skeletal surprise. They find Lady Alagondar's horse, and it's like an undead horse. And so my friend rolls like super well in like the animal handling or whatever you need. And so he's like riding this undead horse and he's like so excited. And I am too, because I'm like, oh my gosh, is this party now just going to have an undead horse? And I think he gets a little too excited because then he goes down one of the halls and he just eats it into one of the traps. Like I guess he just decided to not pay attention to traps anymore. And he just full on like horse head first, just like eats it. Like if you think of like the movie The Patriot at the end battle when Mel Gibson holds the American flag like a giant pike and it just sticks it in that horse and the horse just eats it into the ground. It's kind of like that, but the skeleton horse ate it into a bunch of sword traps, and so did my friend, and the horse just like shattered everywhere. My friend got all cut up. And he was super sad, and I was sad too because I was just like, oh man, like you could have had an undead horse for the rest of the game, but he broke it. So for whatever reason, I decided to just take this part out, D5. It's just like a narrow tunnel that they can like get hurt in. I didn't really see any point for it, so I just left it out. And I had a lot of fun in the false tomb over here, D6, with the acid damage traps. I had one of the tombs have a smiley face carved into it, and one of the tombs have a frowny face carved into it. But actually, they went to the Tomb of Adventurers first. So over here at the Tomb of Adventurers, because the whole legend of this area is that this was it an elf lady? Lady Alagandar. She fought this dragon, this epic dragon, and she had some adventurers with her, and it was a glorious battle, but they died together. So this is like a burrow to honor her and the adventurers that she had with her. So this is the adventurer tomb, D7, adventurer's sepulcher. So there's a bard, cleric, fighter, and wizard, right? The 4 sarcophagi, but there's nothing identifying them. And so I decided to have a cool way to identify the different types of people in there by having stuff carved into the top of them. Okay, so let's see if I can remember what I had carved into them. So the cleric, I had like 2 hands together like a prayer, and then the fighter, I had 2 cross swords, and then who else was in there? There was a bard, I think I had like a guitar or something, and then the wizard maybe like a pointy hat. I don't remember, but I had things carved into them, symbols that they could, after like a couple seconds of thought, be like, oh, this is probably like a bard or a cleric. And to push the lid off of the sarcophagi, it's a 20 strength check. And they were actually passing that left and right. So they were just like shoving these lids off. And inside I had the cleric have a scroll, or in his spell book that was mostly rotted away except for one scroll left over. It was the cantrip of the sacred flame. So that's not in the book, but I decided that each of these adventurers should have something. So the wizard and the bard have the Lute of Illusions and the Necklace of Fireballs. Necklace of Fireballs is so cool. And when you give the Necklace of Fireballs out, you roll a d6 or d6 plus 3 or something to see how many like little beads are on there that can make fireballs. So this one ended up being a 6. But I decided it'd be lame to open up the other tombs and not have anything they can take from these epic adventurers. So the fighter had 2 short swords crossbody. And maybe this is OP for this campaign, but I'll just ramp up the bad guys or whatever. One of the short swords is a +1 short sword. One of the short swords is a short sword weapon of warning. And so my son, the wizard's getting... Oh, one of you commented a ton of wizard items, and I'm super excited to go through that. But my son's been getting a little bummed that he doesn't have as cool of items. So he gets the weapon of warning, which he will just keep on his person, and it will perform... He doesn't have to use it as a weapon, so he can still shoot his firebolt constantly, and then he has the weapon of warning to do the weapon of warning things. And then the fighter, of course, got the +1 sword. Here's a question about dual wielding. If you don't have something specific in your character that says you're proficient at dual wielding, like a fighter, for example, and you're dual wielding, are you only proficient with like your right hand or your left hand, but not both weapons? That's one thing we were kind of looking at the book, trying to decide like what it meant. So dual wielding, like a lower level fighter, how does that work? By the way, you guys are so awesome at answering all of my questions on here, because I am a noob D&D dad doing this for my son and also for another group, the Army veterans, and soon to be my younger kids. So I appreciate all the question answering on here. It's fun. Actually, speaking of questions, if you find like a cantrip in a scroll, I know scrolls are like expendable items, so you use it and it goes away. But what if you want to copy it into your spell book? Like, how exactly does that work? I know you have to take time and it costs money and stuff, but I was a little confused by that. Okay, now back to room D6 with the fake sarcophagi. So I had a frowning face on one of them and a smiley face on the other. And basically, they decided that they're traps. They used their wand of secrets or whatever. They decided to try and set it off afar, and it worked. So all the acid shoots up into the air and then it kind of dissipates, and so they can go up and look in. And let's see, in the smiley face one, I have a carved stone skeleton at the bottom of the sarcophagus. So it's like it's occupied, but it's not something you can take out. It's just a carved skeleton. So it's like when they carved the sarcophagus, they just carved a skeleton in the bottom of it, just like laying there. And then weirdly on the other one, the frowning face one, carved inside of that one is like a full-grown skeleton in like the fetal position, like crunched up like it's afraid. Okay, and then this is one of my favorite parts right here. When they go up here into D8, which is where the Dragon Slayer is. So there's 2 more sarcophagi in here. One of them is Lady Alagandar, and then the other is her faithful squire. So when they open up the faithful squire one, I have it has extremely damaged armor that they cannot use, and you can tell the squire died, that it was a rough death, and his skeletons actually have him missing a leg, so he had a rough death. So they're like, can we take his armor? And it's like, nah, that armor is trashed. So one thing I like about the Essentials kit is that it has absolutely everything you need to play. But I like having the actual manuals because then you can get more details on the lore, but also like pictures of some of the monsters that are not in the Essentials kit. So these guys come across an invisible stalker, and his armor class isn't too big, but he has a ton of hit points and a lot of immunities and some awesome slamming attacking, which I did forget to do the 2 slam attacks, but I still think he actually hurt them quite a bit. See, so they have the invisible stalker in this book, but there's no picture, right? That's just what it looks like. So you still get the same stat block, but you don't get a picture or the additional lore. Also notice it's a challenge 6. Everything these guys have been fighting so far has been like 1 through 4, which means that when they do finally kill it, I'm going to go to the higher challenge table, which I love doing, for the treasure hoard in the DM guide. But before they fight it, I have them recognize like a weird like wind inside of the place, and there's no sources of wind here. There's no like air ventilation. Like, this is a stuffy tomb. Like, it is not meant, like I said, it's not meant to be a tourist attraction. So I have there being like this weird wind that's like moving, and they're like sensing things going by them, and so they're starting to get like freaked out. And then I have them like when they touch the sword, because I have the sword stuck in the skull of the dragon's head right in the center of that room, they are like, the wind starts getting like more intense, like they're gonna get attacked. So they start trying to communicate with it, like trying to negotiate, like, we'll leave you one of our magic items, let us take this so we can go slay a dragon. And they were doing their best, and they were rolling high persuasion rolls, but ultimately the nature of the invisible stalker is that it's like, it's been tasked by someone from like a higher plane. So I'm just like, nope, I didn't let anything they did convince it to just let them take it. So anyway, eventually they take it and they start fighting it, and it's hurting them, and they're running away, and they're all scared. But all of them are trying to use spells where they can see hidden things or identify it or whatever. So they do eventually kill it, and I think my son delivers the killing blow, and he was excited about that. And of course, they get the epic Dragon Slayer sword, which again should go to the fighter, right? So my son's feeling a little left out. So I do need to give him some cool items, but not too overpowered. Okay, and I had them roll the D100 for the challenge level 6 treasure hoard in the DM guide, and they got some cool stuff. So they got the like 250 gold art thing, and they kept rolling tapestry, and I was like, but it actually turned out cool. They rolled tapestry 3 times. So one tapestry displays the dragon fighting the fighters and this lady, and then the other tapestry displays like the tomb area with like all the like bodies laid out, and then the other tapestry shows the dragon attacking people along the high road, like flames and people on fire running around. So they're gonna go put it in their house in Phandalin on the wall, because it like tells the story of this dragon. So they're actually excited about that, and I was glad that I could invent that on the spot. Let's see, what else was there? There's like a bracelet. I had it be like a dragon, kind of like a gold dragon going around their arm, and kind of the mouth is biting the tail. And then they also got what did they get? They got a box of turquoise figurines, and basically what I had, and my son loved this, like, it's figurines of everybody from the battle. So it's a figurine of the dragon, a figurine of the lady, and a figurine of all the fighters and the squire. So basically you have this like really cool box with all these turquoise figurines from the battle. So that's how I made that art item not lame. So here's the book with the treasure table. And here is my favorite treasure table. Normally I'm having them roll here, and I'm skipping the coinage, but this time I had them roll here, and then they were rolling on the art objects, and that's where they were getting the tapestries, right? So I actually did have them roll for the coins on this one, because I figured it's a tomb, and there would totally be coinage in there. So they ended up getting, because I know you want to know this, what did they get? 400 copper. Sorry, drifted there a little bit. 400 copper, 10,000 silver pieces, 1,700 gold, and 100 platinum. So they left there with a huge amount of treasure, and ready to go on adventuring. They need to. So that's kind of where they ended for the time. So things they need to do going forward. They need to meet up with the centaur and go on whatever adventure he has for them out in the forest. Now, on to my question that I introduced at the very beginning of when randos want to join your campaign. So I've had multiple times where people reach out and they want to join my campaign, or I call it my son's campaign, right? And to see what they think of it, or just to join it or whatever. So I ask my son first, and he always says yes. And so I have a friend and his kids that are going to join for a little bit, but we'll see when that happens. But this Saturday, this next session, some family members are going to join 3 additional characters. I've told them to roll their characters from this from the rulebook that comes with this starter set so that they'll be on par with my son's group. And the idea is that the centaur will introduce them to my party and they'll adventure together. And then after this adventure, they probably won't be back. My son actually was hoping that they would be reoccurring. So we'll see if they do, like over Zoom, because they don't live in this state. But yeah, like, how do you deal with characters coming in and out? And do you let people do that? So I'm going to, because why not, right? Plus my son wanted to. So I'd love to hear how other people deal with, like, oh, hey, can I join for like a night? Like, how do you do that? Because we're only going to do 3 hours. And I normally try to do a little bit less than that. And so I did not want to do like a one shot out of a book, because that could be like 6 hours long. You might not finish it. So we're just jumping in, and so I said, sure, you can join our campaign, but you're just going to jump in like where we're at. Like we're not changing anything. So I'll just add more bad guys or whatever. And they can go as far as they go, and then we'll stop when we hit the time. So that's kind of how I'm going to do it. I'd love to hear how you do it, or you've seen it done. But that is it for this session recap for my son's group, session 22 and 23. Stay tuned for recaps for the military veteran group and the shenanigans that they are getting up to. And then for future, let me know if you want to see my really, really, really little kid, like the dumbed down D&D version. Well, it's already dumbed down because I'm the one running it. But anyway, I'm a noob DM, and I'm having so much fun with this. And so let me know what you think, and make sure to tell your mom about this video. Okay, we'll see you on the next one. Bye! Noob D&D Dad here, and we are going to talk about my son's campaign that I am the DM for, sessions 24 and 25. So this is the third campaign that I am DMing for. So the first 2 campaigns are my son and my friend and a cousin, and they're both in here, by the way. And the second campaign is an Army veterans group, so where I'm the DM for a bunch of Army vets. And then the third campaign is brand new. We're still working through session 0 for a super little kid campaign for my kids. So 3-year-old, 5-year-old, and 9-year-old. So modifying the rules for that one. So if you like session recaps and just what I'm learning as a noob DM, then join me on this journey. All right, so the players were last in the Dragon Barrow, and they had met the Centaur, and this is where we have 3 extra people that wanted to join in the game. And like I said in the last video, it was looking like they were just going to join for a one-time go. So how do you handle it when you have randos that want to join your campaign in the middle of the campaign? What do you do? So what I did is I told them that they could just make characters and join in, but that we wouldn't interrupt these guys' campaign because they're here ongoing for their campaign. So that's what we did. They didn't make their characters in advance. I was a little surprised by that because they said they would. So we just made them all on D&D Beyond real quick, and that worked out okay. So story-wise, the way that I worked them in, so the Centaur had met my son's group and does the thing that he does in the Dragon of Icespire Peak, which is he wants you to go to the Circle of Thunder to clear out the evil half-orc spellcasters from Neverwinter Wood. So that's the Centaur's objective. So he doesn't want to go into the Dragon Barrow, so my son and friend go down in there and do their thing, and the Centaur's like, I'm going to wait outside. And then when my people came out, the Centaur's like, hey, I have some adventurers I want you to meet. I found some more people that I want to go help go to this Circle of Thunder and help deal with this problem. But I always, sometimes it's just on the fly. I'm like, I want to have the players have an interaction on the way somewhere, right? I want to have traveling have a cost, whether it's combat or money cost or time or whatever it is. So as they're cutting through the forest to go to the Circle of Thunder, they start noticing webs all around them. So as they're riding their horses and walking, like webs are getting in their faces, and it's starting to get gross and a little bit darker. And then they turn around and look behind them, and there's webs behind them from where they just came. So essentially, as they're moving through the forest, all of a sudden they're just running into more and more webs, and then there's webs behind them, and then it's pretty much roll initiative time, because I've decided that 6 giant spiders are going to attack them. And then, of course, there has to be a mama spider boss after this, right? So we go through like 4 rounds of combat, everyone fighting these spiders. My mother-in-law was one of the people joining in, and some other family members, and it was fun to see them catch the spirit of D&D. Like, I'm describing what's happening, right? Like when they freeze the eyeballs, they like shatter and fall off, or they're chopping limbs off and stuff and guts, and everyone's just loving it. And my mother-in-law even added some like gory parts. She's like, yeah, and then like this happened, and I'm like, oh, that's disgusting. But it's like, yes, you're getting into it. You're getting into like the pretend and the imagination. And so having these 3 extra people, it was a little bit stressful, but I kind of took the stress off by just saying, you're joining in. You're adventuring. You're joining in where these guys are. And here's the plot reason why you're there, and we'll just see how far you make it. And in my mind, I was like, they're going to make it to the Circle of Thunder. They're all going to fight this Thunderboard together. But being me, I'm like, you also are going to fight spiders on the way there. And combat always takes longer than I think it will. And it was awesome. They were using all their powers and all their weapons and all their different things, and someone even set off a thunder wave a couple times, which sends out a really loud noise for 300 feet. So it was fun to kind of create an ominous feeling, be like, yeah, anyone, like people heard that, so it's like you may not want to stay here after you defeat these people. I actually forgot the centaur was there for a minute, so he didn't really participate in combat until the very end, so my bad. And something happened that I always will take advantage of, where the players are using fire in the forest to destroy spiders, right? Like firebolt or whatever. So a tree canopy fire got started. And I was just like, hey, here we go. Because I'm always trying to start fires in all these campaigns. Anytime anyone uses fire, I instantly want it to catch on something and start spreading and have them have to deal with it, right? So in the past, we've had players use mage hands to dig a fire line, which I loved. My son ends up using Ray of Frost a lot because he starts a lot of fires. So it's like he starts them and then he has to Ray of Frost them out. Anyway, so same thing. They use Ray of Frost to put out the forest fire, to my disappointment. All right, so at this point in session number 24, the rando players that had joined us, it was actually time for them to leave. So we had a set time frame. That time frame passed. A huge amount of that time frame was taken up with them creating characters, which is why I wanted them to pre-roll them. My son was worried that if we added people that they would spend the whole time making characters, and I was like, very valid, but I told them. Anyway, so they arrived and, of course, justified his worries. Smart little guy. So, story-wise, the new adventurers had to go, and we weren't going to just run their characters, because that's a lot to all of a sudden just do. So what it was is that they all got kind of hurt in the battle, and they were like, you know what? That was scary. Maybe we'll just go back to town and heal, and maybe we'll meet you guys later in the future. And it's open. These characters now exist in this world, and they can come back anytime they want. But for now, as adventurers, they were a little bit injured and they needed to go back to town. I don't know if they're just going to go get normal jobs or if they'll come back. My guess is they won't come back, but not because they don't want to, but because they live in another state, and timing is difficult. But the party separates. So now it's just my son, my friend, and actually just the two of them. I think they were controlling the cousin. I think the cousin left too. He hasn't been showing up as much, so they've been driving his character like an NPC sidekick. Not that's those two words are contradictory. Like a sidekick. So and they'll take turns controlling him. And I told my son, this is kind of in the future a little bit that I told him this, but I told him that when he is driving the cousin's character, that he needs to try to make decisions for that character that character would make, because one time the cousin was gone and my son started using the character to basically just do the bidding of his character, and it's like, no, that's not how you do it. Okay, so the randos leave, and now it's back to the original party, and they're still in the forest, and I decided that I wanted this forest encounter to continue, and so I just drew like an underground cave, like suchly. So here's the forest up here, and it goes down here into these bubble chambers, and then there's actually an underwater river. I'll get into this in a minute. And so there's like the circle of webs around them, right, for the spider battle. And then as they're moving forward, I have it become like a webbed tunnel and get thicker and thicker and thicker and go down to a flat like web hatch on the floor. And so I think my son like firebolted open, and they decided to go exploring down there. And I was kind of improving it as they were going to also see how far they're going to go. And a little bit of spoiler alert for the veterans group, I actually ended up using the same cave system that I invented for their group, but I changed one minor thing and they explored it a little bit deeper. So more on this cave in the future, but I actually really like this. Forgive the crudeness of the design. It does not look great, but in our imaginations, it was totally awesome. Okay, so here is the surface of the forest floor, and here's the little web hatch and the trees, right? So then they go down here. It's like a mud tunnel, just dirt round tunnel. And then over here, there's a ton of little spider eggs all over the place. It's all humid in there. I decide that every time I have spider eggs, that I'm going to make it all gross and humid in there and just have them like twitching and like little crackly noises, just to make it gross, And then over here, I have another chamber full of old dusty clothes. Just nothing special, but just tons of old clothes, thinking that the spiders will have removed the clothing from a bunch of bodies before they wrapped them up. So then there is a little tiny tunnel down here that they go down and use a rope, and my friend the sorcerer goes down there. So this is the water, and then this gap here is between the ceiling. So the idea is to create like a claustrophobic feeling. So, and the water's not flowing too fast. They can just brace themselves on the edges. But because the ceiling gets lower and lower and lower, and then they have to be brave and go underneath there into another chamber where I had a skeleton with a leather journal that's mostly just water destroyed. I also straight up decided to have a Pearl of Power on a skeleton down here that was stuck under the water. And then he went down even further into another chamber where there was a few spider eggs and a box. I have them roll the D100 treasure table for this in the Dungeon Master's Guide. And then there's another tunnel that connects here to here, and then eventually they fight the big mama spider here. So session 25 is basically them just fighting the giant spider, and I think getting whatever treasures left to get down there. But I had mentioned in a previous video that my son was getting frustrated because he felt like everyone else was getting cool items, and it seemed like he wanted more like combat items, and he's a wizard. And so somebody suggested in the comments, thank you by the way, a book, a very, very powerful book called Protective Verses. And I looked that thing up online, and it's some of it's kind of complicated, but it is an incredibly powerful item. And I'm like, I'm gonna have him find this in here. Maybe that's too much for, I think he's level 5 at this time. I'm like, I want him to find something awesome and then like learn how to use it. So they find Protective Verses in with the spider eggs. And what else did they find? Pearl of Power for my sorcerer friend. And then in the box under actually, I don't think I rolled for that treasure either. The light crossbow +2. I think did I roll for that? From table G. Yeah, I think I actually did have them roll for that. And so they got a light crossbow +2. The big mama spider battle, let's see, it took them like 5 rounds of combat. And I think I ended up raising it to 120 hit points. So I'm kind of scaling these battles, and to the point where I'm like, you guys can just go find Cryovane the White Dragon. You'll probably win. Like, if I leave his stat block the same, like, they would probably take him out. So it's been interesting. It'll be an interesting encounter when they encounter him, when my son's group encounters him. But I decided that once they finally killed the spider, I think now the cousin who is the fighter, he's kind of become like the decapitator. It's like the two magic people wear monsters down, and then he goes up and just like chops their head off and kills them. So it's kind of like his role. So after that happened, the giant spider was like still walking around, and I had everybody roll a dexterity or an athletics check for the twitchy body with a DC 12. And the spider fell. I think it crushed I can't remember who it fell on, but I had it to a D10 bludgeoning damage if they failed the saving throw. So the big body just like fell on them and did some damage to them. So I'm very proud of this little cave system that I invented. And again, I know it's not pretty, right? But there's an entrance, there's 2 side chambers, there's the mama chamber, and then there's like a cool thing under here, and then some chambers and a connecting thing. And part of what I like to do in D&D is invent situations that would cause emotions or fear or like claustrophobia, or, you know, like with me with wildland firefighting, just makes fire situations that would make people feel scared or trapped. So I just want to do that and then see what decisions people make. So I felt like this cave was a really good opportunity to face claustrophobia, like fear of drowning, fear of spiders, fear of just dark, scary, smelly places. And so I had a ton of fun improvising it. And again, they didn't make it to the Circle of Thunder in these 2 sessions, and I totally thought that's where they were going to go, but I don't know, I just feel like in my head, I'm like, and now there's spiders in the forest. I've been thinking about spiders in the forest for a long time. And I feel like it makes more sense in their campaign because they're in this campaign with my son, Mount Hotnow has actually erupted. And it's burned a ton of the forest, and it's driven a lot of wildlife and people down south. And so there's an added concentration of spiders and other things in the woods. So story-wise, it actually works really well for me to improv them finding stuff. I think I also had them find, if I look at my notes correctly, 2,000 gold down in this cave. And I think it's just because they fought such a big boss and did so well doing it. Now, spoiler alert for their future when they do make it to the Circle of Thunder, it's rough. The veterans group, when they made it there, it was not as bad. But when my son's group makes it there, like, I mean, it is almost a TPK again, total party kill. Like, this close, hanging by a thread. So stay tuned if you want to see how I once again almost murdered my entire son's party, which I've been informed by my wife would not be good. All right, that is sessions 24 and 25 for my son's campaign that I am the DM, the Noob DM for. Now, I am the Noob DM for 3 groups now. So if you like the idea of just following a Noob DM's journey through this, then please stay tuned, subscribe, and talk to me, and make sure to tell your mom. But thanks for watching. I love reading your comments, and been having fun with this game. So we'll see you in the next one. Bye. Noob D&D Dad here. We're going to talk about my son and my friend's group that I'm DMing for, because I am DMing for actually 3 if you count the little kid campaign. But my son and his friend and cousin, or my friend and his cousin, and the Army veterans group, and then a little kid group of 3, 5, and 9-year-olds. So this is going to be talking about my son and my friend's group. Sessions 26 and 27, in which they face off with this guy, Gorthok, the Thunder Boar. He's actually pretty strong. For the veterans group, I actually plussed him up, but for these guys, I left him original. But we're going to talk about how we got there first. So a few notes on where they are in the campaign. I think they're long resting in the forest at this point. They're currently at 5th level, and they've done 1 quest from the job board, and so they need to do 1 more quest from the job board in order to level up. But spoiler alert, that's going to change here in a second. As in, we're not going to stick to that because of how intense events get. Also, coming up in future video, if you remember my son's cousin got turned into a Wererat. So I've been having to track when the next full moon will be. And as of session 26, the full moon is in 2 days. If you don't know what that means that he is going to turn into a full Wererat under my control. And I have some chaos planned. So I do like in this Dragon of Icespire Peak how it has these encounters that they encounter on the way to a place. So they're on their way to the Circle of Thunder, but they encounter this cool tree trap with like a scary tree with like still beating pig's heart, and there's like vines that attack them, or it's actually roots. But one thing I like is they're traveling along, and I like to have all the
nature noises stop. So right now you can actually hear in the video maybe a bunch of nature noises, but in the story I like there to be the birds stop chirping and it just goes totally silent. And then they see this creepy tree and they have to sit there and try and figure it out. Anyway, so they end up doing the sorcerer, my friend casts the detect magic, so they discover that it's an evil ritual thing going on, and they fight it and the roots erupt and they have to make a saving throw, and I think one of them gets hurt, but eventually they kill the thing, right? They destroy the scary trap. And in this case, after they destroy the tree and the evil, or they destroy the little still beating heart, the tree falls down, and then the roots that had erupted and started attacking them, they turn into ash. And to cap it all off, the birds start chirping again. So I just have fun with this. Next up, we encounter Yargoth's patrol. He's one of these lovely fellows, Anchorite of Talos. We're going to see more of those coming up. But it says to do, so Yargoth and Anchorite and a band of orcs. So 2 orcs per character, including sidekicks. So the party is only 3 characters, but at this point they have the centaur Xanth with them. So that's 4. So there's 8 orcs and this guy. So actually quite a challenge for these level 5ers. So a battle ensues, and they're just range attacking each other across this big ravine and wearing each other down. And eventually I have each of the orcs start charging, right? So they're getting closer and closer and closer. And my son had previously found the treasure item, the necklace of fire beads. So they decided that it was in their best interest to launch that thing, and so they threw, I think he threw the whole necklace. And the way that it works is it multiplies what level of fireball it is by how many beads you throw. So he threw it and did a full-on skadoosh move and killed 7 orcs. And they had previously killed the main Anchorite, who had lightning bolted them. And there was 1 orc who didn't charge. I think it's because his boss was already dead and he had an arrow stuck in him. And so I have him put his arm in a sling and break the arrow off so it's just a stick and just walk off into the trees. And because he just decides that it's hopeless. So he just leaves. And I think it'd be fun to have that orc come back later. They find him again some other time. So I'm always creating these little things that I'm like, this will be cool if they find later, but it's like, I hope I remember this. Sometimes they remember it, which is like, oh yeah, that guy. Yeah, you definitely encounter him again. So they loot the bodies and they get, the book has them get a potion of greater healing, and they also get 70 electrum. Yeah, I had them roll a D100 on the DM guide loot chart, which I love. Okay, so they can see the slight hill rising of the Circle of Thunder in the distance, and there's dark clouds forming above it, right? So it's definitely not natural, and it's ominous. At this point, they are kind of hurt, so they take a short rest in the forest and use some hit dice. All right, so they make it to the, what's it called, Circle of Thunder, and on top are 2 Anchorite people wearing boar heads dancing around a fire with a bunch of twig blights dancing around them. And there's 8 twig blights, because again, I think they have you multiply however many based on how many the players are. So one thing my son's party does a lot is they really communicate with each other to plan like ambushes. And so they sit there and go through and they're like, okay, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? And if the cousin can't be there, they just run his character for him. So like, what would he do? So they start out by, I think my son, Ray of Frost, the fire, just put it out, because they're thinking if it's needed for the ritual, they should just try to stop the ritual, because they're guessing, they don't know, but they're guessing that they don't want this ritual to be completed. And then they just launch a full volley of attack, put out the fire, start the battle. And of course the Anchorites have 1 use of lightning before they have to recharge. Now Gorthok the Thunderboar shows up when these 2 guys die. And this guy is a serious foe. So I think the thing that gets him is the resistances and then the multi-attack. And these guys are not too strong right now, so he has a lightning bolt that could possibly recharge, and then thunder hooves and lightning tusks. Long story short, these guys start getting stomped. We got people dropping to 0 hit points all over the place. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna kill my whole son's party. So TPK, as they say, total party kill. And my wife is like, do not kill your son. And I'm like, well, if it wasn't me, it was the boar that killed him. Anyway, the battle gets intense. People are dropping, they're running over and dramatically healing each other to stabilize each other. The Thunder Boar does some giant attack and it kills all the remaining twig blights. So at this point, we're lucky that nobody got massive damage, which is their max health negative, which would be an instant death. But like, I got to the point where I had to seriously be like, okay, do I need to serve the story and the character of Gorthok, or do I need to protect this party? And I felt like I did a pretty good job because they were just getting like stomped, and one person was like unconscious, and there was another character that was, I think it was Xanth, the NPC, and I'm like, okay, if he attacks this character, they will die. Like, it will be death. Because I think they were already in death saving throws or something. Anyway, so I had him attack the other guy, and I had to invent character reasons why he would do that. But the point is, these guys were getting stomped, and like my son went and saved the warrior character, or the fighter character, and then he ended up dying, and then I think it ends with one character having only 7 hit points and everyone else like in death saving throws. So he has on his person a healing kit, which lets you stabilize somebody, and it has 10 uses. So at this point in the campaign, the point where we are right now, not the point that I'm talking about, like several sessions ahead, because I'm behind on the videos, I think we only have 5 uses of it left. But they're so cheap, and I guess you can find them at the store. So my friend that's playing in my son's group keeps accusing D&D 5e of being soft, and he might be right. But this session, though, where they're doing death saving throws, I think that changed his mind a little bit. Well, I hope it did. Anyway, they finally wear down this Thunder Boar just by doing little bits of damage on it, and the way that he dies is starting to be a trend here. So the fighter, he does some massive roll and cuts the head off, and that's how it's been. So the 2 magic people do all these little attacks and fire bolts and witch bolts and stuff and wear it down, and then the fighter comes in and just finishes it off. So he's kind of becoming the decapitator. He's decapitated a lot of creatures at this point. All right, so that is sessions 26 and 27. They obviously have to do a long rest here, but in the next session I'm going to have them level up early. So this is a side quest, it's not a job board quest, and the book says that after 2 job board quests that they can level up. So I actually have them level up to level 6 because they all almost died fighting this thing. And like I did with the other group that is totally not in the book, when Gorthok the Thunderboar dies and he disappears, I have there being a young, magically asleep damsel wearing clothing from 200 years prior, just like asleep on the ground, that just becomes like a mystery and a problem that the party has to deal with. So more on this group coming forward. I'm trying to do videos updating all of these different groups that I'm DMing for. I have now been DMing for 1 year, and I'm having an absolute blast. So let me know what you think, and I always love advice, and I use the advice in my games. So spoiler alert on the next army veteran group that I'm going to DM for. The next session that I'm going to talk about is the one in which they fight Cryovane the Dragon in Phandalin, and they're really strong. And if you saw my community post, you know what happens. So stay tuned for that, and thanks for watching. Noob D&D Dad out.
Noob D&D Dad here, and I want to talk about session number 28 of my son's campaign that I am DMing for, which consists of my son, my friend, and my son's cousin. I'm also DMing for a group of Army veterans, but this video is just about my son's group. So this is session number 28 of the Dragon of Icespire Peak, and they just finished defeating Gorthok, the Thunder Boar, at this place, the Circle of Thunder. So the session is actually very simple. So they're taking a long rest because Xanth the Centaur is down to 1 hit point. Bjorn the Sorcerer is down to 1 hit point, right? Because they were unconscious but got stabilized. And so you roll you roll a d4 and they gain 1 hit point per every that many hours. So at this point you have Centaur 1 hit point, Sorcerer 1 hit point, and then Elementa, which is my son's wizard, has that 1 hit point, and then a Shale, the fighter, is at 7 hit points. So that's how they ended up. Everybody unconscious but stabilized and just barely alive. So they are long resting in the. I decided that when the boar like got destroyed and exploded, it left like a glass bowl in the ground. You know how like if you nuke the ground, like it turns into glass. So it's like a glass bowl, and that's where I kind of break away from this book, and I have there be a sleeping damsel in 200-year-old style clothing there. But we'll get more into that next session. So I did not anticipate how incredibly difficult the session would be for the party. They were at level 5, is that what I said? And they just got stomped into the ground, and it was a battle, and they had to be super creative and tactical and just make so many decisions just to survive this and to keep saving each other. So first and foremost, I gave them all inspiration for having defeated the Thunderboar. But I really, I wanted them to feel the accomplishment that they just did. And since we're not doing XP leveling, we're doing milestone, I decided to break from the normal way where every 2 quests from the job board, they gain a level. This isn't even on the job board, it's kind of a side quest, but it was so difficult, and I was like, it's level time. So I had them level up to level 6. And speaking of breaking away from this book, so as I've DM'd many sessions now for the Army Vets and for my son, I'm now a lot more comfortable adding, well, I've kind of added stuff the whole time, but I'm even more comfortable. So we went into Tasha's guide or Tasha's cauldron or whatever it's called. And as they were leveling up, I let them pick stuff out of there. So my friend picked the Mind Whip for the sorcerer, and then my son picked the green flame blade. So those were kind of cool things that are not available in the Essentials kit. So I think both of them felt cool that we were kind of adding extra power, strong stuff to them outside of this beginner's book. So before each session, I know this is totally hard to read, but I will write a question to myself, what's next? So I'm they might go to Falcon's Lodge, they might go to Woodland Manse, they might, so I write down the places that they might go, and so I try to research those places and have a plan for if they do go there. This session ended up just being leveling and resting and kind of tweaking their characters. Like my son, I think it's hard for him to run the wizard with all the spells, so it takes time to pick, to actually make sure that he has the correct number of spells and everything. So this was actually a shorter session, number 28. And I really want to know what you think of what I did with the leveling, where I kind of broke away from the decided way to level. Because I know there's milestone and XP, and so I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, or how you level up your people. Or if you're a player, how you have leveled up in games. Okay, so that's it for this one. Stay tuned for session 29, where they go underneath the Circle of Thunder, and I definitely modified that from the book. So I'll see you on the next one. Noob D&D out. Thanks. Noob D&D Dad here, and we're talking about my son's campaign, session 29, in which we go to the Circle of Thunder. Well, we've already been there, but now we're just gonna go underneath it. So I'm looking through the module for Circle of Thunder, and it comes up 3rd, and I just realized this. It's in alphabetical order. I've always been how come Icespire Hold isn't last? Because it's the big bad guy. Because it's in alphabetical order. Well, that's embarrassing. So we're going to show you how I modified this map, because I really modified it for this one, and I think it made it better. So this is for my son's group, which consists of my friend, my son, and my son's cousin. And I'm also DMing for an Army Veterans group and a really little kid group, which is my son, daughter, and sometimes other son. So I just had them level up early because they killed this guy, Gorthok the Thunderboar, and it was the hardest fight of their lives, and so that's why I chose to level them up early. And they've long rested in the glass bowl that he left behind when he basically exploded the giant boar. And I decided that when the boar was destroyed, that there would be a sleeping broad, a sleeping young maiden in clothing that was clearly from 200 years ago, would be asleep in the wreckage after the boar exploded and disappeared. And this young lady is a huge deviation from the book because it's nowhere in the book. But I decided that it would be a cool little flavor thing and a little mystery that they would have to solve, to have this lady who's sleeping magically that cannot be woken up only under certain conditions. And I came up with her for the Army Veterans group that I DM the same module, the Dragon of Icespire Peak from the Essentials kit. And when I created her for them, I was trying to decide if she wanted to be a villain, like a powerful spellcasting villain, or if she would deliver some plot information and then she would crumble away like at the end of Indiana Jones The Last Crusade, or 3, if she would be a good guy. And so this is spoiler alert for future sessions, but in the Army Veterans campaign, I decided that she would be a good guy,
and that she can have visions, and that she is like a priestess from the Shrine of Savras that's also in this book. But the players don't know this right now, and right now she's still sleeping, and they're trying to get her to wake up, and nothing they can do is getting her to wake up. And one thing that I thought was really funny is they lit a fire inside of this glass bowl, right, because they're camping. But the twigs that they used were the shattered twig blights from when Gorthok, there was some Gorthok collateral damage when he killed a bunch of his own twig blights. I think it's either when he showed up it killed them, or he did like a stomp and killed a whole bunch of them. But either way, they used the twig blight bodies for their fire. I thought that was funny. So the girl has a necklace on it, and the necklace has the same eye that's on the altar that's in the Shrine of Savras in this book. So the players took the necklace and they tried to detect magic, and they detected that she's under some kind of magical sleep, and they can't wake her up no matter what they try. And one thing I've really wanted to do as a DM, I'm a total new DM here, but one thing that really appealed to me, other than having like actual wildfires and having them move like they might move in real life, is I wanted there to be like wear and tear to their stuff. So right now, the players, so they're having their long rest, and the bluebird, Charlie, which was Xanth's bluebird, Xanth is the centaur that they met earlier, he's all burnt up. Or not all burnt up, but he has like burnt patches of feathers, and the players have, their clothes are like burnt, ripped, torn, because they've been lightning bolted, they've been burned. And so at this point, I'm like, you guys need new clothes. Like, you guys are in like shredded rags. And I just like that realism. And I like to remind them, be like, his clothes are soaked in blood because he just this, and his clothes are this. Like, I just really like to be like, your clothes are worn out. Like, you've been lightning bolted, your clothes don't survive that. And the Essentials Kit book doesn't say anything about doing that. I just like to add that for my flavor. What do you guys do as players or DMs in your games? Do you ever go through clothing, especially after a really intense battle? Are your clothes intact? Okay, so here's how I changed underneath the Circle of Thunder. So there's 3 entrances, and I don't want to deal with finding 3 entrances. And then each of them is let's see what they are. So yeah, they have some artwork, they have some treasure, a +1 shield, some artwork. Let's see, does this go to the next page? No, it totally doesn't. Anyway, and here is, right, so there's an animal, doom, sacrifice, 25%, it's harmless, otherwise the cell is empty. So they have hidden treasure under the floor. Okay, so I did this instead. So instead of 3 different rooms for the anchorites that were up there, and again, these notes really weren't meant to be shared, but I have this room. So my son discovers a secret entrance, and it's a hatch that goes down, and then there's a hallway this way and splits off this way and this way. So the exit's down here on the side of the hill, so that's why there's trees there. And then in these different rooms, so I still use the same treasures, right? So the +1 shield, the potion of invulnerability, and then I had like some morbid artwork. I can't remember what it was, but I was really proud of it. Maybe like a statue or something. Anyway, and then there was a chamber pot, rolled up paper with an orc language note. So I decided to have that note be a map of the Woodland Manse. So then I gave the players a map of Woodland Manse because they found it in this basement thing. And I actually think it's totally realistic that it would be there because these guys are associated with the people that are at the Manse. So, because in the Army Veterans group, we always just pull up the player's map online, so it's scrubbed of secrets, and then they can just kind of go through that way. But in this group, I've kind of just been making them like learn as the characters see it. So I decided to give these guys a bone and give them a map. But I only gave them the ground floor map, and obviously I didn't show them any secret stuff. But I did have on the map that there was pumpkins around it. I can't remember if I said they were magic or not, but anyway, I gave them some information that would help them at the Manse. And then, of course, the +1 shield, which is also in the book. And then I have 2 boars over here and 2 deers over here, and one of the baby boar has a lightning shaved in its fur because these anchorites are obsessed with Talos. I think, is it Talos? Anyway, lightning
I like to have lightning artwork show up because it's consistent with these guys. Okay, and as they're getting ready to leave, after they've gone through here, and I know there was like an ethical dilemma where my son wanted to kill the animals in the cage, and my friend was like, no, they haven't attacked us yet. The game does tell you to have the boars attack, but they very carefully basically freed them, which I thought was the ethical thing to do. So Xanth the Centaur decides to go to Falcon's hunting lodge to see if he can get some help, and then these guys, where do these go? They see a boar, and it shoots lightning at them, and so they attack it and kill it. But that's the boar that would run and warn the Woodland Manse that they're coming, so it's actually an anchorite. So that was like the little encounter after their little tiny dungeon crawl. And I think they had Xanth take the sleeping broad to Falcons. I can't remember if they did that or if they kept her with them. Yeah, she totally went with Xanth to Falcon's hunting lodge. So at this point, that was session 29 for my son's campaign, and I decided that with the cousin being turned into a Wererat, that the full moon is coming up. And the full moon, according to Wererat lore, means that I get to take control of the player. And so in my head, I'm like, there's a werewolf episode coming up, and I'm excited. And it is in session 31 is when it comes up. So I decided that the full moon is almost here. But first, the players go to Loggers Camp. So we got Loggers Camp, and then the full moon with the Wererat that I am in control of. So stay tuned for that. This is Noob D&D Dad, my son's campaign that I'm DMing for, session number 29. Let me know what you think, and if you've tried Dragon of Icespire Peak. But I love this thing, and I think it's so easy to make changes to it. So anyway, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Noob D&D Dad here. We are going to talk about session 30 in my son's campaign, where I'm DMing for my son and my friend and a cousin for the Dragon of Icespire Peak. And we are going to Loggers Camp today. Okay, and if you remember, the cousin has turned into a Wererat, and we are 1 day away from the full moon. So we're going to do the Loggers Camp adventure, and then on their way to Falcon's hunting lodge is the full moon. But I enjoy running the Loggers Camp because it's a different monster in the Ankeg, and also it's just such a small map, like such. So the players come in this way. You have the hidden Ankegs. Let's see, I think there's 2. Yeah, there's 3. So if they get close to them, they go off. Actually, if they're within 20 feet of a square, it goes off. And then there's also one hiding in here, and then not Harbin Wester, his brother Tybor is hiding in there. And then there's a scary totem in here. Their survival checks on the way to the camp are, the DC is really low, so it's kind of easy for them to travel through there. I don't really rely on that too much. And then I think I moved the boar encounter to the place where they just left, but it's where they like see a boar looking at them, and if they attack it, then it's an anchorite. And I love having the opening move of the anchorite to be to cast a lightning bolt at them. So usually the opening move, they haven't spread themselves out yet and they're in a straight line, so sometimes they can get zapped pretty hard. And when the anchorite is in boar form, the way I like to describe the lightning bolt is that their tusks start having like electricity on them, like going up on their tusks, and then it blasts them out of its face. But as the players explore the camp, I love to describe how it's just totally quiet and there's like a boot on the ground, and maybe the fire is like slightly still warm, and I start describing like drag marks in the dirt and blood. And then when they open a tent to investigate, I like to describe like in the middle of the tent, because it's kind of like, I'm thinking it's kind of like a sandy beach on the side of the river. I like to describe in the tent that the sand is like an upside down cone going downwards. So it's like there was a hole that kind of collapsed right there, and then just have there be drag marks going into it. And it just starts freaking people out as they go look in each tent and just see this like upside down conical sand collapsed hole and like blood. And sometimes the tent is like nice and neat, and other times like everything is like tossed around everywhere. But it really starts creeping them out as I describe that. And then I love I love to do when they get close to one of the onkeg things, like talk about the sand like rumbling and then it pops out. I like to describe this thing to these guys as like a giant like armored praying mantis with like spikes and face pincer, and he acid sprays them. So the way that I decide when creatures have two different choices of attack, the way that I decide is that I roll a d6 and I have 1 through 3 be the bite and 4 through 6 be the acid spray. And also, if the creature would reasonably target all characters equally, I actually assign all the characters a number and I roll dice as well to see who they attack, because otherwise I think I would just favor people. And I've got really good feedback that they like that it's kind of randomized like that, because then they don't feel like I'm picking on anybody. But when they do the acid attack, I like to have their throat just like swelling, and then they just like blast people with acid. And then obviously I know you have to roll a d6 to see if that recharges or not. And if it hits a 6, then it recharges. And I like to have super gross stuff when creatures die with these guys. So like I had it die and then just like slime out like a maggot. And that's going to turn into another one that, of course, they just immediately blast. But just to be, like, gross. And then another one, it was inflating to do an acid blast, and then they killed it. So it dies, and it's full. So it's basically like a bomb sitting there. And I can't remember exactly how they killed the last one, but he used, like a mage hand or something, and he pushes on the throat. Something happens. Anyway, its head explodes. And I don't know why I decided this, but I decided that out of the body comes like a spider. So like out of the whole of the body, like these like black legs come out, and it just like creeps them out, and so they start blasting it. But it's fun to just have like one encounter turn into another creepier, smaller encounter just to creep them out. You can tell that I have a pattern where I love creeping them out. So they find the totem in area L2, and they burn it because of course it looks evil and scary. And it says destroying the totem causes any onkegs that haven't attacked yet to lose interest in the camp and burrow away. So instead of having it burrow away, since it's in the cabin, I have it like break through the wall. So they hear it like break through the wall and run away. And so they kind of start shooting it, but I think it actually gets away. So then they go find, what's his name? Was it Tybor Wester in the cabin, and he's hiding, and he's like, I'm not coming out of there. Anyway, and then I can't remember if they have him pee his pants when he's on the other side of the door, and so you see pee on the floor, or when they first encounter him. But either way, the book just says that he needs to be the most cowardly. He needs to make all the most cowardly choices possible, which makes him fun and easy to role play. So they convince him like, hey, come with us. Like you can't stay here. And this might just be ridiculous that I did this, but sometimes, like, I like to roll for magic items, like the treasure that they find, but sometimes I like to plant items, and this is a case where just right off the tip of here, I have planted, and this is in both groups. I just decided I wanted to plant this in the river. I planted a full plate mail armor. I think it might even be magic, and then some awesome weapon, like a plus something weapon, and a pearl of power down there. And I just decided that I wanted there to be this just like treasure hoard in the river in case anyone goes to the end of the pier and does detect magic, or if they go in the water or anything. I just decided it's there. No one's found it yet, but that's the case. Lots of times I just roll for items, or the book tells you there's something here. But in that case, I wanted to put something in the river. No one's found it yet, but in my world, it's still sitting there. And I know the DM guide talks about like planting items, and you want to plant more items than they'll find because they're not going to find them all. But this is one that I've planted that no one's found yet, and I just thought it was kind of fun. I should plant some more at like tops of mountains and stuff. Anyway, this has been session 30 for my son's campaign that I am DMing for as a noob, and it was lots of fun. And it was short and easy and fun to describe the creepy places where the loggers camp people have been pulled underground, and now they're on their way to Falcon's camp, but they are going to have a rat encounter when their buddy turns into a Wererat on the full moon. So stay tuned for that in the future. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye.
Noob D&D Dad here, and we are going to talk about session 31 of the campaign that I am DMing for my son and my friend and a cousin. This is the moment that I have been waiting for as a noob DM, and that is controlling one of the players who has got Wererat lycanthropy because they were bit by a Wererat, and it's the full moon. So the players have just finished Loggers Camp, and they're riding along in their war wagon through the forest to go to Falcon's Hunting Lodge. So Loggers Camp, Falcon's Hunting Lodge. And I tell them it is a full moon. So they're driving along in their wagon. Okay, sorry, I interrupted my beautiful little child. So they're in their war wagon driving down the dirt road. It is a full moon, and the cousin character who got bit is up on the top manning the rotating ballista turret that was built onto their war wagon at a custom wagon shop in Tribor when they went off the map. And suddenly he's gone. And I think I had his pants be left behind. So he's gone, and they're just like, what in the world? And so there's a fork in the road, and I'll show you the map here in a second. There's a fork in the road, and there's a body, and the body looks like fresh, and there's like blood. And I always like look over at my wife, like if she's here while I'm DMing, to see if she's gonna be mad that I'm describing like graphic stuff to my child. But I have this area be totally foggy, and the way that I kind of justify where a whole bunch of fog suddenly came from is, if you remember in this version of Dragon of Icespire Peak, I made Mount Hotenow go off as a volcano. So up there. And so some of the lava could have gotten into the river and made some mist and fog and stuff. So it's totally foggy. It's dark night. There is the full moon, but they start finding bodies, and so they decide to park their wagon at the entrance. And the way that I describe it is that there's like a clearing, and then they can see little glows of like fire lights, but that's kind of all they can see. And they're kind of freaked out, and as they're sitting there taking forever to decide, I have a scream come from the cabin on the far corner of the opening. So at this point, they have Tybor Wester, who they just picked up at the Loggers Camp. So they make he opts to stay in the wagon, right? Because according to the book, his personality is that he'll do the most cowardly thing. So the party, which is just 2 people at this point, goes into it's a gypsy camp, just like in this movie. I totally am inspired by the Wolfman movie for this episode. And so they're going into the camp, and it's super foggy. They can only see a few feet in front of themselves. And I decide to start having the Wererat just like run through and like scratch at them or whatever, and just do these scary like running through the fog and attacking. And they find another body on their way to this cabin. They decide to just beeline it to where the scream was, right? Being good players and following a juicy DM hook. And they get to the cabin and they knock, and I guess I was just feeling super improv-y, but right then I wrote up a table of 1 through 5, there's no answer. 6 through 10, there's a scream. 11 through 15, there's a who is it, a yell, who is it, and then 15 through 19 is nothing, and 20 is a crossbow bolt is fired out of the house at them. So I think it ended up just being like a who is it kind of a thing. Actually, I don't remember what they rolled, but it doesn't matter. The point is they eventually got, the lady comes to the door and she wants to know who it is, and they said, we heard her scream, we want to help. She asks about her husband Charlie, who just went out to go investigate what's going on, and she describes him, and it is the exact description of the body that they just passed on their way over there. And so my friend offers to go retrieve the body for her. And I'm just like, dang, that's noble. So they go back out there to retrieve the body, and it's gone. He is reanimated as a Wererat lycanthrope. Anyway, so as they're investigating, they go over to the little tents with little fires that are still going, and they check. There's one of them is clean, and then the other one has like blood all over it, and it was so fun just like painting the mood of this episode. And it's not in here at all, but what is in here are Wererats. So if you could get Wererat Lycanthropy, and it says, where does it say it? Somewhere that the DM would gain, yeah, a player character cursed with Wererat Lycanthropy becomes an NPC under the DM's control on nights of the full moon. So in the book, there's no Lycanthropy player level, so I just made one up, and it was so fun. I was totally copying the Wolfman movie, and I was just being like completely leaning into like horror tropes, and I was just copying things I'd seen, but it was really effective, and it was kind of freaking the players out. Well, my son was freaked out. My friend was just like, "You're copying Wolfman, this is awesome." So this episode, this session, has become legendary because of 2 D20s that were rolled, and I believe one of the D20s in the photo is the D20, one of the D20s that was rolled. And so as they're going through the fog, now they're looking for, they know that their buddy is a Wererat, and they know that this body that was on the ground is a Wererat. So they are on the lookout. They get attacked through the fog. Charlie, newly Wereratted, is now attacking them. I had something else attack them, and I can't read my handwriting. I don't know what it was, but they killed it. So that leaves their buddy and Charlie as Wererats. So they're fighting them. And basically what it gets down to is I'm going to set a DC of like a natural 20. And because the players want to like try to snap them out of it. And I'm just like, sure. If you roll a 20, then you snap this character out of, you can temporarily talk to them through the Wererat Lycanthropy. And the fight is actually getting closer and closer over to their little wagon that they had parked. And I don't think they staked it down. And so my friend, the sorcerer, he does a thunder wave because it's starting to look pretty bad with the 2 Wererat people. And I think my son was getting attacked by Charlie, and my friend was getting attacked by our buddy that got turned into a Wererat. So my friend does a thunder wave. It tips over the wagon. It does enough hit point damage to kill Tybor Wester. It injures the horses, and it temporarily stuns our buddy. And then my son, I can't remember which order it was, but they roll a natural D20 to convince Charlie to snap out of it. So that ends that fight. They get him almost to death, and then they decide on the last minute to try and save him. Might as well, right? So they roll a D20, and they're just like, "Wah!" And then with their buddy as well, same thing. He does the thunder wave, and I'm just like, in this level, and the cousin hadn't shown up. He doesn't show up a ton, and so we just play his character, and I was like, he might die here. We might inform him that he died. So I was letting it go either way, because they might have to kill him to defend this town and themselves. Anyway, so the thunder wave, and then they decide, like, okay, let's try to snap him out of it. And they roll a natural D20, and they're able to snap him out of it and kind of pull him back. They yelled and cheered so loud on the 2 natural 20s. It was so epic. And these weren't like drop the dice. These were like tumble. So it was such an epic, fun session that was totally improv, but just based on the movie The Wolfman, and just trying to understand the Wererat Lycanthropy, and I just made my own little gypsy camp on the side of the road in the fog. So they go back to the lady's house in the corner, and they not only are they alive, but they have her husband who's on his deathbed because he has like 1 hit point left, but he is snapped out of it. So they basically go in there and they do a long rest in there, and she kind of sets up like, it's almost like she sets up a little hospital ward to take care of them. Tybor Wester was stabilized, so he's not gonna die. But seriously, like, this is an absolute highlight of my noob DM time, and I think of the players' time. And I kind of did like a movie trailer for this episode, the episode prior, where I was like, or maybe it was after this one, but I was like, next time on D&D, it's going to be full moons and full bladders, because I always like to have characters peeing themselves when things go down. Anyway, absolute blast, absolute highlight. 2 natural D20s. So incredibly fun. This has been session 31 of my son's campaign that I'm DMing for. I'm also DMing for a group of Army veterans, so stay tuned if you like this kind of thing, and let me know what you think. And if you've done any Wererat or Lycanthrope shenanigans, I would absolutely love to hear about it. So thanks for watching, and we'll see you on the next one. Bye. Noob D&D Dad here. We're going to talk about session number 32 of my son's campaign in the Dragon of Icespire Peak, which has been heavily homebrewed. Also, it kind of forces you to homebrew it if somebody gets bit by a Wererat. So if you remember in the last encounter, they had a werewolf scary horror episode in the gypsy camp. So they took a long rest in the town, in the lady's house that her husband was a werewolf, and they rescued him momentarily, and she nursed them back to health. And I think they still had loggers t-shirts. Sorry, not a logger t-shirt. They had lumberjack shirts, like the black and red plaid ones. I think that they got at the loggers camp because, like I said, I like to have their clothes just get totally destroyed in the encounters, and they had some intense encounters. So they're basically in crispy new loggers shirts. And Tybor Wester, whom they had to bring supplies to at the loggers camp, has donated all of his supplies to this family that helped them out. So it's kind of cool that things that start out in the Essentials Kit book, you can just weave into the story. So like they're staying at this NPC's house that isn't even in the book, but it just made sense. Like the progression of events made sense because somebody got bit and turned into a lycanthrope, and which the book tells you will happen. And so then it's like, okay, well, it's the full moon, so I have to take control of this character. But it's cool because then they take the supplies to Tybor Wester, and you can take anything in the story and make it like a plot point or like a story beat. And so I just think it's cool. Like instead of just forgetting the supplies that they brought to Tybor, they've been carrying them with them, and Tybor gives them to the family. So I just thought it was cool that you can, even though if you go way off script, you can still bring things in from the book. So I've been, as a totally noob DM, DMing for my son and also DMing for a group of Army vets. I've really been enjoying the D&D written campaigns where it's like a starting point, because a lot of people like to homebrew everything, and that's kind of intimidating to me. And so I really like the written things so that I can be inspired by them, and then I can just be creative and add anything I want. What do you prefer between like company written, or I guess people written stories, or just total homebrew? All right, so my friend at this point is eager to get back on the road and kind of get back to the story, right? But my son wants to go explore around in this creepy forest. And so he starts exploring, and I think my friend goes with him, but the cousin stays behind. And then I decide that this is a perfect time to use a random encounter from the Dungeon Master's Guide. So at this point, we're still on the 2014 Dungeon Master's Guide. And so we go to page 86, and we have a forest random encounter, and we get the 3. So we end up with 7 gnolls and a pack lord, so 8 of these baddies. So basically how it goes is they start shooting, the pack lord, or the gnolls start shooting arrows at our 2 heroes that have ventured into the forest, because the cousin has stayed behind to, I can't remember what he's doing, repairing himself or the wagon or something, but he decided to stay behind. He doesn't want to go into this creepy forest. And my friend is a little bit annoyed, and I found out more after the session how annoyed he was. But so these gnolls are attacking them, and it's not going very well, and I'm wondering why. And my friend's character, the sorcerer, is like really getting like beat pretty bad. And if you remember, I always roll randomly to see, like in a given situation, if the bad guy would attack any of the characters, I just roll randomly so that I'm not biased. But my friend was actually getting beat pretty bad, and I was like, is he really out of like spell stuff? Like what's going on? Like it turns out he was holding back a little bit to teach my son a lesson on like going too far off, not script, but just like when there's people. So the the centaur guy, Xanth, is that his name? He is waiting for them. And so my friend's annoyed. He's like, hey, this person's waiting for us. Like, we need to go. And so I guess to teach him a lesson from going off script or just like ignoring some pressing thing, he wasn't, I guess, trying as hard in the combat. And so it actually made for quite a difficult combat, to the point where the fighter, the cousin, needed to come rescue them. And I can't remember if they had like sending stones or what, but somehow, or maybe one of them screamed really loud when they got hit by an arrow or got bit or something. So anyway, he comes running. And so now I'm having to track the 2 people close to the battle and then someone else running up to join the battle. And range is very important. So we're actually counting feet and turns and everything. And then he finally gets into range and just starts like sniping these gnolls. And as a noob, it was also fun to have an excuse to use the monster manual to dig up the gnoll, because that's not in the Essentials kit book. So I had fun running the random encounter, and I think my friend was annoyed, but I had fun for the chance to like basically go off script, go to the DM guide, flip to a random encounter, and at this point I have not read through the DM guide, and I didn't really know my way around it too much because I'd just been using Treasure or whatever. Honestly, because you can really just use the Essentials kit book. So I liked the chance to have all those books next to me, and for my son to be like, I'm going into the forest, and be like, yes, I'm gonna like hurry and flip through and find a forest encounter. So I, as a DM, I actually really liked this little momentarily off script moment. However, there's consequences, because Xanth was only gonna wait a short time, and so when they do make it there, I'm not going to have him be there anymore. So this is a little spoiler alert for the future, but when they do make it to Falcon's hunting lodge, Xanth will have had to leave. He couldn't stay anymore. And so that's kind of like a consequence. And where I'm kind of making this up as I go, I don't know how well it would have gone if Xanth was there, but I decided to make like a distinct consequence for going off script and for making Xanth wait, is that he had to go. So then he wasn't with them anymore, and I think he had been like a powerful presence with them. So what consequences has your DM, or do you as a DM, have you done to players that are kind of like harmless like that, where Xanth, or an NPC decides to just leave or something like that? Not to like teach them a lesson because you're like getting them in trouble or whatever, but to help them have consequences to their social interactions. I love to hear your examples and your stories, and I also love your suggestions on how to do stuff. So let me know what consequences you've experienced that are harmless in D&D. Well, that's it for session 32 in my campaign with my son that I'm DMing for, and I'm having so much fun, and thanks for watching these, and I love your suggestions, and we'll see you on the next one. Bye. Noob D&D Dad here, and we are talking about my son's campaign that I am DMing for, session 33. So the last session that we talked about, session 32, was the random encounter after the horror episode on the forest road. So session 33, we're now trying to reel it back into the book, back into this guy. So the idea is that they want to go to Falcon's hunting lodge, and then after that they want to go to the Woodland Manse. And the route they chose has a river crossing in it. So you see on the way to Woodland Manse where it forks, or to Falcon's hunting lodge where it forks, they decided that they needed to cross right there. And so I was like, you know what? Let's have a river crossing adventure. And I just kind of invented this again. And this is why I feel like being the DM is also playing the game, because I'm having fun inventing stuff around their choices. Because there's no way, like, this tiny little book, like, there's no way this could tell you everything you're supposed to do. So I've just been having so much fun making stuff up. So they needed to cross a river, and I decided it's time to have a river crossing adventure. And that the guy lives in a shack, the ferry driver, he has a little ferry and he lives in a shack, and he can ferry them across the river for, I decided, 15 gold. But there's a catch. They can't ferry all of them over at once, so they have to divide it up. So they send over the fighter and the wagon and one horse and Tybor Wester in number 1, and then in number 2 they send over my son and some gear, and then number 3 they send over my friend, the sorcerer, and the rest of the horses. So I can't remember which crossing it was, 2 or 3, but basically orcs start winging arrows at them,
and they're just these orcs with the little 15 hit points. And I've decided that I love using orcs, and I love letting the players just slaughter them. But I am using more of their abilities now that the players are more advanced. Like I'm using their aggressive ability. And I'm trying to play them a little bit smarter, but still they're fragile and they die a lot. But I really loved the idea of dividing up the players in the river crossing and having them be attacked and see how they react to get the rest of themselves and their stuff across the way. So it's kind of cool. So they unloaded the wagon first, and then as the ferry was going back, and then they unloaded really, really fast, and they're like running to cover and stuff. There's like arrows flying. So I felt like it was a cool, fun, intense moment. And the river ferry guy's name was Rufio, and he totally took an arrow and was like dying, but I think they actually used a healing potion, and they healed him and then dropped him back off at his house to like recover. And I do also like to provide those kind of moral quandaries where it's like, this person that just helped you healed you, like, or he just helped you and now he's dying, like, are you just going to take your money back and leave, or are you going to heal him? Like what is the extent of the responsibility they're going to take for him? So I really like presenting these morally ambiguous situations and letting them pick what to do. I mean, hopefully it's just according to their alignment, which these guys are all some kind of good or neutral. So they end up making it to Falcon's hunting lodge. And I believe this is when they find out that their buddy, the centaur, has left because he didn't have time to wait while they were dilly-dallying around. But Falcon agrees to take Tybor Wester and the Broad. If you remember, she's still not woken up at this point, so he's willing to take her and then also get Tybor back to Phandalin. And then, of course, as per the book, Falcon says that he'll give them some elf boots that make them be stealthy. And it was actually funny because all three of these players really, really wanted these boots. So they decided that as they go to the Woodland Manse, they're going to have like a stealth off to see who can pass the most stealth checks. And whoever passes the most stealth checks, they've decided deserves the boots, which, sure, makes sense in their own kind of way. But I just thought that was funny that they were so competitive over who gets these boots, right? Because Falcon won't give them until they come back. So then they go to Woodland Manse, which is one of the hugest places in the book. I mean, like, look at all this content, right? Like, here's the map, but there's like most of the pages end, or most of the places end with just the 2-page, but like this goes all the way to here. So they show up, and of course there's wild boars all around, and so they have to decide what to do with that. And then also they see the pumpkins, and they decide to try some pumpkin seeds. And I think my son ate too many. Let me see. Yeah, if they eat more than 5 servings in 1 hour and they fail the constitution, they get poisoned. So my son actually did that. He ate too many pumpkin seeds because it was healing him. So he's like, oh, I'm going to keep eating more. And then he failed the constitution saving throw and ended up being poisoned. So they actually kind of just went back into the trees and basically just rode out his poison. Then they were really, really sneaky around here, and session 33 basically ends with them looking in here and planning, because they can hear people up above and they can just tell that this place is like super populated. So they're like sitting there full on going through every possible scenario, and they're always wanting to do like some huge bomb or some huge lure people in and blow them up, or fireball or whatever. So it was fun. Just like, as the DM, I'm just sitting there watching them plan, and they can ask me questions and I can answer them, but really they're just planning. So I kind of like that, not because I'm lazy and I just get to sit there and watch them plan, but I do like when I can be lazy and sit there and watch them plan. So anyway, once they get into Woodland Manse, it's a blast, of course, as it always is with these guys. But that will be for next time. So this has been session 33 with my son's campaign that I am DMing as a noob DM. I'm also DMing for another group of Army veterans, and that one is going very specially. So anyway, let me know what you think. If you improv river crossings, or if you have groups that plan and plan and plan or whatever. But I love hearing your feedback and your questions and your answers for me, and I will see you on the next one. Bye. Noob D&D Dad here, and we are talking about session 34 of my son's campaign
at the Woodland Manse in the Dragon of Icespire Peak. So with this session, I mentioned before that the guy at Falcon's Hunting Lodge, Falcon, is going to give them fancy sneaky boots, that they, all of the players wanted them. The 3 players wanted the sneaky boots. And so they decided to have a stealth off, so that throughout the Woodland Manse mission, whoever, I guess, had the most successful stealth checks would deserve the elven sneaky boots. So I tried to make sure there's a lot of opportunities for that, but I think there's kind of a lot of opportunities for it anyway, but especially in a mission where there's a building and you could possibly sneak into it and it's a really big building. So like I mentioned last time, these guys are outside of room W9 planning to make entry, and there's nobody in it, but there are people inside of W18. Right here it says that there's orcs in there, and what are they doing? Okay, they're sharpening their weapons in anticipation of the attack on Falcon's Hunting Lodge. But one thing I always love to do with orcs, I love running orcs. So if the players, if the orcs are unaware of the players, I like to just have the orcs being orcs. So I like just having them like laughing and the occasional like fighting, and typically they'll have bonfires. One of the things I love doing with orcs is that they will always have a fire inside of a building, because typically orcs are found, at least in this campaign, they've been found inside of a structure that's not theirs. And so I like to have them have lit like a campfire in the room, like literally a flammable room. And then they're always roasting like rotisserie chickens and eating chickens and just like farting and being gross and stuff. And so my players are sitting outside of this door, and they're just sitting there planning forever. And I talk about how you hear multiple orcs and you do hear the weapons sharpening, but I think it's boring to just say they're sharpening weapons. That's why I like to add like eating noises and yelling and fighting noises and like farting noises and stuff. And this is super gross, but it makes my little 9-year-old laugh. But like eventually like pee starts coming through the ceiling, right? Because there's already like holes in the ceiling. So just like showing that they're up there and they're just being gross. And also to try and urge the players to act, because sometimes they plan for too long. And so I'll literally interrupt their planning and be like, this thing is happening, or you hear this thing, to try and get them to move along. Do you guys ever have your players planning for so long that you feel like you need to interrupt it? Is that something you do? So they decide to have the warrior sneak in through here and then sneak across here and into W5. So as they're going through there, if the orcs have not been dealt with, you hear them, right? So he can hear the orcs as he sneaks through, and there's vines coming through. And I made sure to make a note, like, so that as he was sneaking through, that he sees these vines like moving, so that you know that it's not just a big tree. So our fighter is like the least careful member of the group, and so he goes over here and just like YOLOs it up the stairs. So if you look in W3, like the stairs are totally trapped. And he ends up just crashing through the stairs, taking like 15 piercing damage or something. And that's a pretty loud noise. And so then I'm flipping through the book being like, okay, what? Because there's all these triggers in the book. And that's one thing I appreciate of the Dragon of Icespire Peak, is it's like, if this happens, do this. If this happens, do this. And then also I can add to it. So I go through and I'm like, okay, if there's a loud noise, this happens. So basically all the orcs that were in that other room drop down into the room that my son and friend are still outside of looking in. And that triggers them to shoot a fireball. But then the room with the giant tree in it also gets full of people, according to like the triggers. Everyone goes in there. And one thing I like about D&D is tracking the stuff on the map, even if the players can't see it. So as like time is passing, or as noises are made, right? Because people like to do thunder waves and make loud noises. I like to look at the map and be like, okay, who heard this and where are they moving to? So like some video games, like the NPCs just appear, but I like in D&D where I can literally just track them and be like, here's where they are. And you're going to see in a minute here, they're going to do a short rest, and I'm still tracking a fire that's going and other NPCs and creatures. So like I said, when the orcs drop down into that W9, my son just launches a fireball in there. And this building, like, it's kind of worn down, right? And I have it
a little bit soggy of a building, which will play into how fast fire spreads through it. But they just launch a fireball and it like nukes all these guys. And, you know, flaming rotisserie chickens just come flying out and pieces of orcs and stuff. But they just launched a fireball into a flammable building. So it immediately destroys that room, and the room above it collapses, and a fire is starting to spread in both directions that I'm going to start tracking. Side note on fire in D&D. So tracking fire in D&D and how the characters react to it is part of the reason that I got into D&D, is because I wanted to do fires. Is that weird? I have a firefighting background, wildland firefighting, so just around a ton of fire and in fire and starting fires. And oh, here's a little picture. See that right there? Boop, that's me. Anyway, and I mentioned this in my early video, but I really wanted to, because of the Hawaii fires and just people getting trapped in fires, and like what decisions you make when those things are happening to you, and then also with the California fires. So not that I'm like making light of those situations, but in this game world, I like to create fires and be like, okay, players, how are you going to deal with this? Are you going to try and stop it? Are you going to avoid it? Like, are you going to make it worse? Like, or, okay, players, things are flammable. Like, are you going to be responsible with your fire powers or whatever, right? So, just as a side note, I just love doing fire. And I know some of you have asked me for like my equations for fire spreading in D&D. I don't really have equations. I almost just, and I know this is kind of a cop-out, but I almost just dig into my immense fire knowledge and just think how much it would spread. But we'll get into that in a minute, because some fire does spread during a short rest. Okay, so the players, they run around to go meet their buddy, and then he's going out the front door. I think they talked on a sending stone or something. But my son and my friend are in the building, and then the fighters outside the building, and they're fighting by themselves. And so I usually, when a monster could realistically attack any of the friendlies, I like to randomly assign who they attack so that I don't favor people. But in this case, the fighter was the only one out there, and so they're just attacking him, while my son and my friend are doing ranged attacks from inside the building, right? Because there's boars and anchorites. And I love doing lightning bolts as the opening move. And I typically just draw the battle on a paper. Like, I draw like the side of the building and like dots for each player, write their initiative down, or maybe their health, and then just like cross people off as they die, so that I can, because I do theater of the mind, but I do draw pictures for myself, so that when they say who's closest to me, I can answer their questions of where everyone is. Occasionally I'll show something to them, like draw something or put little dots out, but we really don't use figurines, and it seems to go really well. Like, we're all just using our imaginations. So they had that battle. I'm not going to narrate the battle, but they decided that they needed a short rest. And there's times where I want to fight them on their ability to take a rest. I want to be like, no, like, there's too many bad guys. But they're like, no, we're going to go out into the forest, like, we're going to rest. And I'm like, okay, sure. So you're resting for this amount of time. So the players are using their hit dice, and my friend's eating pumpkin seeds, and I'm just sitting there, like, rubbing my hands together, like, yes. Because if they eat, 5 servings in an hour, they might get poisoned. So I'm just sitting there like, get poisoned. But he only ate 2, so I was like, okay, fine. Okay, and during the short rest, this isn't meant to be legible. So basically, I take the existing dots of where I had people, and I rotated them around, right? And then the building is burning during the rest. So 9 and 18 are already destroyed from the fireball. And then as far as the fire goes, let's see, where's W? I say that half of W12 is consumed in fire. The secret room got consumed in fire. And then I think I had it going this way too. Let's see, W17, just a second. So I had the fire moving in that direction as well. So literally, if the players want to go back and explore, like, the building is actually changed now. Like, there's smoke in the building, smoke up towards on the ceiling, and places they could go are gone now, and items they could find are destroyed or whatever. So there's consequences to their actions.
So the reason, like I said earlier, the reason the fire spread only that much is because I'm having the building be pretty like damp, if that makes sense. Like the walls are kind of like saturated, so that it's not like a dry stick, right? It has to, the radiant heat has to evaporate the water, and then as it gets closer and closer, it starts preheating the dried parts, and then that can eventually catch. So yeah, it's a slower spread, but still it's getting destroyed. I don't know if you guys care to find out what they looted on the bodies, but there were 2 anchorites, and I had them roll in the old DMG because in this session we're still on the old rules. So he rolled a 55 on the D100, which means he got 9 bloodstones, and then he got a roll on table A, so he got a potion of healing, and then they got a level 1 scroll of cure wounds in their looting, these guys. So that's it for session 34. Session 35, they go into the Manse as it is burning, and there's still all those characters in there, and then the other characters have shifted, so it's quite a battle next time. So please stay tuned. I love that so many of you are following me along on this adventure as a noob DM. And let me just say, this thing that came in what's called the Essentials Kit, like I think I got it for like $11, between $11 and $15. This has provided so much fun and adventuring. Like I just can't believe, like, this little flimsy like 64-page book has just been so much fun. And that's what I did. I bought the starter set, and I'm like, let's try this. Let's try D&D, right? Like I have played 3.5 a long time ago, and then the movie came out and kind of got me sparked again to play it again. And I was like, I want to be the DM. I want to do this. I want to create this world around these players. And I want them to know that, like, they can do anything. Like, yes, I want them to follow objectives and, stay on task, but they can literally, like, oh, what's under this table? And I will have an answer for them. It might just be dust bunnies and a piece of corn, but I want to be able to answer that question so that the world feels real to them, and just so that they have many, many choices. And then on the other end, I need to provide them with triggers so that they can make like moral decisions and such, and also peril to raise their heart rate. So anyway, Woodland Manse, I really like running it. It is a huge map with lots to do, and there is a lot of action on the next one. So stay tuned, and thank you for watching. See you on the next one. Bye. Noob D&D Dad here, and we are talking about session 35 of my son's campaign that I am the noob DM for in the Dragon of Icespire Peak. So in session 35, we are finishing the Woodland Manse, this place, which is a really fun big map with a lot of different kinds of bad guys on it. So since there's a lot to track and there's a lot of different bad guys in different rooms, I ended up just writing down like a list of all the bad guys and then just tallying them off as the players killed them so I could keep track of them. So the players made their way over to W5, and they're in there, and my notes on it are like that they hear yelling and smell smoke, because if you remember, the building is in the process of burning down. And one thing I think is interesting is where combat happens. Like sometimes as a DM I can control it, but other times like the players are just going around and I'm like, okay, you're here, so the bad guys are here, can they hear you? Do you hear them? And then where they end up meeting up and actually exchanging blows. And so in that little room I just showed, the players are in there, and there's a whole bunch of bad guys just through the door into that courtyard, which means there's like a bottleneck, which is actually bad for both sides if they try to go through. And I end up just giving either side like the advantage that the terrain would give them, even though biased wise I may want to give it to the other. So for example, the bad guys have to come through this door in a bottleneck, and so the players are all just with their back against the wall, which is a little bit precarious, but they have a lot of firepower. So the bad guys are coming through this door and they're just like eliminating them. And one thing about the vine blights, these guys, look at them all viney like. So when they finally die, I like to have all their vines just like turn into like instead of being like animated like they're alive, I like to have them just fall down in a pile, like a pile of spaghetti being dropped on a plate, just like. And that's one of the things that I enjoy the most about DMing, is just being able to come up with descriptions like a pile of spaghetti landing on a plate like that, and just put it in their heads and just see how they react to it. I usually know it's a good description if my wife gets mad at me.
because it's like too gross or weird. And then the players are laughing. She's like, ah. So at this point, the fighter character, which is the cousin, has this +2 sword, right? And he's killing stuff. But he rolls a natural 1 to hit something. And I actually had him lose the sword. Like, he swings it and it just flies out of his hand and he just hears it clatter down on the floor. And so the building is burning and there's a lot of bad guys. And it's like the only thing in his head is that he wants to go find that sword. But I thought that was a cool natural 1 thing to do. I mean, maybe that's rude to take away such a key weapon, but I mean, a natural 1, like, that something's got to happen. What are some fun things you do with natural 1s, or terrible things that have happened to you by rolling a natural 1? So this map has a ton of twig blights, which I think only have like, where are they at? Like 4 hit points. But I decided that while they're in this little room, from the other direction, 4 twig blights come in the room, and one of them has like a bow staff, one of them has like little things that look like sais, one of them has nunchucks, and then the other has what looks like 2 katanas. So their weapons aren't actual like metal weapons, they're just like their sticks that they're hitting people with. But for some reason in my head, I just thought it would be so funny to have twig blight ninja turtles fight the players. So the players are basically trying to clear out this place while also avoiding the burning building. And there's a mix of boars and anchorites, and the anchorites always use the max amount of their lightnings, which I enjoy. And I'm always like, so are you guys all in a line? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, or they've gotten to the point where they're like, we are all 6 feet apart. Okay, so for the magic items, I actually just ended up giving them the stuff that was listed in the book for that location. So even though the secret room got destroyed and the items in it probably would have got destroyed, I just figured, let's give them these items from this map. I don't know, maybe I'm soft. So as the building burns down, and we're basically like, I don't want to say everybody's over this map, but we do just kind of want to move on. And there's supposed to be, I believe there's some sturges at the end of it, and I love those, but I have like a herd of them flying away in the distance. But this episode, or session, right, I consider it like an episode, ends on the most awesome cliffhanger, and it's only for me. The players don't know. So if you remember, each time there's a scene change, you roll a d20 to see where the dragon will be, and I rolled a 14. So these guys are eager to get back home to Phandalin, and the dragon's going to be waiting there for them. And I rolled that, and I was just like, yes. They're getting more and more powerful, which means that this encounter could actually go either way, depending on how they encounter him. So that session 36 is the dragon in Phandalin, and it's probably one of the most awesome like battles and turn of events that I've done. I was very proud of it. So that is session 36. So stay tuned for that, because it was a blast. So thank you for watching, and again, stay tuned, and we'll see you on the next one. Bye. Noob D&D Dad here, and we are talking session 36 of my son's campaign that I am the Noob DM for, and we are meeting Cryovane, the young white dragon, in Phandalin. But first we have to make our way there from Woodland Manse by way of Falcon's Hunting Lodge. And if you remember, they have the sleeping maiden that they recovered from the wreckage of the scary boar. This guy, Gorthok the Thunder Boar. If you remember, when he died, there was a young maiden over the age of 18 laying on the ground wearing clothes from like 200 years ago. So, and she was asleep. And so that was kind of a mystery that I totally just threw into the Dragon of Icespire Peak because I thought it would be fun. So they went all kinds of places and they couldn't ever wake her up. So they left her at Falcon's Hunting Lodge for them to go to Woodland Manse. So now they're back at Falcon's Hunting Lodge, and we'll see what's going to happen next. And one thing that I'm really happy about at this point is that the players took a whole bunch of the magic pumpkin seeds from the Woodland Manse magic pumpkins. So I don't know if they're going to eat them or if they're going to plant them or what, but I love the idea of these pumpkin seeds being like a double-edged sword. If they take too many, they get poisoned. And it's already happened once. My son took too many and got poisoned. You know, that felt weird to say. This is probably one of the only times that you'd be happy that your son got poisoned.
because it's in a game and it's funny. But that wouldn't be good in real life. So they get back to Falcon's hunting lodge, and Corwin has said that they have been unable to wake the maiden, and my son figures out that it is it's like a, I've really never named the spell that's making her sleep, but I decided it's like a 4th level sleep custom spell. Anyway, my son does Dispel Magic, and it actually works, and I was like, okay, this is an appropriate time. So whereas I had with the veteran group, the army veteran group that I'm also a noob DM for, I also had them have this sleeping maiden, but I had her get woken up by the banshee scream at Axholm. So kind of different things. So instead of having an event wake her up, I allowed the players in my son's campaign to do a Dispel Magic to wake her up. So they wake her up, and right away she says, "Where am I? Where's my necklace?" Right? Because they took her necklace. Her necklace has the same icon on it as the altar in the Shrine of Savras. So I wanted them to be connected here. So my son gives it back to her, and then I have her glow pure white for a second and say thank you. And then they ask what happened and why not. I just tell them, I say Talos's followers captured me and trapped me in another plane. Because remember I said she had clothes on from like 200 years in the past. And I don't think I reveal her power to them at this point, but she can see somewhere real time that she's been before. So they can say, show us the Shrine of Savras, and she can actually like do a vision of what's happening there right now because she's been there before. But at the end of Woodland Manse, it says that there's going to be a raid on Falcon's hunting lodge, and so as the players get stronger and stronger and find cooler items, I get just as excited for them to use their new powers and new items as they are. So we need to have an orc attack on the Woodland or on Falcon's hunting lodge. Yep, here you go. Leaving the Manse. So this is leaving Woodland Manse. There is a counter attack. So they've already defeated Gorthok. So then what's left is the 20 orcs. So the characters have parked their wagon down here, and I have a spread of 20 orcs coming down this road. I don't know if I said, but the Sleeping Maiden was, I rolled my D20 name dice, which is so sloppy, and I never meant it for human consumption, but if I roll a D20 and it gets this, then the name starts with this letter. So her name is Dora Iswald, and my players actually at this point pretty much trust her, just on good faith, and they share, I think they give her a short bow and a +2 vicious hand axe for this coming battle so that she can defend herself. And it actually goes pretty well. The players are super powerful at this point, and they just lay waste to the orcs. I have a note that a ballista bolt shatters. I'm not sure what happened there, but apparently I wanted to find a way for them to be down a ballista bolt. And one thing I've done when I have large groups of enemies is that I'll take little groups of them and I'll roll an initiative for that group. And then those 3 or 4 or whatever will go together, especially if they're lower powered enemies, so that, because if they're too powerful, then that would be a really good way to kill the players, and I'm not trying to do that. But I'm also not trying to make it a total slog with the dice rolling. So let me know what you do for massive amounts of bad guys, but that's what I've done so far is I just roll groups of initiative, and then they can still die individually and do their things individually, but I try to just make it go a little quicker that way. I don't know what you've seen to make combat go quicker. Not that you want to rush it, but you also don't want it to take forever. I don't know. I'm new. All right. So players destroy all the orcs. I think they ended up being tied. So if you remember, they were doing a contest to see who could get the boots of Elvenkind from Falcon because he promised to give them to them if they defeated the Woodland Manse. So the players were trying to have a stealth off. Who could do the most stealthy things would deserve the boots. And I think they were tied. And so there was a roll off. And I want to say my son got them, and the other player was not happy. Okay, and now on to the epic battle. So at this point, like I said, I rolled a d20 on the dragon table, and the dragon is at Phandalin, and the players are just eager to get back to Phandalin because this is their home, this is the hub of all their adventures, and so I'm just so excited. Now here's the thing with the dragon. So Cryovane in the Dragon of Icespire Peak, you're supposed to, if he's not in his lair, he's not necessarily supposed to fight to the death. right here. So here's where it talks about rolling a d20 to find out where he is. And then so if he loses more than 10 hit points, he'll disengage, right? And then that's how I rolled him to be in Phandalin. But sometimes the players make it really hard to disengage. And this has happened multiple times with the other group I'm DMing for and with this group. Okay, so the players arrive in Phandalin and the dragon is, I think I have him already have like attacked a few buildings, right? Like there's some icy buildings, things are bad. The players want to jump in and help, but they also want to see if they can unite the town to help them. And so I have them roll a persuasion, and it yields them 2 commoners to assist them in the fight against the dragon. The dragon does a cold breath as it flies by, and the 2 commoners are immediately killed, as well as one of the players takes half of the damage. It was 52 was the damage, and then one of the players takes 26. So it's kind of hard to control the movement, right? So the players are down here, so the dragon comes swooping down and attacks them, and now it's flying away because I don't have these things turn on a dime, right? So it's flying away, but the players are just range attacking it, right? And it's getting hurt. Now it's hurt to the point where, according to the book, I should really have it fly away. So I'm using its speed, and at this point I kind of reach a decision point where I'm like, stay and fight or run away. And the players kind of force my decision. So I'm trying to use all of its extra speed to just get it away and to just gain distance from them. And my son and my friend had this conversation earlier, I think with the Banshee at Axholm, where they're like, no, we have to kill this thing now, or it's just going to go heal and come back later. And so we look up the rules that you can dash the horses driving your carriage. And so they use their turn to have their wagon just dash down the road, and it actually closes the gap as far as their range goes, and so they can keep shooting it. And so at this point I say, okay, my decision is made. I am not just going to let this thing just die as it gets shot in the back flying away. That's ridiculous. So I allowed it to do like a I don't know what they call it, like in the X-Wing games where you push the button and you just do a complete like that. So I kept the original hit points, but I fudged allowing the breath to recharge because, one, I didn't think it would really change it too much, but I think it would be awesome and provide a good challenge. So I did fudge allowing the cold breath to recharge, even though I didn't roll a 5 or 6. So now you basically have the players charging towards the dragon and the dragon charging towards the players. And the dragon they're in a straight line, right? Because they're in a wagon with 4 horses on it, and then you have a driver on top and a gunner on top, and then my son's inside, and he usually shoots out the window. So they are straight line, which I love with these kind of weapons. So the dragon flies over and just does a cold breath over their entire party. So it's a 43 damage cold breath, which kills all 4 of their horses, which they had got in what town? Which they had gotten Tribor from a very nice horse person, but they're all dead now. And the players passed the roll, so they only took 21 damage. So another reason I let it do the breath is because I kind of knew this was its last moment. So Cryovane the dragon is about to be defeated in Phandalin again, because the other group also defeated it in Phandalin, of all things. Interesting how that turns out. Spoiler alert there for the other group's recap videos, but that's why I let the recharge happen, is so that it could get off one last hurrah and that it could actually feel like a challenge. But the thing is, they've been range attacking all along, and my son shoots a fireball in it as it flies over, and it hits it in the neck, and at this point the damage is so low that this is like the killing blow. And I can't remember how I decided this, but it looks like I did a die roll for where the head would land, because I had it blast its head off, and where the body would land. And the player's house is actually right here that Yance, the NPC from Axholm, gave them, that I totally made up. And the town hall's here. And I know that's like kind of a huge distance. What is that? It's like a couple hundred feet. 100, like maybe 150 feet. Anyway, I have the head land on the town master's hall. And the way I've been playing him all the time is he always just like opens the thing and he's always scared and puts the money through. And he's just always afraid and won't come out. And I have the body land in their yard.
in the players, their house's yard. Okay, so we have defeated Cryovane the dragon. I say we because I feel like it was a group effort. I feel like the battle went very well. I feel like the moves that the dragon were doing were cool and engaging, and then I feel like the players were trying their very best. And I love when they used a dash to make their horses do double speed to chase after this guy to keep the range down. And I really couldn't fudge it enough to just have the dragon like light speed out of there. So I was like, okay, dragon's turning around and getting one more shot. But I think it was a huge hit how it went off. And so like, what are times when you've had the big bad guy die, maybe in a not expected way, and how did it go and how did players react? This is not the end of this story though. There is more in the book. They still haven't done, at this point they haven't been to the dragon lair, the Icespire hold, and they have not been to the Tower of Storms. And so this is session 36. Spoiler alert, they finished the book at session 40, so we're coming up. And then they end up trying to go way far south on the map, below the map actually. So lots more to come with these characters in this group. But for next time in session 37, we decided that the dragon dying is the trigger that will switch us to the 2024 rules. So next time I'm going to talk about how we changed to the 2024 rules in our character sheets, which was actually a bit challenging, especially for the half-elf character. We had to fudge some stuff to make it work because it ended up being super handicapped just with the rule change as written. It was a huge disadvantage for the half-elf character. So anyway, I just love how this session went. It was so much fun. So thank you for joining me on this journey, and thank you for all the feedback and suggestions. I appreciate it. So we'll see you on the next one. Definitely stick around because I'm also trying to catch up on my Army Veterans group that I'm also the Noob DM for. So if you're a Noob DM, let me know how it's going with your game too. Anyway, see you on the next one. Bye. Noob D&D Dad here, and this is session 37 of my son's campaign that I am the DM for, and we are switching over to the new rules in this session. So the players finally killed the dragon in session 36, and the decision was, after all the different ways we could go with the new rules and with ending Dragon of Icespire Peak, the decision was to switch to the new rules when the dragon was killed. Even if there's still a few more levels or maps or missions left in the Dragon of Icespire Peak, which there are. So they killed the dragon in Phandalin, which was awesome. You should go watch that if you haven't, by the way. And like I said, the choices were to keep playing in the 2014 rules, or to stop and start a new campaign with 2024 rules and just be done after the Essentials kit, the Dragon of Icespire Peak, or to continue on with these characters and convert them to the 2024 rules. And this session actually took place a little while ago. I'm just catching up with the recording. And this was before Wizards put out their conversion guide, which I'm not even going to refer to because we didn't even use it. And so what we did is we were level 6 and we needed to go to level 7. I say we, I'm the DM, but we. So what we had to do is we converted the characters over to 2024, and then once they were all the way converted over to 2024, at that point, then we leveled them up using the normal 2024 method from the new player's handbook. Okay, quick side note before I get into the nitty-gritty of how we did the conversion. Not too nitty-gritty, but I think enough to point in the right direction of what we did. Do you know how in the new 2024 rules, the drinking a potion for yourself, if you're the character, is a bonus action? So I've been allowing this in both of the groups that I'm DMing for. I've been allowing people to give a potion to somebody that is unconscious. I know you can just like lift up their neck and plug their nose, whatever, just like the liquid goes down, right? I've been allowing that as a bonus action. So if that is like some huge DM sin, like let me know, or let me know what you're doing with this new bonus action potion thing. Or if I'm missing an actual written rule on it, let me know. But that's what I've been doing so far, and it's been working. So someone goes down, 0 hit points, someone can heal them with that potion. But the potions do run out. So I don't know. What do you think on that? But let's get into this session 37. Okay, so actually the cousin character was a fighter, and he was doing really great. And we have 2 magic users and a fighter. But when it came time to do the conversion, he actually wanted to make a new character. And I didn't want to restrict him and be like, no, you can't make a new character because everybody else isn't making a new character. Like, I didn't want to be that strict. And so, but I did want to come up with a story reason for why that character didn't continue on. And so we decided that the fighter, who had done very well in defending the town and the region from dragons, was offered a position as the head of the town guard for Phandalin. And so him and all of his incredible magic items, that's what he became. He became an NPC in Phandalin. And the cousin wanted to make what did he make? He made a tiefling warlock. And to roll his stats, tell me if I'm crazy. I am 100% going off of my friend's stat rolling way back when we did 3.5, Dungeons and Dragons 3.5 edition. So here's how we do it. We roll 7 times. This is for the character stats, right? So 4d6s. 7 times, and you take the top 6. So that's already not really how the book says to do it. And then, and I forgot about this, and I think it's incredibly generous, but we ended up doing it anyway. We allow re-rolls of 1s. So that's super generous. So what do you do for the 6 stats? Or is that common, like from 3.5 people? You roll 7 times, take the top 6, and then re-roll 1s? To me, that seems super generous, but that's what we did. I mean, again, this is a campaign for my 9-year-old son. Speaking of the 9-year-old son, the admin episodes of D&D are a little hard for him. So we try to just help him through it as much as we can and kind of get back to the fun role-playing stuff. But these admin parts are hard. And so here's roughly what we did for his wizard character to transfer him over to the 2024 rules. So it was important to keep their same stats and not change that. So we had him be the sage background because that equaled how the other wizard was. And we had him, for his feat, choose the magic initiate, and then he had to choose tool proficiency, calligraphy supplies. We would then add it to his inventory, just kind of like it had already been there all along. And then skill proficiency in arcana and history. And so we just tried to match, like, instead of being like, this is my time to pick a new background, we're trying to match closely what you already have into your new character. Because if you're just going to pick a new one at this point, you might as well just make a new character. So we're really trying to convert the existing characters. And you'll see in just a minute here. So my son is a human wizard, and then my friend is a half-elf sorcerer. And you'll see in a minute that the half-elf did not work out very well. For my wizard son, it sounds funny. He's not a wizard. His character's a wizard. But for my wizard son, we remembered the subclasses, and then at the point of picking your spells, this is really when we could kind of rein it in, because I think he wasn't really using the wizard abilities to the max, right? Because the wizard is like a library of spells, and I think he was just using kind of the same spells. So we made sure that we went through all the levels, because remember, we're trying to get to level 6, to make sure he has the right number of each level of spells and slots. And that actually ended up jumbling the spells around a little bit, but again, it was in the name of converting it, and we tried to keep it feeling the same. And of course, much to my son's chagrin, we made them keep the same player alignment. My son keeps trying to make himself more like chaotic or neutral or whatever, but I think he's like neutral. Anyway, he has good in his name. It's either neutral good or chaotic good. And so we need to remind him to role play it that way, because sometimes he wants to be like a little bit mischievous, and it's like we try to remind him of the character that he's playing. Mischievous is fine. It's just we tend to remind him if someone's like in danger or if he's stealing something that he is a good character. And then the cousin actually making the new tiefling warlock, he was trying to have his alignment be like not good or neutral. And I'm just like, look, this is a game for like my son. Like, I'm glad that you're here and I'm glad my friend's here. It's like, but we're not going to do any like evil alignments. And also I do try to filter like
various activities in the game for my 9-year-old. Like, it still gets pretty heinous, but like, I don't want to give an example of one of the things I corrected, but I guess let's just say taking trophies from your enemies. I was like, no, we're not doing that here. Okay, I think the half elf got completely nerfed in the new D&D. And if I'm not understanding this right, let me know. But basically, we're looking at the conversion on page 38 of the new player's handbook. This is basically how it talks about converting it. So to me, that kind of leaves the half elf out in the cold. So we were faced with a choice. We needed to pick a feat, either to be to try to lead kind of the human way or the elf way. And so we decided to still let him have dark vision and fey ancestry, a feat from the human side, and then we chose a background just to match all of his stat pluses. But I feel like if we just followed the new rules as written, the half elf would totally be nerfed, whereas you don't get the best of both worlds like you did before. So I'm not a fan of that. Like, maybe they're just, I don't know. Have you converted a half elf over into 2024? And what am I missing here? But for my friend, as he was converting it, we just felt like it was kind of nerfed. So we actually had to homebrew it a little bit so that his character just didn't get worse. Okay, I would love to know what you have done in your campaigns. Have you converted your existing characters, or did you just hard stop and do the new rules, or are you just staying with 2014? So let me know. Now, looking ahead in this campaign, this session, actually, so this is like February 16th, and I'm recording, actually, it's over past midnight now anyway. This session that we did was actually back in November, session 37 was. And so looking forward, the dragon is dead. And so session 38 is like, we need to finish the rest of this book because there's the Icespire Hold and the Tower of Storms that they haven't been to. And the players want to complete the book. They want to go to all the places that their characters have heard about. So we're going to do those. And then we're going to step off the map and continue on past session 40 outside of the Essentials kit. And I'm having a blast so far. So stick with me and follow along and see where these characters go that started with the Essentials kit. But I'm having an absolute blast, and thank you for following me on this journey as a totally noob DM. And stay tuned as I get caught up on the Noob DM recaps for my Army Veterans group that I'm DMing for as well. So anyway, thank you. We'll see you on the next one. Bye. Noob D&D Dad here, and we are fresh off of session 38 of my son's campaign that I am DMing for in the Dragon of Icespire Peak, and they had just killed Cryovane in Phandalin. And so when they go to Icespire Hold, they're going to fight Cryovane's parents, whom I have decided are an adult white dragon and a young white dragon. So the dad is an adult white dragon with a big beard, and the mom is a young white dragon. And I decided when they do finally encounter them, I decided that the mom would have tears coming down her face that are all frozen icicles, and then the dad would be pacing back and forth and be all mad. But we'll get to that in just a minute. So this is session 38. I'm actually recording this November 24th, 2024. This is immediately after. Normally I'm a little behind. I decided I'd record this one so that I am actually caught up. Well, not caught up, but so I don't forget stuff. So the session right before this one is when they had converted over to the new rules. So we're Dragon of Icespire Peak, but now we're the 2024 rules. So in session 38, they go home to their house with a dead dragon body in the yard, and they shower, get new farm clothes on, because Yance, Errol, and Leaf have left farm clothing there for them. And they spend 250 gold to repair their wagon. They spend 150 to get 4 draft horses because Barthen gave them 1 for free. And I decided Barthen's store has more stuff available since there's this influx of people in Phandalin because of all the refugees coming in because of Mount Hottenau volcano going off. So it makes sense that Barthen's store would have expanded over several levels of player time. So, like I said, the body of the dragon is in their yard, in their house in Phandalin, and the head of the dragon landed on Harbin Wester's place.
And the players go back to their house, and I decided that some dude has set up shop across the street with a little table like Lucy from Peanuts, and he's drawing portraits of people, like taking selfies with the dragon body, and he's charging 5 silver to paint the portrait, or to draw the portrait. And there's one family there where the portrait is a super muscly guy with a sword stuck in the dragon standing on top of it. And then the family comes over to get their sword, and it's a super skinny dad guy, and he's like, remember, I wanted it extra muscly. And they hand the picture over to him, and he gives him 6 silver because he's so happy that the artist made him a strong guy. Anyway, so there's this street artist drawing selfies of people in front of the player's house. So they go in, get ready, and I decide to kind of lead them to do a detect magic to see if there's anything on the dragon body, because I want them to roll for some magic items after defeating a dragon. So I have them roll on the new table, where in the new DM guide, so for magic items, the new DM guide actually has these random tables, but it's broken into arcana, armaments, implements, and relics, and it's broken down by rarity. So I have them do 1 roll for each type of magic item on the rare column. So they get a Wand of Fireballs, which is very cool and very timely, a Mace of Smiting, a Berserker Axe, and a Glamour Studded Leather. And then I don't know where this money's hidden on this dragon body, but I also had them get 1,900 gold and 120 platinum. Okay, and maybe this is overkill, but I knew that they were going to go fight 2 dragons soon, so I was kind of laying it on them. So in the head, I had it somehow have on it a potion of greater healing, and then I had one of the teeth start like glowing and lift up out of the mouth and like become like a dagger, like a tooth dagger, and like be glowing and floating there. And I decided to have it be Biff's Dagger of Dragon Slaying. So it's a +3 dagger. It's also a vicious dagger, which is different in 2024 than vicious was in the last one. And it also does an extra 3d6 to dragons and worms. So I had previously invented this dagger for the veterans group, because I'm DMing for a group of them as well, of army veterans, and I just love the item so much that I decided to bring it over into this campaign with my son. So they decide, so there's only 2 places they haven't been yet. One is the Tower of Storms, the lighthouse, and the other is the Icespire Hold. So they decide to go to Icespire Hold first because they had just killed the dragon in Phandalin, and they want to see what is there. And I decided that since we switched to 2024 rules, and since they had defeated Cryovane, that I would start actually watching their XP and see how that goes, so that they level up at good times. So because they're at level 7, they now have 23,000 XP, and so we'll see how this goes. So the cousin couldn't make it this time, and so his character wasn't there. So it was just my son and my friend going here. And at the bottom of the mountain, in the book, it talks about encountering a frozen ogre. So they find this frozen ogre, they de-thaw it, they actually cut its head off and put the cowboy hat on its head and put it on a spike so that it warns people from taking their wagon. But, like I said, because this is supposed to be such an epic episode with the 2 dragons, right? The parents of Cryovane, which I mentioned, adult dragon and young dragon. I'm like, they're going to need backup. There's only 2 of them. So I said, in the distance behind you, you hear like horse hooves coming up. And here's your friend that's the cousin who's not there, whose character had previously retired to be the town guard, because the cousin wanted to make a new character. We decided that the town guard character would show up for the interest of Phandalin, but also because the cousin wasn't there and we didn't want to run his brand new warlock. So it's kind of story and practical. Anyway, so he shows up and he's like, I'm going to help you guys out. And they're like, yeah. And I decided this right on the spot, but I thought it was the coolest decision, if I may be so bold to call my own decision the coolest decision. And if you've been watching since the beginning, I created 3 NPCs in Axholm: Yance, an old man with a beard, and his 2 sons, Errol and Leaf. They show up from the west on horses, and Yance has become the leader of Axholm and has a crown on and a big cape, and they're riding in V formation. And I decided the music from the movie First Night starts playing as they ride up, and like everyone's like so happy to see each other. Specifically, the track Camelot from First Night is playing. But I just wanted it to be so epic. This like kind of like Avengers Endgame, right? Where everyone's like, I'm here too. But my friend said after the session that he thought that was really cool, but at the same time it brought in dread because he's like, yeah, our buddies are here. And then he's like, oh no, if all these people are showing up to help us, this is going to be really hard. And I was just like, yes. So it kind of did exactly what I wanted it to do, where it's just like, yay, my buddies are here, but also be like, oh my gosh, are we going to die? Are they going to die? Like, is this like the ending? And it was such a climactic battle that I was like, I got to bring in these old NPCs that they love. So they ride the horses up, single file. They get to here, right? Because they're being watched from here. One of the stone cold reavers, these guys, one of these guys is watching them from this spot. So when they get to the door and it's locked, my son firebolts it, because that's how he lives his life, blasts it open. It's not too loud yet to wake up the dragon or to get the dragon's attention. And I decided to give them a little map of this place because my son touched the altar at the Shrine of Savras and had the vision of this location. So I'm like, yeah, you can have a map. Let's make it a little easier. Anyway, so the red leather gang, and I turned the Stone Cold Reavers into this red leather gang from that I had be highway robbers, basically. They're all hiding in H4, and even the lookout had run in there. And so then when the players finally make it there, they burst the door open and everyone's like yelling, everyone like, yeah, we're going to fight you. And the red leather gang guys are like, this is our treasure and you have to get out or we're going to kill you. But then my son and my friend are like, we've fought you before. Like, do you remember us? So they're trying to like persuade them / intimidate them. It's not working. So then my son does the flaming sphere and totally injures 3 of the guys. And then one of the Yancey's kids shoots a crossbow at one of them. So basically they reconsider joining. So long story short, my friend does a charisma roll, does an awesome roll for persuasion. These leather gang dudes join them. So now there's a party of 10 to go look for these dragons. So they team up and they're sneaking around and they're like all kind of shifty looking at each other because they don't really trust each other. But they're working their way through the castle and they're like, should we go downstairs or should we go upstairs? And I'm really pushing with these guys like, let's go fight the dragon. Let's get stuff. One of our guys thinks he saw a dragon on the roof. Like, let's go up there, right? And our players are like, well, we just killed a dragon. Like, what's going on? So anyway, they go up on the roof. They go up these stairs and they pop out in here and they look through these arrow slits and they see an adult dragon here pacing back and forth angrily with a beard. And they see another dragon right here. And that's the one that has the icicle tears coming down its face. So the adult male dragon has the big beard and he's pissed off and he's pacing back and forth. And then the mom dragon is the young white dragon and she has icicle tears. And I decided it's practical because I'm sure young white dragon is a huge range of years. So I decided it's practical that an adult dragon and a young dragon can have a kid who is also a young dragon who's Cryowayne. So this is his parents and they are on this balcony and the players are deciding what to do. And finally I'm like, okay, you better roll stealth because this guy has amazing passive perception. Their stealth rolls go good, but not so good. So the dad kind of starts noticing them. So I decided, because what their plan would be if the dragons didn't notice them, is that they would have all of them do like a sneak attack basically. But I decided since the dragon has such good perception that only 2 of the entire party of 10 can do something before they have to roll initiative. So my friend with the wand of fireballs and my son with now fireball, they both shoot off a fireball. And the dad dragon has legendary resistance. So I'm using those to not take as much damage. But I'm announcing, okay, I've used 1 legendary resistance. I'm not telling him I have 3, but I'm just telling him I've used 1. All right, this part was not meant for public consumption here, but the dragon got a 16 initiative. The mom dragon got a 14. The leader of the gang of the red leather gang got a 21, and then one of the NPC buddies got a 19, and then my son and my friend don't go until 10. So basically everybody's just winging arrows and stuff out of these little slits, right? And they're hitting the dragon, doing like tiny, hardly any damage, or just missing a ton because his AC is so high. So finally the dad dragon decides to just cold breath, and it is nasty. So it does like 47 damage, and it gets the leader and one of the buddies from Axholm, and then my friend takes 47, my son takes 23. So it's just this brutal cold breath, because these were the ones that were like in the window, so they just took it right in the face. But because my friend just barely got the wand of fireballs, which they rolled randomly for, and my son can do fireball, they're just fireballing like crazy. So they're actually wearing this guy down pretty good. And the dragon's using up all of his legendary resistances. And at this point, I kind of, like, not gonna lie, I forgot about the legendary actions. So it wasn't until he was almost dead that I started using the legendary actions and tail whipping the crap out of people. And every time it came back to the adult dragon's turn, I tried to roll the d6 to recharge his breath ability, and it never recharged. So the female dragon, I had her walk across over to the room that they're in and do a breath attack, but she missed because the distance wasn't good. And the reason I did that is because I rolled a d6, and I'm like, okay, 1 through 3, she's going to do multi-attack. Oh, no, it was 1 through 3, she was going to start flying. 4 through 6, she's going to do the cold breath. And it turned out, measuring the little squares on the map, like, the distance wasn't quite there, but the players were like, you said you rolled. So anyway, she does a cold breath, misses, but it stuffs the 2 of the window slits up with ice. So then they can only shoot down towards the dad. But with the mama dragon, every time I roll to recharge her breath attack, it's successful. So she does 3 breath attacks on them over the course of the battle, and it is not going well. I got the leader of the red leather gang is dead. I've got one of his gang has ran off, and another one is dead. My buddy's dead. So people are just dropping like flies, to the point where I'm having people run over and grab like potions out of people's backpacks and like force it down their throats to try and like bring them up, because the players got a lot of potions from the, what's her name, the lady in the lighthouse, and they also got the potions from the ogre's bag, if you remember. So they're loaded with potions. I also had the dragons go over to that wall and just start like attacking it. I gave the wall AC 15, hit point 75. Figured that's fair for the wall, and the dragons were attacking it and broke it open. So then both the dragons are right there, and the players are just in that tiny room. So then it's just like you got people running up and trying to hit them with swords. You got dragons biting, scratching, whipping their tails. And the cousin character, who's a fighter, who has the Dragon Slayer sword from the Dragon Mound, he eventually does the killing blow of the main dragon, because my son revived him to do that. Actually, that was the second one, but he does the killing blow of the adult dragon, cuts his head off, and then at this point, the other dragon recharges her breath, nukes everybody, to the point where only Yance and one of the red leather guys are standing. So one of the red leather guys goes, what does he do? He revives my son, then my son revives the fighter, right? Because he could choose shoot a fireball or revive the fighter. So he revives the fighter runs over, actually does the killing blow on the other one as well. And so my son saved the day by reviving the dude who had the Dragon Slayer sword. And yet another dragon head was cut off. So at this point, in a matter of days, we have 3 dragon heads cut off. Cryovane in Phandalin, and then his parents here at their lair. And so at the time of dragon slaying, my friend had died. He failed his 3rd death saving throw. Well, he failed only 2, but he got a death saving throw failure because the dragon did the dragon breath. And I decided that that cone of dragon breath would hit someone laying on the ground. So that was an instant failure. So I have one of the red leather gang who's run off. And then I have my son, the cousin character who we're basically driving, and then Yance, and one of the, I call him one of the idiots, one of the red leather guys. So 4 people are up at the end of this. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I have Errol, Leaf, a guy, and the leader are all at 0 hit points that need to be stabilized. And then our friend, the sorcerer, my friend, has died, like 3 failures. He's dead. So at this point, we're like looking in the rules like, okay, if you find a scroll, can you actually use it? And it looks like in the rules, if it's not in your spell list, you can't use that scroll like at all. It's like unintelligible. So that's kind of weird. So we're like, okay, how do we resurrect them? Are we going to take them somewhere? Like, what are we going to do? Well, I decide to have my son roll on the treasure table. So he rolls a D100. He gets a 96. So I go to the table in the old Dungeon Master Guide, and I go to the CR rating 17 plus because the adult white dragon was 13 and the other dragon was 6, so that's a 19. So does that make sense that the treasure hoard would be the combination of those two? CR ratings on these monsters? I don't know. But then from there, I'm like, okay, this takes them to Magic Table I. So then I go to the new Dungeon Master's Guide to the tables in the back, and I decide that I'm going to have him roll 4 times in the rare column of each item. So Arcana, Implement, Armament, and Relic. I also decide that I'm going to give them a Rod of Resurrection, which is a legendary item. And the whole time I'm like, no, I'm going to get accused of like not letting people actually die, or my friend's going to be like, just let me die. Like, this is so soft. But I'm like, you know what? I can give them the Rod of Resurrection. And so I did that because they want to keep playing. And I don't know, maybe I'm weak, but I gave them the Rod of Resurrection. And the other items they got were a spell scroll level 5 that they can choose, armor +1, a portable hole, which I think they're going to put the 2 dragon heads in it and take them back to Phandalin, and a staff of withering, which is pretty cool. And yeah, I caved and gave them the Rod of Resurrection. So you can call me weak, let me know. But my son uses the 5 charges on my friend, brings him back to life. Of course, he has all the weird issues now that he's back alive, been resurrected. And my son rolls a 7, so the rod doesn't crumble, and we move on. So that's the end of session number 38. I love the idea of having, if Cryovane dies early and the players are kind of getting stronger and stronger, having them fight the parents at Icespire Hold. That's now happened in both campaigns. I love it. My only question right now is the dad was 10,000 HP or XP and the mom was 23. So that's 12,300. And I think you only need 11,000 to level up from 7 to 8. But you divide that between everybody who participated, right? So as per Essentials kit, when you kill a dragon, you level up. But so now I'm like, okay, should I just level them up? Or should I make them get the XP? So I'm a little torn on that. Because it could go either way. I think I could level them up for killing 2 freaking dragons in a row. Or make them do the Tower of Storms and then level up, because then that's 2 missions again. Either way, though, I'm watching the XP to see how it shakes out. But the plan is, at the latest, level them up when they've completed the Tower of Storms. So that's another 2 missions, which has kind of been the pattern. So either XP or 2 missions at the latest. That's where I'm at. Okay, a few takeaways. I'm loving the new 2024 books. I think it merges in with the Essentials kit very nicely. I thought this was a super fun session with the red leather guides, with their old favorite NPCs from Axholm, with fighting 2 dragons. It was epic. Like there was high stakes. Like people were getting zeroed out. And then I thought we found cool treasure. So as a DM, I had tons of fun just making up stuff on the spot. You know, like bringing in those NPCs, playing the first night music, and which magic items they found. I had an awesome time playing as the DM this time, and still noob. But this has been session 38 of my son's campaign. They've got more of the Icespire Hold to explore, and they were going to have to travel the world trying to find a way to resurrect this guy, but I kind of made it happen. So anyway, let me know what you think. I'm having a blast. I'm recording this ahead of when I'm recording my other sessions for this. So this will be, I'll publish it in order, but I've recorded it way out of order. Anyway, thanks for watching. Thanks for going on this noob DM journey with me. And as always, please let me know what you think. I love hearing your opinions and using your advice. So thanks for watching. See you in the next one. Bye. Noob D&D Dad here, and we are going to talk about session 39 of my son's campaign that I am DMing for. So you wouldn't think that the follow-up session to the double dragon killing session of last time would be very exciting, but I actually had tons of fun as a DM in this like aftermath type session. So in Dragon of Icespire Peak, they were in Icespire Hold last time, and they ended up here in H19. And it's actually quite the group of people there. It's my son, my friend, the cousin, and 3 NPCs from Axholm that they're friends with, so that's 6. And then the leader of the red leather gang and a buddy. So that's 8 people are starting out this session. Well, 3 humans and 5 NPCs. And one of the NPCs from the Red Leather Gang had run off previously. So he is a total wild card in this session, and he actually ended up being used a lot differently than I thought. I had like a whole nefarious plan for him, but some of the choices they made, you'll see when he comes back. So right off the bat, the players wanted to keep exploring because they didn't actually explore the entire place before meeting up with the dragons. And at this point, I decided to let a die roll make a decision for the NPCs. So the Red Leather Gang guys, they're typically bad guys, but in this case, they had been persuaded to help fight the dragon for treasure. And one of them had died, one ran away, and the other 2 were injured really bad. And so I decided to have a die roll for their decision on if they're going to stay with the group and keep exploring the rest of Icespire Hold and looking for additional treasure or not. So I decided that a 1 through 9 would mean that they are going to be like, thank you, that was fun, thank you for the couple items we got, we're done, like, bye. And then 10 through 20 would be that they're going to stay with the group as they explore the location. And I rolled a 3. And my son was really happy because it meant they go away, they quit sucking up XP, which we're not really counting, but we have started counting, and that they're sucking up treasure. So he's like, yeah, get them out of here. We don't need them here. So in typical burglar, robber type fashion, they say, okay, cool, thanks for the battle, thanks for the couple items, and we're going to go, and we will give you 3 days in which we will not rob you because they are like just like robbers to the core. And so that's like their way of like leaving on a good note, is being like, we give you 3 days until we're free to rob you again. Remember that, because that's going to come up again. Okay, and I did something that maybe you should not do because it breaks the game, but our fighter character, who is going to retire to be the town guard in Phandalin, he has the dragon slaying sword that he got from the Essentials kit, right? It's one of the cards in there. But I decided that since he had just decapitated 2 dragons, that sword was going to magically evolve. So I'm going to mix it with something from the 2024 DMG. But little side note here, look at this. I dropped it. Oh, look at that. I was just handling all my books and it just slipped out of my hand and slammed into the hard floor. So it's like, makes this like squeaky noise when I push it. So the players have a long rest, right? Because they're all recovering because they've just been totally wrecked. And when they awake, I say that the dragon slaying sword has a red blade now. And it turns out that it has turned into a Vorpal sword of dragon slaying. So basically, because this character has been the decapitator character the entire time, his dragon slaying sword, after slaying 2 dragons, and again, it had slain dragons prior because they found it in a tomb. So I mean, this dragon sword is now have like a lot of history to it. So I decided that each owner, their name will be carved into the handle. And so as this player character is, well, their character's retiring, and then he wants to play a warlock instead of a fighter. So the fighter's retiring in Phandalin, but his sword evolves into a Vorpal sword of dragon slaying. So it's like a magic evolved. I didn't think of any downsides to it, so it is just freaking OP sword. But the idea is that it's going to stay with him and just be this legendary sword in this town. So let me know if you've ever evolved a magic item. But everybody thought that was super cool. I thought it was super cool. It's probably way overpowered, but I just couldn't resist. I thought it was so awesome. Plus, since he was retiring, I was like, okay, we can throw this out there. I don't know if I would have done it if he was going to stay with the party, because it might have just overshadowed everything. But I love the idea that if you roll a 20, it just like decapitates whatever you're fighting. So meanwhile, the players are just exploring all these different rooms, and they've actually been through some of them. And I'm having to remember, because this was weeks ago before I went out of town when we did our last session, and I'm like, what rooms of these have they been in? So I'm just trying to paint a picture of what's in the room. But I actually had an interesting discussion with my friend about investigating rooms, right? Because I have witnessed a school of thought where they basically walk into a room and like stand in the middle of it and be like, okay, roll investigation. Like, and if I roll high enough, you have to tell me everything in this room. And I really don't like that way of playing. I think it negates my job as the DM, and it also makes the players lazy, like they're just playing a video game and walking into a room pushing like an investigate button. I don't like that. And I was talking to my friend about that, and he's the same kind of way where it's like, so the DM describes the room. So it's like, okay, there's a piano over here, there's some bookshelves over here, and there's like a tapestry. And then there's like, it's really well worn, right? And then the player should be like, I want to look on the bookshelves, I want to investigate here. Like they should tell me what they're investigating, and then depending on what they roll can depend on what they can find. And so I just have had some players do that where they just want to roll when they're in the room and be like, hey, tell me everything, what's in here? And it's like, well, what are you looking at? Like based on the triggers I gave you. So you, dear viewer, what is your opinion on investigating rooms? Should someone be able to just walk into a room and get a natural 20, and then I just have to spill all the secrets of that room to them? Or should it be like a back and forth where they have to be acting on some kind of description that I've given them? What do you think? Now, speaking of a secret room, this area, H9, I think has been unspoiled. Let's see. The orcs never entered or inhabited these areas. And then if you look at the location overview, it talks about this warlord fighting off orcs, etc. So one thing I like to do is incorporate the history from the beginning of this part of the book, right? The part that you're in, into the different rooms they go in. So when they go into this area that hasn't been spoilt by orcs, everywhere else in the castle, like furniture's broken, everything's broken. And I always like to add that there's like chicken bones because my orcs are always like rotisserie chickening, like eating chickens and stuff. But when they open up the secret door, it's dusty, but there's like tapestries on the wall, there's tables, there's candlesticks. And so I just want to paint a picture that it is actually untouched by orcs, which then of course makes my son's group, they are very much into like turning every stone trying to find stuff. So my bad, but I just love the idea of having this untouched area. So they, of course, start searching. And as they're searching and they're asking me questions, they're making me answer. They're like, what's on the tapestries? And I'm like, what is on the tapestries? So this is where me as a DM, I feel like I'm playing the game as well because I'm like, I don't know. What is on the tapestries? It's like, who's going to answer this? It's like, oh, that's me. I have to answer this. And so what I decided was going to be on the tapestries. They're 3 feet by 5 feet. And it's going to be a humanoid in armor fighting off a horde of orcs in one of them. And they're like, whoa, that's so cool, because I'm thinking of the warlord from the story at the beginning of the module, or the beginning of the chapter or whatever. And so the book doesn't tell me to do this, but I'm like, they say this hallway is unspoilt by orcs. And I'm like, okay, we're going to have this stuff. So they were like, wow. And then they're like, well, what is the other tapestry? And I'm like, I don't know. What is the other tapestry? So I had the other tapestry be like a farm with like big fields with like the sun rising above it. Just to show like there's like a war fighting and like prosperity of this castle team people. And then of course they roll up the tapestry and stick it into their portable hole. And then my son also grabs the other tapestry because they're just like, we have a portable hole, so we're just gonna like loot stuff. So it's cool that I can create like items that they're like, I'm taking this home and I'm gonna put this on the wall at my house. All right, now the part they've been the most excited to go is to the Undercroft, to the crypts. And this place is actually extremely anticlimactic, the Undercrofts. Like there's like nothing in these tombs. And so I'm like, okay. So each time they open one, it's like a warrior, rusted armor, rusted weapons. But I always have a part of their skeleton just be like wrecked. So one has like a crushed in skull, one's missing arms, one's missing legs, because these are warriors that died in battle and were buried. And so maybe they don't have all of their body parts. So that's just like a little flavor that I add in the tomb. But also they're down there like opening every single one. And they've already killed the dragon and they've already got like 5 magic items out of him. And they're like, where's the treasure? And it's like, they're like going around looking for this treasure, right? Because they're thinking there's going to be this dragon horde, which there should be. And spoiler alert, there is. And I know where it is. Maybe I didn't know exactly where it was at the time that this session started, but I definitely know where it is as we get going. So stay tuned for the dragon horde because we'll talk about it. But because they were opening up every one of these caskets, I'm like, okay, we got to have something. So I decided if they rolled like a 20 on investigation, that would then unlock them to roll a D100. And then I kind of changed my mind a few times during this because I'm honestly, because I was unsure what to do. So I was like, okay, if you roll high enough, I'm going to give you an item. And then I'm like, okay, if you roll high enough, it's gonna, or if you roll low, it's gonna be like a common magic item. So I was kind of waffling back and forth, but the point is each casket they rolled a natural 20 on investigating, they were gonna find like some kind of a cool item. If they rolled high enough on the next roll. And so that's kind of a theme I've been doing in both my groups that I'm DMing for, is that there could be a situation where there's no reason you should get a cool item, but I let a roll happen, and sometimes I have it be like 100. If you hit a 100 on a D100, then you're going to get a magic item, or like a 90 to 100. So that's in cases when there's no business for a magic item to be there. I'm like, if you roll really well, like, sure, let's throw in some variables. And that's one thing I actually want to get better at with this new Dungeon Master Guide, is giving out magic items, because I feel like I kind of had it down with the other one, even though it was kind of chaotic, right? The different tables they had. These tables are so well organized that I'm like, oh, now you're making me decide if it's like an Arcana item, an implement, a weapon, or whatever, right? So I do love these tables, how they're divided into the different kind of items and in the different kind of rarities. So I can really just be like, are you going to get a rare, very rare? Like, what are you going to get? But I just really need to decide, because what I've been doing is I'm like, oh, you're magic people. Let's pull it off the Arcana table, right? Because I want to find stuff that is going to be useful to them. So I try to fit, or like if the fighter's there, I have it be like a weapon or something. So really, maybe I should just use this guy. This is on page 218. So like right now they're in here. So I really shouldn't be giving out legendary items. Oops. But I guess I should just roll a D100. But it's interesting. Only a 99 to 100 gets them a very rare. So yeah, the other book was just like told you what table to go on and you just rolled the item, right? This one is like you really need to pick what type of magic item it is. So that's been my way, is just if they can use it, I'll try and give them that. And also I kind of want to start re-rolling stuff that they've already got. How do you do magic items? Like, how do you decide what kind of thing they are, especially in this new system where they're all divided up? Okay, and now we go into H23, and the casket that's right in the middle of the floor, I decide to have carved into it somebody sliding down the mountain on something, right? So once you know what's in this casket, it's clearly a sled that people are sliding down the mountain. And then the book describes that there is a toboggan in this casket that they can assemble in 10 minutes and slide down the mountain. So I think that's kind of ridiculous, and I don't think the players would use it. I also think it's ridiculous that if you are in a hurry to get out of here, that you have to take 10 minutes to assemble this thing. That's going to be an eternity if you're getting chased by something. So anyway, yeah, I had there be this sled in there that if they wanted to build it and slide down the mountain, they absolutely could. So again, this part of the map is actually pretty anticlimactic, so I decided to add this monster, this naughty boy, Shadow. One thing I think it's cool is that the Shadow, it could be from somebody that was good in their life, and now this shadow was released when they died because it was all the things that they were suppressing in themselves over their lifetime, and so now there's like a shadow lingering around their grave. So I decided to have a shadow attack them, and I pretty much decided that it would be invisible, and so I just talked about how they could just feel the air moving, or they could sense something in the room with them. But honestly, like, I think I was thinking more of the thing in Strahd, like another big scary, like invisible angry thing. Or maybe that they fight in the Dragon Burrow. Anyway, I pulled up Shadow, and it was actually, again, a little anticlimactic because it only has like 16 hit points. But the point is that I had it be invisible, so it was like a little bit of a challenge where they're trying to figure out how they can kind of lock onto where it's at to shoot something at it. So that was kind of a fun little fight. It only gives 100 XP for all of the people that are there, so not like a huge boon. But I did have somebody find a bunch of platinum coins in one of the caskets based on the individual treasure from the DMG. Okay, so I decide to have the players go back up to the rooftop. Well, that sounds kind of railroady, but it is a little bit railroady. But they're just like wandering around this building that they've been in. You know, they go into some rooms and they take some more time to learn about them, right? So I share a little bit more of the lore from those rooms. But I'm just like, there's not a lot down here. So what are we going to do? So I'm like, okay, let's have those red leather guys have found some treasure back up on the roof where they were. So the players were in like that little guardhouse thing that had got destroyed on the roof, and the dragons were really out on the flat open part of the roof. So I decided that they had iced in their treasure hoard, like as far as like coinage went, right? Like, so the players already found the magic items, but I decided that they had iced in the hoard, and so they hear this like picking noise, right? So they get up there and they see the three red leather guys, the leader, the buddy, and the dude who ran away. So they had reunited. Okay, and I decided that this treasure is a CR13 treasure hoard and a CR6 treasure hoard because it was the adult dragon and the young dragon, right? So the players get there, and the red leather guys are like, oh, never mind what we're doing here. And they like kind of stand in front of it. But my friend who found spyglass and then had the other guy mend it, like kind of zooms in and is like, sees some treasure behind them, right? In the ice that they're breaking out on the roof. And I'm like, what are they going to do, right? Because my players are like good people. They're not like, they don't kill for treasure, really, right? Like they're usually like on some kind of a noble quest. So I'm presenting them this moral quandary, being like, are you going to fight these dudes for this treasure? Especially when you just kind of invented a truce. And both of them, my son and my friend, are both like, let them have it. And I'm like, do you have any idea what's down there? And I guess it's like, they don't care. They don't care because they're breaking up with this gang. The gang left. They've already separated ways. And they're like, sure, you found it. You can have it. And I'm like, you guys have been searching this castle and you keep being like, where's the dragon treasure? And it's like, guys, it's right here. So not that I really wanted them to like fight these guys, but they were pretty passive about it. They were just like, yeah, you guys can have that. That's fine. I was very surprised to hear that. But one thing I thought was cool. So my friend was honoring their 3-day truce basically. And he was like, okay, we won't mess with you guys for 3 days. Like kind of throwing it back in their face. Not that they would like attack them and go after them for the treasure. But I guess they were honoring their end of the deal, being like, we won't touch you for 3 days. Which is interesting because the robbers wouldn't do that. But I thought it was kind of a cool choice. So it was fun that I presented this choice, and they're like, you can have it. And I'm like, there's so much treasure in the ice. Okay, before I talk about the rest of what they did at this location, I want to talk about how much treasure is there. Truth be told, I don't have it quantified yet, and I think we should roll for it right now. Can we use your new dice to roll for treasure? Yeah. Okay. Okay, we are going to keep it simple. So CR13 is the one dragon. So we're going to do that first. So that's 8d8. So here we go. 6 plus 2. Write all this down. Plus, oh gosh. Plus 3. Plus 4. Plus 3. Okay, here we go. 3 more. 5. 6 and 7. Okay, I actually had to step away from filming between those last two, so I forgot what the last two were, so I'm going to do 2 other ones. Okay, a 4 and an 8. Okay, I think that probably about averages. Okay, so 37 is the D8 rolls times 10,000. So, all right, well, holy crap, that is 370,000 gold for the adult dragon. And let's see how much for the CR6 dragon. Okay, it's going to be 8 D10s. So here's the D10. Here we go. 6. I'm going to write this down. 3. 4. How many times am I going to do this for? 8. All right. 10. Right? So there's no 0. 8. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 2 more. 7. And 7. Okay, so that is 49. We're going to times it by 100. So an additional 4,900 gold. Okay, so my players basically dismissed 374,900 gold pieces. Tell me if I'm reading that wrong. I'm running on like 3 hours of sleep. It is Christmas Day right now, and I'm running on not very much sleep. So did I do that wrong? But that's how much gold is there, basically frozen, that these dudes are going to get. So now the question I have to ask, because my players just let that money go, they didn't know how much it was. What is that going to result to these red leather gang guys getting that much cash? Like, those guys are going to become major players. That's a huge amount of cash. They could hire an army, they could build airships, they could build castles, I think. So, I mean, there's going to be some consequences for just walking away from this treasure, and I'm actually kind of excited for it. Okay, so back to the rest of what they do on this map. So they go to the guardhouse, this little guy right there. Where is it? Right there? There, the gatehouse. And inside of that, there are stables, and they had tied up their horses. So they arrived to find all of their horses untied and milling about. And then, of course, all the bandit horses still tied up. So my players, again, decided to not retaliate. They're just like, 3 days. So fortunately, the horses were kind of just milling about, so they had to gather them up, but they hadn't like run off. So they make it back to the bottom of the mountain, to the wagon, where I decide to have their 3 NPC friends that they met all the way back in Axholm, Yance, Errol, and Leaf, depart ways. So they shake hands and say, once again, it's great working with you guys. And then they ride off with epic music playing. And at this point, I'm like, if we see these guys again, they've got to be leveled up because they're just the veteran stat block. So quick note on XP. As of like the completion of this Icespire Peak campaign, and transitioning over to the 2024 rules, I am kind of tracking XP because the plan is to finish the Dragon of Icespire Peak, get up to level 10, then start the Vecna Eve of Ruin. But Dragon of Icespire Peak does not get them up very high. So I'm like, okay, is the Icespire Hold and the Tower of Storms level going to get them to their next level? Thinking about it, but I'm still tracking XP to see if it works well. Speaking of XP, here's how we're doing after 2 dragons. So just your normal level at 7 is, or once you're at level 7, you are at about 23,000, and then it takes 34,000, well, up to 34 to beat a level 8. So killing a adult dragon and a young dragon got 12,300 XP, but there were 10 people that they had to divide it up between, so they only got this much XP each. Because my understanding is that when you have NPCs help you, is that they basically eat up some of the XP. Let me know if you do that differently. Now, I actually really liked this. So the players went back to Phandalin. I was thinking they were just going to go to the Tower of Storms, which is the only place in this entire book that they have not been yet. But they wanted to go back to Phandalin first. And so I decided that when they arrive back in Phandalin, that Harbin Wester, who has always been in like a moo and hiding behind the door and just giving them quests through the door and giving them treasures through the door, and so cowardly, he is out in the town in a very, very nice robe, and he's like shaking hands with people. So clearly these dragon slayings have boosted his confidence. And so they show up with 2 more dragon heads that they've stuffed into their portable hole. So they now have 3 dragon heads from Cryovane, Cryovane's mom, and Cryovane's dad. And my friend, I thought this was so cool. I love how he tries to put his stamp on the map. He decides that he proposes to Harbin Wester that they should rename Phandalin to Dragon's Bane. And I'm just like, freak yeah. And they're going to leave one of the heads there. And then they're going to take one of the heads to Axholm, and they want to rename that to Dragon Doom Hold and take one of the heads there. And then they actually want to go to Coneyberry, which is destroyed at this point in time, and they want to rebuild it, and they want to name it Dragon's Folly, and take one of the heads there. So there'll be these 3 towns that all have dragon names and dragon heads, and Harbin Wester's kind of owning them all. But my friend is also positioning him and his people as like big players in this up and coming Harbin Wester's like land grab, basically. So I thought that was a kind of a cool twist, and I did not see that coming. So I was like, yeah, Harbin Wester will definitely consider that. Now they want to buy more potions from Adabra Gwyn, right? From all the way back at that tower, which she now lives in town. And if you remember the town, every time they come back to town, I describe how it's changed. So in my campaign, I have Mount Hot now have gone off as a volcano, and there's like refugees and people flowing down into Phandalin. So every time they come back to Phandalin, it's grown. So the temporary buildings have become more permanent, and then there's more tents on the outside. So Phandalin is actually really growing in my version of this world. And last time they bought a bunch of potions from Adabra to go on their dragon thing. And I'm like, she hasn't brewed that many. So I'm like, she has 2. You guys can buy 2 more. So they buy 2 more, and they head off to Tower of Storms, which I'm super excited for. Now, here's a few questions I have going into Tower of Storms. So these guys are like very powerful, and it's only 2 of them now because they left the guy who's retiring at the town, right? The fighter is going to become the town guard, right? So these players are going to Tower of Storms, and I have to make Tower of Storms like worth their time. So I'm going to have to bump it up to make it a little bit harder. And then also, should I level them after Tower of Storms or not? Or should I just keep tracking XP? I'm leaning towards leveling them because it's the 2 mission leveling pattern that the campaign has been doing so far. But after after Tower of Storms, they will have completed the entire book. And then I'm thinking we go to Candlekeep, and we do one of the standalone Candlekeep mysteries to get them from like level 8 to 9, and then maybe another one to get 9 to 10, I don't know. But the point is, at level 10, they are going to start the Vecna campaign. So let me know if you have any opinions on how to get from level 7 up to 10 in kind of an open world at this point. I'm thinking Candlekeep, maybe something else. Okay, well, that has been session 39 of my son's campaign, and the veterans group actually did 39 in this book as well. And then their 40th was kind of a treasure dealing out episode. And so these guys, they're going to have their 40th episode, finish this book as well, most likely. So it's kind of interesting that both my groups had 40 sessions in this book. And then obviously one thing I really need to work on is just treasure and magic items and how really get a system down that how I want to give them out. So that's kind of like my homework. But this has been so fun, and I appreciate you guys coming on this noob DM journey with me and kind of learning how I'm doing stuff and also helping me do stuff, because I definitely implement your suggestions. Okay, well, stay tuned for session 40 of my son's campaign. At the Tower of Storms, we'll see if they also kill and eat the friendly crab like the Army veteran group did. So anyway, stay tuned for more videos on those guys as well, and let me know what you want to see more of. Anyway, thanks for watching. Bye. Noob D&D Dad here, and we are on session 40 of my son's campaign on the Dragon of Icespire Peak. Also happens to be page 40, and this is the final session in this book. They have literally been to every single place in here. Now, to the other noob DMs out there, like me, don't be intimidated by the fact that this took 40 sessions in both my son's campaign and both the Army Vet campaign, because in both campaigns there is homebrew stuff, and I'm not rushing people along. Like, they can go off on little side quests and they can explore, and sometimes sessions are actually kind of short, and so it takes multiple times to get through just one level. So I think you could actually run this with just one session per area, which would be a lot shorter. But mine, for the Army group that I'm DMing for, and for my son's group, they both took 40 sessions in this book. So the players at this point are level 7, and since we switched over to the new 2024 rules, I've started tracking XP, but also they had 2 more missions in the book. So, and the book has you level up per 2 missions. So I'm thinking after the Icespire Hold and then this Tower of Storms that I'm just going to give them a level, and view into the future. They are a little bit short on XP at the end of it, but I level them up to 8 after this anyway because they completed those 2 missions and also completed the whole book. Now, right off the bat, when the players come down here, they see a giant crab waving at them. And the Army veteran group killed the crab when it was waving at them, and they ate it. So it was very different to actually play a group that was like, oh, a creature's waving at us, like, let's try and make contact. There's actually all this text right here for the giant crab. So it starts here, and then it goes all the way down here. And that with the Army veteran group, was completely disregarded because they killed the crab. But with my son and my friends group, they started working with him and they asked what his name was. So I got to go to my handy dandy name rolling chart, which is on my embarrassingly sloppy page 1 of this whole campaign. So right here, I decided that when there's names, I'm just going to roll a d20, and this will be what the name starts with. And so 20 through, if they roll a 20, it could start with any of those. So they rolled an 18, or I rolled an 18. So I decided the crab's name is Robert. And Robert is very interested in these adventurers helping him put his master, the sea elf lady, to rest, who's turned into a banshee. And also I had him be kind of like sad and look off into the distance and think about prior relationships with girls. So the book says that they will get a +1 weapon from him out of the shipwreck if they help him. But these guys are level 7, so a +1 weapon would do them no good. So I decided to have it be a +2 weapon. So speaking of switching to the 2024 rules, it's actually time for them to get into their bastion. So they have a home back in Phandalin that they can turn into their bastion, maybe? So I need to dig into the bastion rules in the 2024 Dungeon Master's Guide and incorporate that into the next time. So the players actually did a little bit of a reverse time travel where we ended last session with them camping basically on the ridge above the lighthouse, but they realized that they really needed to organize their inventory, and so they asked if they could have in the past already gone to Phandalin. So they went there, they dropped off a bunch of stuff at their house. They've been picking up all these awesome tapestries that they're putting at their house, and then my son's been keeping track of the inventory, and it's been total chaos. And so my friend kind of stepped in and is helping manage like how many gemstones they have and magic items and money and stuff. Because I've been like, so how much money do you have? And he's like, my son, because he's just been like adding plus and minus every time they either get or spend money onto this huge paper. So we had to kind of go through it and figure out what they had. So a little bit of admin there. And my son's like, are we going to start playing now? And it's like, dude, you've been playing. Like, you managing your inventory, that's part of playing D&D. So we skip forward. It's been raining, so they slept in their wagon. And I decide that in the morning, it's just barely getting light. The rain is now trickling, and they start heading down the mountain. And my son sees this big rock right here, which is the cave that has the banshee in it. And he just decides to shoot a firebolt at it. So I'm like, okay, it hits it, and it makes a little dry spot, right? Because the rock's wet. And then he's like, I'm gonna shoot again. So then he just shoots it like 3 or 4 times, and like I'm like, okay, and then it makes a little spark. And so he's just like building up in his head like this like conspiracy of how this firebolt is reacting with this rock. And I had to actually stop him. I'm like, so why are you doing this? Like, what are you trying to get out of this? Because it actually made the banshee inside of it scream, and also the harpies over at the lighthouse started flying around a little bit, and they could just barely see them, that they're like humanoid type things with wings. But as he was doing that, I was like, okay, well, these enemies are going to be a lot more like aggressive and prepared because you're being so loud. Speaking of harpies, the book recommends to have a max of 3 harpies, but I'm like, these guys are level 7, they can take it. So I made it be 5 harpies. So then they go down and have a great conversation with Robert the Crab, who basically gives them the quest of going to the lighthouse to get the conch shell to put this banshee to rest. So the players really want to go around the cave so that they can avoid the banshee. But I decided that the only way through it is the cave. And I decided that they need to pass this horrifying visage. So fortunately they did pass, and then they were able to basically talk to her, and so she's like, I'm scary. And then they're like, hey, we want to go find this thing and bring it back to you and put you to rest. And she's like, oh, okay. So she realizes that her friend Robert the Crab is helping her and that these guys are sincere, and so she lets them pass. Not the case with the army veteran group. They just had to fight her because they wouldn't talk to the crab. It's been so fun now that I've done 40 sessions of my son in this and 40 sessions with the army group in this, just to see how completely different it turns out. Like, I would totally love running this again for another group of people of any age. Honestly, from age 5 and up. this is such a good adventure. But it's been super fun just seeing the different ways they act. So I kind of act in the short that I made, but have you guys ever done the same book for multiple groups? And how has that gone? So I'd love to hear about that. So as the players are crossing the causeway, they start hearing the harpy music, the harpy song. And fortunately, they pass the save, which they don't do later. And they also decide to actually plug up their ears and wrap like a headband around their ears so that they can't hear the harpy song. And then they're using sending stones to communicate. So I thought that was interesting that they were just really determined to not get caught by the music of the harpies. So as they come up here, I have two of the harpies just fly around the corner and attack them right away. And I'm playing the enemies a little smarter. Like in the past, I've had fun playing the enemies like idiots, but now that they're a higher level and that they have great items and amazing spells, like I like to play the enemies a little bit smarter. So anyway, these harpies are trying to fight these guys and trying to do their little songs and trying to get them, and it eventually the one is like singing, and my son decides to like shoot her in the throat with a firebolt to stop the singing. And anyway, they overcome them, but it's a fun little encounter on like the porch of this lighthouse. And as a reminder, my son is a wizard and my friend is a sorcerer, so we just got like two spellcasters here. So one habit that they've come up with is that anytime they come up to a door, they always listen at the door, and then I get to decide like what sounds would be coming out of that room. So the whole time they're in here, they're hearing the beating of the heart because the heart is up in the lighthouse here. So they go in this room, and it's kind of an empty courtyard or just like lobby type place. And then they go in here, and this altar is humming. So I decide to have the altar be humming with energy. And so if you touch the altar, you get imbued with the Charm of Storms, and you can cast Lightning Bolt 3 times. And so I like really want them to touch it, but I don't want to just be super obvious. So I'm just saying that it has like this hum and that there's this rod that goes down into it. And then they're just like not touching it. They're like, we should destroy it. This is bad. And I'm just like, oh, don't destroy it. You want to use it. But I decided to just have there be like handprints on it. Like people have touched this in the past, but they still don't touch it. They still want to destroy it. So my wife was kind of around and I had her come read it. What happens if they touch it? And she's like, have they done it yet? And I'm like, no. And then she's just like, can I like be like a ghost sneaking hints to them? And I was like, sure. So she just was like, touch stuff. And I was like, that's funny. They totally did not pick up on it and did not touch the altar at this point. They touch it later. But I also decided to flourish the description in the book and decide that the altar is like stone, but there's like crystals throughout it. So just trying to make it more want to touch. And so then my friend's like, oh, we are so gonna clear this lighthouse, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna chisel this stuff out of there. And I'm just like, yes. So they look under the door here and they can see some shadows moving around and they can hear stuff. So that is where the remaining 3 harpies are, which I was really hoping they would kick down the door and fight them. But they decided they wanted to go back up north to the other room that has the half-orc sitting on the throne, who has a hole in his chest because his heart is up in the tower, but he's wearing octopus hide armor. But he still has this stat block, AC 13. So I'm like, no, this is like the big bad dude here. So I made his AC 18 because I figured this giant octopus hide armor is actually like pretty legit stuff. So and I also had his spells, like his lightning spell his lightning spell was a level 3, and then I had his thunder wave be a higher level. So I kind of gave him like spell slots so that he could just be a little bit more powerful. So I thought they had a really good fight with him where they're like shooting him with stuff and then trying to hide behind the corners of this door. And then he ends up running outside there because they just were hiding after he lightning bolted my friend and almost killed him, but did some good damage. And he runs out there in between them and just does a thunder wave. So I just love the idea of this guy doing a thunder wave in this enclosed area, just slamming these guys against the wall. So anyway, they have a glorious battle with this guy and totally win. And the conch shell survives the battle because there was a possibility that if they were too rough that it could get destroyed. And they check out his armor, and it's like this awesome armor. And they're like, wait a minute, how could he cast spells with this armor? And I was like, I don't know. But maybe because he's not like a sorcerer or wizard like you guys, he's a different like class. I don't know. But basically it's hide armor that has AC 18, so I don't know what they're going to do with it. I don't know what price I'm going to have it be, but they're going to try and sell it at some point in the future, I'm sure. So I had them roll on the personal treasure on like page 120ish in the new DMG, so they got like 100 gold. And then I'm doing this thing where I'm like, okay, you have no business getting any additional treasure out of this person or this specific spot, but if the fates align, I'm going to let you do like a magic roll or whatever. I don't tell them that, but I actually had them each roll half of a D100. And in my head, if it landed on 100, then they would actually get to go to the magic table and do a magic roll to get an item. So it's just like, that's my way of being like, you have no business of getting an additional item, but if the fates align through the dice, sure, let's do it. And I've kind of been doing that more and more lately. And so I end up telling people like, oh no, your roll isn't good enough on this D100 roll. And they're like, oh, but I'm trying to help them understand that this is like an additional roll that they have no business getting an additional item. So I think both groups are starting to understand that these are additional rolls that are just tempting the fates. So one thing that was funny is my friend, so they said that they plugged up their ears, right? So my friend unplugs his ear to like listen at a door or something. And I'm like, and you have to make the saving throw for the harpy song. So here's the harpy. You can look up a picture of her on your own time. This isn't that kind of channel. But yeah, the harpy song. Here it is. So my friend had to do the saving throw because he unplugged his ears and he totally failed it. So he gets charmed and is having to use his speed to walk towards them. And I'm just like, yes, he's going to bump into the altar as he walks through the door and they're going to have this big fight. But he used all of his speed, and then my son the whole time was like trying to stop him. And then he ended up passing it again when it was his turn again. So I was like, okay. I still haven't succeeded in getting them to touch the altar at this point. So they really want to get this conch shell down to that banshee to like achieve this awesome objective. So they're on their way down the zigzaggy pathway, and 3 harpies come flying around the corner, the remaining 3, and I have them doing their song just in case anyone's listening if they take their ear things off, and they're just at this point they're just like done with this. And so my son, or who went first? Oh, it was my friend. He uses his wand of fireballs and just like and does a huge amount of damage. Let's see, 35 to the ones that failed and 17 to the one that passed. So just right off the bat, just huge damage. And then let's see, what else did they do? Yeah, just magic missiles, and they handle these guys pretty good. And I really like to have when the enemies roll a natural 1 for their attack. I love to just have something crazy happen. So on an earlier combat, the claw attack, she rolled a natural 1, so I had her actually hit the ground with her foot and like break off at like a talon or whatever is on her feet. And then on this one, when the 3 flew around, one of them that was attacking them with a club rolled a natural 1, and I had her swing it and just lose the club. And I'm like, I like that as a result of a natural 1. Oh, the one that broke her toenail, I had her take a D4 damage and ended up just being 1. But I like having a natural 1 mean something, so that like when there's certain die rolls that hit, like people are like dreading or cheer. Like I love that there's like these little variables that cause like these emotions in the players. So they go into the cave, and I don't have too much fanfare. They're basically like, here is your conch shell. She goes up to it, she touches it, and as she fades away, she just says thank you, and she disappears. And the conch shell remains, and so they can go sell that or whatever. So Robert, the crab, is like, okay, you did your end of the bargain. I will go get you a treasure out of this shipwreck. So he comes back with a +2 hand axe, because I just spiced up the treasure in the book a little bit to a +2. It was +1, but level 7, I think, have no use for a +1. So they do a long rest in the cave, recharge all their spells, which had been depleted pretty good. And I decided, kind of a little bit later, but I'll tell you right now because it's relevant right now. So with the Banshee, I decided that they get the XP for the Banshee because they dealt with her. So she is a challenge for 1100 XP. So I'm deciding to add that into their total because they dealt with her peacefully and got her to go away. So I think that is a perfectly good reason to give XP. So obviously killing something gives the XP, but what do you think of people getting XP for like dispatching the Banshee in a peaceful way? Because it just felt right. And after the long rest, so my son is playing a human character, so he gets heroic inspiration, which is the new cool thing, instead of normal inspiration. And then I decided my friend gets heroic inspiration for participating in basically putting this Banshee to rest. I think that's worthy of heroic inspiration. So they need to go back over to the lighthouse because the heart thing is still beating. There's still some mystery going on. And they basically convince the crab to go over there with them. The crab's like, sure, I'll go over there with you. He goes over and looks at the body of the anchorite. And I have the heartbeat of the lighthouse beating faster now because this body is like about to regenerate. Well, in 16 more hours, it's going to regenerate. But I like the idea that the heartbeat is going faster now to kind of create urgency on the map. And they're like, hey, do you want to go upstairs with us? And the crab's like, nope. He's like, I'll stay down here. So I do like the NPCs to have, like, sometimes I roll dice for their decisions, but other times I'm like, no, he doesn't want to go up there. So they go out onto the balcony before going upstairs to the harpies area. And they find a harpy egg. Now, I don't know if harpies have eggs, but in this game, they have eggs and they find a harpy egg. And an awesome discussion ensues between my 9-year-old son and my friend about the ethics of what to do with a harpy egg. Do you take it and you raise this harpy? And does this harpy can become good by the way that you raise it? Or is it an inherently evil creature? Should you just destroy the egg right now? Should you leave the egg to the elements? What should you do? Or I think at one point, my son, and I'm not going to hold him responsible for this. I don't know, maybe he was tired, but he's like, well, we could raise it, and then if it turns bad, we could kill it. It's just like, that is a horrible thing to say. I don't think he understood exactly the implications of what he was saying. But talking about what to do with an egg, which is a person in utero, it's like, do we kill it? Do we leave it? Do we try to raise it and change it to our beliefs from its chaotic evil? It was very interesting. And what happened to it, it's perfect. Stay tuned. But in the meantime, my friend's like, I want to get some of this crystal out of this altar. So he starts hitting it with his pickaxe, and I'm like, that's close enough to touching it. So his eyeballs start sparkling with the Charm of Storms, and he now has the 3 charges. But then the hum of the altar goes away, right? And the book says that if it gets struck by lightning, I think like 2 times, then it can get charged again. And I'm like, I guess I forgot that. I was thinking it was 1. But my friend starts like using like Shocking Grasp and like all these like electric like lightning spells to try to charge it up. And basically each spell that he does on it, I'm like, you can hear the hum getting like louder. And eventually he uses one of his lightning charges to shoot it. And I'm like, sure, it's charged up. So then my son goes over there and touches it. So then he has 3 lightning charges and my friend has 2 lightning charges. Because why not? Okay, so with this harpy egg, so they're like, one of the options they also had was like, maybe we can just give it to Robert the Crab. Maybe he'll want it. Maybe he'll want to raise a harpy. So they go to Robert the Crab and they're like, do you want this harpy egg? And he's like, yeah. He's like reaching up with his 2 pincers. He's like, clunk, 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 clunk. He's like, yeah, I want it. It's like both of his hands he's reaching up. And they're like, okay. My son gestures. He gestures handing an egg over and saying, here you go. Raise this as your own. And then as the crab takes it, I just have him immediately just crush it with his pincers and just start eating it. Just like, I was having to hold back on the description so hard because there's just like gore and pieces going everywhere. And I even had it like splatter on their pants. My son was horrified. Maybe I shouldn't be laughing about traumatizing him, but it was so funny because he's like, here, raise this as your own, and it's just like crunch, and just like shoves in his mouth. I really went to town with the like sound effects too of this crab eating this thing. So that was a highlight for me. I don't know if you think that's funny or disgusting or super disturbing, but it totally made my night. So that ethical decision was over. There will be no raising of harpies. So they go up to the lighthouse. This heart is extremely bright, and I keep telling him over and over and over it's extremely bright. And my son's like, I'm going to shoot it. And I'm like, okay, so you're going to look at it? And he's like, yeah, I'm going to look at it and shoot it. And I'm like, okay, you're blinded for a minute. Anyway, so they shoot it. They eventually kill it. And
it shrinks and kind of implodes and disappears. And now it's time to go into these wrecks and go for treasure. So they had found a potion of water breathing in a chest on the balcony where the harpies are. And so now it's time to go down there and get the treasure. And my son's just like, gulp, gulp, gulp. Like he just like drinks this potion of water breathing. And it's like, okay, you have water breathing for 24 hours. And so they're like, okay, what do we do? Like, how do we get down there? They're trying to like talk to the crabs. They're like, are there going to be sharks? How did you get there without sharks? And he's like, well, I just hurried down and grabbed something and left. So I kind of spilled the beans a little bit that if you just go down and grab something, you might not get shark attacked. So here's what happens. My son goes down there to one of these wrecks, and he's failing every investigation check, just rolling terribly, like investigation, perception, like everything you could possibly do to try and search this thing. He's just failing, and he's rolling over and over because he's down there. So I'm like, okay, it's probably time for the shark to attack. Like, this is taking forever. So I have Dagger Maw, the named aggressive shark, come after him. And meanwhile, we were having a discussion with my wife, because she's a scientist, about what happens when lightning hits water, specifically salt water. And so we're talking about how it kind of will go spread out about 20 feet in a circle and 10 feet down and just dissipate. But in that area, it's still lethal. So we decided to use that for our game. I know it's not a physics simulator, but we decided that that would be the result of if you shoot a lightning bolt at the water, is that it would be dissipate 20 feet in a circle and 10 feet down, that it would still be dangerous and do its normal damage. So it was cool that we had this conversation about like, wait a minute, what does happen when lightning hits water? This shark battle does not go well. So the shark eventually gets injured, which triggers the two other sharks to show up and start circling. So my son's like, can I swim out of here? And I'm like, they're circling you. So he's getting stressed. So it's getting really, really late at night, and he's getting stressed. And these sharks are circling him. And they end up two of them attacking him. He takes 40 damage. He only has 4 hit points left. He is starting to feel like, you can tell that he's kind of losing hope. Like, he seems like he's getting really sad. But me and my friend are like talking him through it. We're like, you can do this, you can do this. And my friend's like, hey, even if you die and if I recover your body, like a few days from now, like the rod of resurrection will be charged up. We can use it on you. And that wasn't cheering up my son at all. Anyway, so they're using the sending stones to talk to each other, and he's like, hey, swim down really deep so that I can shoot a lightning bolt at these fish. And then my son's hiding in the wreckage, and he drinks a health potion in there. So it's actually a really intense battle, and my friend and the crab are up in the lighthouse tower kind of shooting down at the sharks. So it's kind of a cool thing. And they used a magic rope, or a rope of climbing, to go out one of the broken windows that was broken because of all the thunder waves going off from the battle with the half-orc. But my friend had a good point. So eventually these sharks are injured, and so there's more blood. And he's like, so are these sharks going to keep going after him? Are they going to go after the blood? And I'm like, oh, okay. So at first I'm like, okay, if they roll a natural 1, they break off and go after their friend. And then once they were both injured, how did I do it? Anyway, once there was even more blood in the water, I was like, okay, now if they roll 1 through 5 on a d20, then they will break contact and go attack their own friend, right? Because the blood thing. And they ended up rolling a 5 on that time. And so they kind of break contact and go after their buddy. And then I think from there, they killed him pretty good because they start eating their buddy. So then I didn't increase the sharks for a few reasons. 1, because the session had been going for a while and it was getting really late at night. And 2, because why? I think it has just been going on and on. I think it would just be tedious at this point. So I kind of let my son just keep diving down and basically getting the treasure at the other locations, the other shipwrecks. So I decided to spice up the treasures underwater with an additional magic roll. So we did a D100 and then a D100 to see. So in the magic getting item section of the new DMG, I'm a cool kid because I use the abbreviation for the DMG. So right here, page 218. So to see what rarity they get, so he rolled like a 10, so that means he's going to get a common item. So then I decided that I wanted it to be either an arcana, an implement, or a relic, not a weapon, because they already got a weapon. And they're casters, they don't really need weapons. So had him roll a d6 for that, have
anyway, have that decide what kind of item. And they rolled a D100 on the common scale and ended up getting a scroll of detect magic. So he was not impressed with that. But again, it's extra treasure for the area, so whatever. Speaking of extra treasure, now that they've kind of vanquished all the enemies on the whole map, they don't really know this, but they're kind of feeling safer, and they have this wand of secrets. So they're like, we're gonna use the wand of secrets, and it's like almost 2 a.m. at this point. So I let them find something. So I let them do a D100 for the rarity, and it comes out rare. So then I let them roll a D4 for what the item will be, right? So a D4, so Arcana, Implement, Armament, and Relic. So they roll Relic, and they get a Potion of Superior Healing, which my son was annoyed with, but it's like, dude, this Adabra at town can only make these healing potions so quickly, so like, don't be upset by this. Plus, you've got a lot of items. Okay, so that is session 40. So I count up the XP from the Icespire hold and from this place, and it's still a little bit low. They need 11,000 to go from 7 to 8, and it's still a little bit low, but I'm like, no, let's keep the pattern of you did 2 missions in the book, that gains a level. So I'm letting that get them from level 7 to 8, and honestly, they did a ton. It's just, I think the reason they didn't get as much XP is because they had so many NPCs helping them with the 2 dragons at the other place. But I still decided that the 2 missions were sufficient to get that 7 to 8 level up. So what do you think of that? Now, so the plan, just so you know, so the Icespire Peak book is over. However, they have populated the Sword Coast area with all manner of stuff, and I have really homebrewed this area. Like, I had Mount Hot now go off as a volcano, so there's like the populations are moving around. Like, it is a very like fleshed out area. So they're still in the area, but we're not beholden to the book anymore. So they're at level 8 now, which we'll have to do next session. We'll probably talk about bastions next session too. But also, they need to get to level 10 so that they can start the Vecna Eve of Ruin book, because that's what we decided. So one idea that I have, and we're probably going to stick with it if I can figure out how to do it, is we are going to do the Candlekeep Mysteries to get from maybe all the way from 8 to 10. Because as I understand it, these are like standalone adventures that are designed for levels 1 through 16, but they're designed to take you through those levels. So I should be able to go in the book and find the level 8 mission. They can do it, and now they're level 9, and I can find a level 9 mission, brings them to 10, right? And then I can have them come across some Vecna cultists or whatever to bring into that next book. So if you have experience running any of these, I would love to know about it, because I've kind of cracked this book and started reading it. And I'm like, gosh, I'm opening up to the missions and it doesn't say like this is the level 8 one. Maybe it's just the 8th one is the level 8 one. Maybe it's that simple, but why don't they say that? Also, there's a lot of stuff just with Candlekeep that I think you have to know to run these things. So I'm excited and nervous. Let me know. I got this on like huge discount sale and I had really good reviews, so I was like, why not? Let me know if you have any advice on running this, because that's what I'm thinking is pretty much level 8 to 10 if we can swing it, unless they do some crazy stuff in elsewhere Sword Coast to get to level 10. So that's the plan. So we have finished the book, and I know I've said it over and over, but it is huge for me as a noob DM just to have finished a module now twice, right? So once with my son and well, first with the Army Vet group, and now with my son shortly thereafter, and they both took 40 sessions. The Army Vet group is now 7 sessions into Curse of Strahd, which they're going to do that, and then they're going to do Vecna. So obviously I'm still catching up on the recaps of these, so please stay tuned to see how it all turns out. Actually, by the time you see this one, I probably will be caught up because I'm recording this out of order. This is like, we're like December 29th right now. Anyway, I decided I better record these closer to when I actually do them so that I don't lose the details. So I'm going back and having to look at my notes, which are, you've seen them in a few videos. They're a little messy because they're really just designed for me to be able to read them. But if it's been several weeks, I'm trying to recap from these old notes that I just wrote in shorthand. It's a little bit hard. Anyway, thank you so much for watching all of these recaps, and let me know what you want to see in the future, or please share any advice that you have. I am still consider myself a noob DM, like by far. I still need to get into the books, learn stuff, and get more experience. So I love all of your advice, and I feel so honored to have you here following me. So thank you very much. And I will see you on the next one. Thanks. Bye.